Good morning and happy National Startup Day. Today, we celebrate not just a day, but a movement that has made India the third largest startup ecosystem in the world. With over 1 lakh recognized startups creating over 16 lakh jobs, entrepreneurship backbone of India's economic transformation. This day, first declared by PM Narendra Modi in 20, reminder of how India initiative in 2016. And you would agree, from bold ideas to unicorns, Indian startups have redefined innovation and resilience. At Your Story, we have proudly championed this ecosystem for the past 50 years. And today, we are here to honor the doers, the dreamers, and the disruptors shaping India's future. Over the course of today's sessions, which begin from 9 a.m. and go up to 12 midnight, we will hear who will be telling us their stories, each one sharing their goals and dreams, giving us the incredible paths they are paving. And Indian Startup Showcase, brought to you by Your Story. Because we believe that the best way to the future is. So we are going to wait for the first startup to, and we are going to watch National Startup Day today. Sorry, folks, we're having some network issues. Please bear with us. We have a lineup of amazing startups who are going to come and tell us their stories, just to know them better. Uh, Okay, so we are going to have our first startup, and yeah, hi Shashank.
Hi, Ipsit, how are you?
Good, thank you. Happy National Startup Day to you. Thank you for doing this, with us at Your Story. We're really grateful for your time. and wanted to begin this session by letting you take the stage and tell us about your startup and what is the problem you're solving.
Thanks, Ipsipton. What a day to start National Startup Day, and I'm starting. I think nothing can match this. Thanks a ton, your story, Ipsita, for having me in the show. So let me brief about myself and the startup. I'm Sushant, CEO and founder of One Vendor Platform. One Vendor Platform is a B2B procurement platform specific for industries in the focus of indirect and tail spend. Before I tell about the problem statement, let me brief about myself. That will state why I am doing so. So I'm a production industrial engineer, BIT 2008, then joined Britannia Indus as a management trainee, and 7 years all through I was in factories. I have a shop floor guy. I was worked in Kolkata, Gwalior, right? I've seen industrial procurement in depth. 2015, I joined Amazon in operations, then moved to program, then to tech products. So I've seen how e-commerce has changed the way of shopping in India. So last 8 years before I was in Amazon, first 7 years was the problem statement altogether. The way e-commerce is penetrated in India in last 10, 12 years is huge. The way you shop right now versus shopping 2000 is very different. There is no match altogether. But you say industrial procurement in 2012 versus now, it's by and large the same. There's not much has changed in B2B commerce or industrial procurement, right? And that's the area I thought I need to work a problem statement, because uh, I've seen the problem statement first 7 years and seen the technological advance in Amazon, right? And the problem statement, I'll give you some numbers which will how big a problem is. The B2B commerce penetration is just 1%, right? And in UK it is about 20%, China it is 25%. So it is a huge area to work on digitizing, right? And government is doing a great job in 2017 after GST launch, government e-marketplace, MSME mart. So I think people are aware of the fact how big a market is. I'll again shoot a number. India is about $3.7 trillion economy. In that, two-thirds is B2B, right? And in that, only 1% is digitized. So much has to be done, right? And it has to do whole ecosystem. When e-commerce come, vendors get customers get productivity and efficiency. That's the high level of what I'm doing in the market. Now I will tell you what one vendor platform does. One vendor platform is a product suite for both for buyers and seller, where industries, I'm saying the mid-size FMCG, the factories are the users. You have not seen any platform specifically for factories to use to procure, right? The huge consumptions, right, for these factories. Now there are age-old methods like 20, 30 years. There are ERPs. You've heard about SAP, Ariba, Coupa, Oracle. That's the way of doing. But the 20, 30 years, right? That has been stringent, right? A vendor has to follow a process called vendor registration process, right? They have to follow, and that inhibits a vendor to sell. For example, I'm Jamshedpur, right? There is a Tata Motor is there. There is a place called Adityapur there. A person selling in Tata Motors, 3 generations selling Tata Motors, but he's not able to sell in Ashok Leyland, say, in Bhaddi, Haryana, because there is a stringent process, and which is for right reasons, right? So a customer, vendors, and selling partners in today's area is inhibited by uh, this process. And here comes here. We are solving very specific problem of vendor registration, right? We are solving a very specific problem, low data quality, right? Of industrial, and also the learnings which I've got in Amazon percolating in B2B, right?
Right,
Uh,
right.
right. And we'll say the procure to pay, and you have question, Ipsita?
No, so I'm going to ask you. So we understood the problem that one vendor is solving. Shashank, tell us what excites you to be an entrepreneur in India today, because I've seen this change. I've been a journalist for over 20 years now. People are no longer afraid to take the jump, and even though they fail, they pick themselves up, they build again. What excites you today to being an entrepreneur in India?
Thanks, Ipsita. I will say why not today. I think so much things can happen in India. I think India is the best place to work on right now, because see, I worked 15 years. I understand this problem statement. Government is supportive, and so many. So I've been recently passed a global fintech fest in August. I was hearing to Sakti Kanta Das. He was speaking about how technology is changing. He was speaking of quantum mechanics in open stage, right. So I think we have done. I'm thankful to the organization, Britannia, has given me the job and working, and that's given me the confidence. But the whole plethora of things to be done at making a creating, and the thing which excites me the most Ipsita, I would say that the area I've chosen, it's my area, and I think lot many things to be done. It's open canvas. I said it's only 1% of Indian B2B is just digitized, and I am there. I will be, my team would be there to make a change, right? And I would say the answer is not why not, right? Why shouldn't not, right? And
Right.
that's the question. And definitely it took a lot of courage. I'm a first generation entrepreneur in my team. A lot of things has happened.
Wonderful.
Convincing my parent, spouse. They told me why leave job in Amazon, right? So, but initially it was a hurdle. But right now, I think I've done the best thing. I'm really cherishing what I am. Definitely, it's a very tough journey. I just said 100 times what I've thought of is tough. But the things which excites me, I'm creating something. I've created something. When companies recognizes my when I sell something to enterprises, right? And enterprise selling is one of the biggest tough thing. B2B sales are one
Right.
of the tough things, right? When
Right.
organizations like Britannia or many big companies, right, here to me, they validate my idea. They gave us time slots, right? That confirms me, hey, I'm doing, and this is it's a $200 billion market, right? And I would say this segment, not many people have come. Like thankful to companies like Zetwork, Moglix, they are trying to do that. It's always a tough journey considered, and in making a crack in 1 year, I got some really good customers in last 1 year, really vouch
Great.
for, right? And that excites me more ki, hey, I've done something, and I think I look forward. Definitely it is a difficult track. Everybody understand this segment, and but look forward. I think governments is doing a phenomenal job in digitization, like Threads platform, Bharat Connect, and I'm solving a problem of tier 3 tier 4 cities. If you go to a tier 3 tier 4 cities like SEZ, like Bhaddi, Bidadi, Rajmundri, Sri City, Khurda Road, right? The sellers and vendors are asking such help so that they can grow. And I have testimonials. They said, ki, Sushant, आपके प्लेटफॉर्म में एक्स्ट्रा बिजनेस मिला, and that satisfies me the most, right?
Such
And
amazing thing, Shushant. So, more power to, first generation entrepreneurs like you. And I hope going forward, folks like you set an example जहाँ parents को convince नहीं करना पड़ेगा कि मुझे entrepreneur बनना है. So, tell us what have been your learnings in the past couple of years being an entrepreneur, because it looks very glamorous from the outside, but it's
yes,
a lot of hard work. It's a lot of hard
absolutely.
work. So, we are a little hard pressed for time, but tell us what have been your learnings so that people can learn from you.
I think the first learning is that as a product company, product validation is very important. आप सोचते हो कुछ, at the end it's customers. Whatever you make, whatever you coding do, whatever your but process, it's a customer. And interestingly, you have to get your product validated by customer. End customer अगर सही बोल रहा है, that is the most important thing. And the most important when you grow, right, start have a like-minded people to yourself, right? That I have learned a lot, right? And I always say a word that two things we have learned. I think reliability is very more important than credibility in initial stage, right? You need to have reliable people, even it's right, so that he can trust you. And when I think you startup, because we've learned that it's 99% execution and 1% idea, right? I think these two things such hit in my mind, and I think which I've learned, I think in a harder way, right? So, but I think when you start, right, the biggest hurdle which I face in getting your solutions, because आप सोच के कुछ आते हो, right, and it's a but get your validated, ask questions, go to seek help. Your alumni, your college friend, they are all there to help you. Don't hesitate. Okay, so I'm time's up. Okay, but the meta point is that I would say anybody seek help, take challenges, and reliability is over the credibility, and that execution is the key. And okay, that's all. I think thanks, Ipsita.
Thank you so much for being here with us, and happy startup and more power to entrepreneurs like you.
And thanks again to be the first one in today's speak up. Nothing can be made my day like this. Thanks, your
Thank you for
story and
being with
Ipsita.
us.
Yeah.
Thank you. We're going to have the next startup, Rajesh Patil. Welcome, sir. Good morning. Sir, I think you'll have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I have done it. Thank you, Ipsita, and thank you, your story, and Anand, for having me on your site for live presentation, man. Tell me, sir.
Happy National Startup Day to you, Mr. Patil. Let's begin this conversation. Tell us, what problem you're solving with Acc-Red, if I'm correct. Am I pronouncing
Yes,
it
you're absolutely
correct?
absolutely right, ma'am. Yeah,
Tell us, sir. Tell us about yourself.
yeah,
Tell
I'm
us
very
about your
grateful
startup.
for this Startup India thing, what he has started, and which has validated my what I've done. Like, we are into accessibility product for people those who are differently able and senior citizens, those who have challenges like accessing the staircase, and they have multiple challenges while traveling around. So we are into public mobility products. So we have started making products for them, like ramps are there, wheelchair ramps. We make car transfer seats. We make hydraulic lift, tail lift, which we have outsourced. We have a sole selling agency. So what we have noticed is the challenge over here is there are. I was into a car rental industry and I was doing a very well business in that. But when I went to UK, I saw all the cars over there are accessible, but in India we don't have any accessibility in India. So in 2015, I started a taxi service where we used to provide taxi where the wheelchair used to go into the car, but it was highly capital intensive business. So we moved on to Acc-Red, where we started giving products which are smaller products, but it is very useful. When I started it, people always told me, "What is a unit economics over there?" Well, nothing. There's nothing unit economics in that, but we have to see how we can give the how to solve this problem. And always I have seen how for last so many years I've been giving service to people. It was a thankless job. The time I
Right.
started this, first of all, Startup India supported me. Like, we got a grant from Bets Palani Goa, where they endorsed our product, and that was very good thing. Then later on, we got a fellowship with India Inclusive Summit. The problem what people always say was how I the I've seen that people are not having disability is not a major problem. The accessibility is there. Now the
Exactly.
government has started like, okay, you should have 3% of people employing at your places. How are they going to reach there? Now you should have.
Mr. Patel, I'm just going to interject here. In India, we don't think for the differently abled, and that has so many more repercussions in terms of being a more, inclusive, whether it's a workplace or an inclusive society, because mobility is a huge issue for people who are differently able. So you're solving a very, very pertinent but a very difficult problem. I wanted to know that when you got into this sector, what were some initial challenges? You did say that people were talking about unit economics. What were some challenges? What were some early things that people would say? How did you defy those challenges? And what were your learnings from there?
So my major learning and what I've seen, I'll just share one story. There was a match between on 3rd of December is a World Disability Day, and there's a match between Mumbai Cricket Wheelchair Association and that was with the Jharkhand. And on 3rd December, unfortunately, it rained so heavily, and the captain of that Mumbai Cricket Association was my friend, and we were just started making accessible products like ramps. He called me, Rajesh, sir, can you help me? We are facing a problem, and they have a food arrangement where there were 3 steps, and so that they could not access that place because they don't have anything, and there were 40 people. So I immediately went and gave them the rams over there, and it was so helpful. And they said, "Sir, you are God sent." That day it changed my life. That day was a great thing, that let's do something for this people, and let's do how we can change the society, how we can add value to their life. So that initiated me, and then it was not stopping me from anything, like, let's do. And by the grace of God, see, India has started the Accessible India campaign. People have started now. Banks have become like, we just got a contract with Bank of Baroda, IndusInd Bank, say Axis Bank. They all wanted now accessible, and then they don't know where to go. By the grace of God, for last 3 years, we just started, and we are the only one who give them a customized solution.
Wonderful. Wonderful. That is so great
So
to
we
know.
are a very good space, and that is what people will have. See, we want to get up wherever we want. The challenge with these people is always they have to plan it in advance. So I want to make their life very easy, and they can access their basic needs like their healthcare, education, and employment, and make them independent. That's the only goal of our company, and to see how maximum people we can reach out and support people also in this segment and advise them what to do, because this is a very big market, and it's not that you can only one person can do it. I want more people to join this my mission, what we are doing, associate with us and take it to a next level. That's the whole idea behind Acc-Red. And we are
Right.
just adding more people from the engineering background, training them so that once they are trained, they can go out, and if they want to start their own, I will always support them. That's the thing.
Right.
And this is
You know,
the thing. It's more than visible. I just share one point. The senior citizens are a major requirement. I've seen senior citizen because most of the parents are staying alone. Nuclear families have become, and kids are staying away, working somewhere else, and the challenges become bigger with them. And going and to the doctors or other places or recreation, like if they want to go for the hospitals or any other places, it's a big challenge for them. So this is a segment what we have chosen. This is how we have got into this, and the market is much bigger. It's not one person who can solve it, but I was very happy to, at least to initiate it. There are a lot of people in this segment, but they do standardized thing. We do customized thing for the people.
right, right. Mr. Patil, I wanted to ask you, what makes you get up every day to solve this problem? Because आप एक बहुत ही difficult problem solve कर रहे हैं, right? What
Absolutely.
inspires you to sort of be an entrepreneur and solve this very unique problem in India?
See, the basic thing I always tell my team, as well as I always, while sleeping also, while getting up also, I always think, how are they going to travel? How are they going to move out? How are they going to make their life easy? So God has given me this opportunity. Why not take it and explore it? And I have that capability of getting the work done. So we have already got people, and they are already supporting us. Every year we support for Startup, this Startup Marathon, 40 people to participate in that, and we see that they get registered and they get transferred over there, and they enjoy that part of being a marathon, and that is what. And always I feel कि बस इनको तो कुछ करना ही है, and if I make something for them, my life is like it's like a कुंभ मेले में नहाकर निकल गया ऐसा है.
Thank you, sir, for working towards building a very inclusive India. We're so proud of the work that you guys are
Thank you,
doing.
Shradha.
And thank you for
Thank you,
being with
Shradha.
us on this day, early morning. Thank you, and more power to you.
Pleasure is all mine, man. Thank you very much. Bye.
Next up, we have Renuka from ACIT. Hi, Renuka. Good morning. Happy National Startup Day to you.
Good morning, Ipsita. Thank you so much, and lovely that you're having me here today this morning. It's a very important day. Yes.
Great. So let's start with tell us what problem you're solving with ACIT. Am I pronouncing it correctly?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Tell us what ACIT is and what is the problem that you're solving.
ACIT. ACIT is an abbreviated form of my logo. A stands for authentic storytelling, C for constructive feedback, and E for effective communication, effective engagement. So Ipsita, it's like this. I've been 25 years in corporates working with the communication functions, elevating brands, elevating leadership brands or corporate brands and employer brands, employee brands. So I realized I also have a deep, genuine passion for teaching. So I've been doing both of these for 25 years, and I realized communication skills gap is a problem that is actually degenerating India because it leads to lack of job opportunities, it leads to unemployment, it leads to illegal immigration of low skill jobs, and frustration and stagnation of talent. I think that's a bit of unfairness for the Indian youth that we are in today. And I thought, why not be a speck in trying to bridge this communication skill gap for the Indian youth? So that was the problem I looked at, and that was the problem which kind of kept me awake, and it still keeps me inspired because there is a huge scope and opportunity, and all of us can play a good role in empowering each other to communicate better, communicate with confidence, and excel in your personal and professional lives. As simple as that.
Absolutely. Communication is such an important aspect of our lives, and we don't really realize this. And It's amazing that you're solving it as a skill gap problem. Was there a specific, incident, or how, you've spent 25 years in the corporate world? I want to understand, how did you realize that this is going to be your entrepreneurship purpose? Is there a story behind this?
Yes, I can definitely narrate a little story. I think when I took out my first job, I was handed over an employment letter, and I was so excited moving from a smaller town to Bangalore, and I really didn't read through the lines, but I realized I was not a permanent employee at that point in time. Why was I made a temporary employee? Because I was a type 1 diabetic, and I did not realize that. And it took me a couple of months to understand why type 1 diabetics should not be on permanent roles of employments. Then, but of course, I had to garner that courage. I didn't have the courage to speak up immediately. I was not assertive enough. Then, after 2 months, I put myself together and went back to my boss and said, I'm delivering. I understand the role, and I'm here to learn, and I'm happy to learn. And I know what I'm doing, and I'm here to do what I'm doing, and I love my job. I'm passionate about what I'm doing. So what has that got to do with being a type 1 diabetic? And it didn't take me much effort. It was just that mindset that I was able to garner the assertive thinking skills and move up. And then instantly, my boss had no questions, because I think it's not like an exclusive HR policy or anything that they had to amend or redraft or try to plug me in. It was an instant solution. And I also got a bonus to visit all India locations because I asked those questions. That's when I said, yes, assertive communication skills or an effective communication mindset matters a lot every day of your life, whether it's personal relationship or professional relationships. And as we recruit more people working with corporates, I've seen freshers coming up with a lot of skills. They are sharp with 95%, 89, 99% sometimes in some of the subjects that they are adept with. But communication skills, the articulation, what they really want to express is something they're stuck with. And I think facilitating this will make our nation, move ahead in many, many ways.
Right. I wanted to understand, what is the role of technology here? How are you using technology to scale this, to reach more people and help them sort of communicate?
Yes. So, wonderful question, Ipsita. I think all of us should always look at how well to leverage technology. And I'm still getting there. I actually need help in making sure I have a app, a platform where I can reach out, because my mode of communication is hybrid, and I want to be able to penetrate the tier 2 and tier 3 cities. And technology is the only companion to do that more effectively and efficiently. Despite, of course, I can expand my network, I can have more people doing the train the trainer program across cities, but technology plays a very, very big role. As of now, I use Google and Zoom platforms, and I communicate. I also tie up with universities and go and give them value-added courses for non-communication streams as well, because this is something I want to advocate. All streams should have communication as part of their subject. It should not be separately defined. It should just become integrated into all the streams that run across. So I'm approaching engineering colleges. I'm approaching all colleges as much as possible. I'm working with government colleges. I'm also working with the Rotary and government schools to do pro bono sessions for them. And as of now, these are the platforms that are helping me. But I would like to, definitely empower myself so that the reach becomes more effective and efficient.
Right. And, this is such an opportunity for technologists who are listening to our live session. She needs technology partners. So, here you are, somebody is looking for a solution. Please reach out to Renuka and help her scale this startup that she's building. Renuka, tell us, you've spent 25 years in corporate. Some learnings as an entrepreneur, some challenges that you were able to sort of, overcome, and what keeps you going today as a startup founder?
I think number one is pure passion, Ipsita. Because like I said, I've always had a deep, genuine passion for teaching. And I've been a faculty even while I was working with corporates, teaching communication subjects and assertive skills to students and freshers. And I think that's where my heart is. I think I found my calling, and I said I should get deep dive into this. And the experiences are as simple as this. Every time you connect with the younger generation, you always feel you can definitely do more to help transform their mindset. Communication is not just about soft skills. Soft skills are fine. It adds a lot of grace and value to your communication. However, an effective communication mindset, how do you connect with purpose? How do you communicate with mindfulness? And how do you listen and understand the unspoken words? These are a few key things, and how do you adopt a great growth mindset and also be able to articulate and think on those lines? So I call it effective communication mindset. I got away from the branding of soft skills trainer or coach. I said effective communication mindset and I start off with authentic storytelling. I train my learners to be authentic with your stories. Let's not, sugarcoat it. All that is fine in terms of skills, but then when it comes to conveying the purpose and your message, be very, very authentic. This is what even I have been speaking to my leaders, my past leaders that I've worked with. Let's be authentic with the story. Let's not promise our employees something that we are not doing. Let's be authentic. Prepare them for reality and not something, which is not real, because it will help them grow with the genuine purpose, and it will help them think authentically, so that your expectations are clear, your communication is with confidence, because you have clarity and authenticity integrated into it. So authentic storytelling is the A of my ACIT.
Thank you. Effective communication mindset and authentic storytelling. More power to you, Renuka. Thank you for being with us here on this morning, and all the best to you.
Thank you so much, Ipsita. I enjoyed having this conversation, and I look forward to support from those who are listening to me today.
Thank you. Next up, we have K. Sai Anirudh. Hi, welcome.
Hi, Ipsita. How are you?
Good, thank you. Good morning, and happy National Startup Day to you.
Happy National Startup Day to you too.
So tell us, so is it Anirudh? Should I address you as Anirudh, or do you want to be addressed as K. Sai?
You can address me as Anirudh.
Okay, Anirudh, tell us what you're building at Aivirex. Is that right?
Aivirex, yeah.
Aivirex, and where are you based at in India? Tell us about yourself.
Yeah, so I'm from Chennai, and we are a startup. We are a 3-year-old startup, and we started out as a service-based company. We used to build websites, mobile apps, and other services for other companies. And we picked out a very particular problem statement, and we started solving that. And what we are basically doing is we are building a membership management application for businesses with recurring members. For example, gyms, swimming pools, badminton courts, and all of these sports facilities. When I have whenever I visit any of these facilities, I see that people are still using pen and paper to keep track of attendance, to keep track of who's their member and all of that. And I started wondering, why is there no solution for this? And then we explored. We did a lot of market research, and we found out that there are solutions, technological solutions that are available, but it is not, it had its gaps, and it had its problems and all of that. So that gap is what we are trying to fill, and that is what we are trying to solve for all these businesses.
Right. I'm surprised that in this day and age of digitization, in a business like this, people are still using a pen and paper to sort of keep track of their members. Tell us how you've scaled, what has been your journey like, and what were some of the challenges that businesses were facing that you sort of picked on, that because for the lack of digitization or the solutions that were not adequate, what were the challenges that they were facing, and how did you address it with your startup?
So there were a lot of challenges. There were a lot of small challenges, but the major challenges that they were facing was the number one challenge was pricing. So businesses, very big businesses like huge gym chains and all of them, they had access to custom software, and they had the money to build their own software. But small businesses who were doing probably 1 lakh 2 lakh a month, they were not able to spend that much for a software. And they also felt they do not need to have a software, and that was one thing. And the next problem was people who were already using some apps, they had a certain gap. So I would tell one particular instance where there were two facilities in the same area. Both of them were using the software, and one particular person, they took their members details and shared it with the other business because they paid them certain money. So this becomes a privacy concern. So there were a lot of problems like this. So but these were the major concerns that were there, and we were trying to solve that.
Where do you see yourself in the next few years? Because this is, we now live in a world where all of us have apps and memberships to different things, right? How are you scaling in the next couple of years, and what is the role of technology? What kind of technology are you using, or what would you want in terms of technology assistance to sort of become more bigger?
Yeah, so we see ourselves in the next 3-5 years down the line, we see ourselves as a one-stop solution for all sporting needs. So the problem that we are solving now, this is just like a starting point, where we are solving a small problem for only the businesses. Soon we are planning to expand it to all the problems that the athletes and the people who are in the facilities they are facing. So this is where we are looking at our journey, and slowly we'll be starting to solve bigger problems, and we'll be trying to connect people together, and this is the journey that we are moving towards. And to answer your second question, that how technology plays a role, our entire ecosystem is built on technology. So to make so as I said, there are existing applications that are available in the market, but they are priced at a very as a premium range, and we have to use technology to bring that cost down, because we have to do something innovative in that area where we can reduce our costs, so that when we give the application to our users, they are also able to use the application at a reduced cost. So technology is basically the backbone of a company, and everything we do involves technology, and how we are going to give quality product at affordable price.
Right. Anirudh, we earlier had Sushant on our live session, and he said he is a first generation entrepreneur. I wanted to check with you. Are you also one? Are you a first generation entrepreneur? And what sort of led you to this?
Yeah, I am a first generation entrepreneur. I am 23 years old. My journey started as a failed athlete. So I was a badminton player, and because of injuries I was not able to compete in a professional level. And that led me to I wanted to see what problems that I can solve for athletes and for people in the sports industry, to make their lives better. So if I was not able to achieve it, I want to help at least people who want to achieve it get there. So yeah, that is where we started, and that is what we are working towards.
Right. So how long have you been a founder now, Anirudh? You're just 23 years, young and raring to go. How is this your first startup, and how long have you been doing this?
Yeah, this is my first startup, and I've been doing it for the past 3.5 years. So I started when I was in my third year of engineering, and I've been working on the product and the company and all of that.
Right. What have been some of your learnings in the last 3 years, and how have you sort of overcome challenges?
Yeah, there has been a lot of learnings. When I look at these 3 years, when I started out, I didn't know the importance of having a legal structure. I didn't know I didn't know so many things, and I used to have a feeling that if I am facing some problem, the entire world is facing the same problem. But when it is only when I do the actual market research and when I talk to people who are into that business, I have a better understanding. This was the biggest learning of my journey, because initially I thought, okay, this is the problem and I can do a solution. I can just start. Right, I'm a programmer, so I used to think I can solve everything by just writing a code. But these 3 years has taught me that it takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of effort. Your product is not everything, and your idea is not everything, and it is all about execution. It is all about what your customer wants. So you have to build from their perspective, and they'll be asking, I would need this feature, I would need this feature, and it is your job to figure out how you can bring those features into your ecosystem, into the budget that you have. And it is not about what feature you think is a very good feature for them. So yeah.
Amazing insight. Know your customer well, know the pain points of your customer. Just don't sort of stick and be iterative. I'm sure you've been iterative with your solutions, and also market research, right? It's very important to sort of uh, know what you're building and be sure of your product. Thank you so much, and all the best. More power to you, and we look forward to you making it big in future. All the best.
Thank you, Ipsita, and thank you, Your Story, for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Next up, we have Jiten Desai.
Hi, Ipsita. How are you? Good morning.
Good morning. Happy National Startup Day to you, Jiten. Welcome to Your Story.
Thank you so much, and same to you.
Thank you. So let's start off. Tell us about yourself. Tell us what you're building, and tell us what is the problem you're solving.
So we are disrupting the air conditioning market. My name is Jiten Desai, and we are building alternative, affordable cooling technologies for human thermal comfort. We are a full stack manufacturer. We are starting with a 5-ton unit, and we've been at it since October of 2022. And we are trying to change the way people think about sustainability, affordability, and there's nothing that fits between an air cooler that stops working around 38 and an AC. So we are bridging that gap. We are a compressor-free technology, and we are in 5 states in India currently.
Where are you based out of, Jiten?
We are a Hyderabad-based startup.
Okay. And it's a unique problem. And January will be in the summer months. In the next couple of months, how did you identify this problem? Like, is there a story behind this? How did you know that you had to sort of build some? This was a problem statement.
So my co-founder's father, he goes by DD. He's identified this and created solutions for large industries, and these were custom designed solutions that were only limited to the industrial sector. And there have been very large installations with marquee clients in India and UAE. The idea around COVID time was to think about making it accessible for a larger population. So the problem with the technology that we are using is miniaturizing it. And we've been able to miniaturize our 5-ton unit in a 1 square meter installation space. So that in itself has taken us about 2.5 years. And it took a lot of iterations to, our first units were like 3 meters and 3 meters wide and 3 meters in depth. And we've now compacted it to a 1 square meter unit. So it looks very similar to your fridge in the house. It works with your normal tap water, just like your washing machine. But we are able to provide air conditioning like cooling in hot and dry climates. But we use 80% less electricity.
Wow, that's amazing. So this is a green product. So now AC is a very high value product, and a lot of people may have already installed air conditionings in their house. How are you going to go to the market and tell them AC bahar fekiye, or take our product because it's going to save you 80% bills on electricity?
So the biggest problem for us is to educate the market on alternative cooling technologies available, right? We are a bootstrap startup. We are doing whatever we can to educate the market. We need, of course, deep pockets to educate them at a large scale and come up with a product that's suitable for the bedroom first. So we are building something that not only covers hot and dry climates, but will do hot, dry, humid, cold climatic conditions. But that's about 2 years away. We have a breadboard model ready. We are going to iterate, make it better, take feedback from the market on how to bring it to the market. But that's our roadmap for 2 years. We'll go through a couple of funding cycles. We'd have Ambiator as a brand well known in different states. We're in 5 different states today. We'll grow in Gujarat and MP next. But to answer your question, one other thing is they don't know that something like this is available, first of all. So the smallest space we can cool is 750 square feet, which could be a studio, or if you're in Mumbai, or 2 BHK. Though we don't service Mumbai today, we go Pune and eastwards. And you can just use multiple units to go all the way to 750,000 square feet or more. So we can do a small studio all the way to cooling an airport and everything in the middle, anything to do with human thermal comfort.
Right. Now, Jiten, you are in a manufacturing-led, startup. What were some challenges initially? Because this is, I'm guessing, a very capital-intensive sector. What were some challenges that you faced as an entrepreneur? How did you overcome them? What were some learnings?
Well, I think that's a great question, and one of the biggest challenges is that India skipped the whole services, moved directly to the services business, and skipped the whole manufacturing cycle. So one, quality of vendors and talent is a big issue for us. We send our units back to our vendors if they don't meet our QC standards, and the quality that we get from the market is not up to standard, right? There are few components where they work with large Italian machinery, etc., and the input and output is fantastic. But there are smaller components where we are forced to increase our delivery timelines. The only way to have to circumvent this is to look at different suppliers. Again, then there is a QC check on each level. But yeah, it's a problem that needs a more ecosystem solution than what we are currently doing in the market.
So what were your learnings from this? Like when you realize that, how are you navigating these challenges currently?
So we moved from small vendors that were supplying us not so great products to moving to very large vendors where they had free bandwidth but were able to meet our quality requirements. So that's our transition and our learning. You pay a bit more, but you're getting something which is quality, good quality.
Right. How does government support in this sector, like the Startup India, influence your approach or decisions?
I think some of the great grant programs, non-dilutive, one-way money that is coming to startups that can help them increase the risk-taking at the prototype stage, allowing them to do iterative models to reach the final product, allows us to grow frugally, right? You don't need to have that resources locked up in something that may or may not work. So these grant programs, these debt programs, etc., from the government are great. I think the ticket size could, of course, increase. These 5 lakh, 10 lakh grants can only take you so far. We need more participation from the corporates to come and look at allocating some portion of their CSR to the R&D work that's going around in startups right now. I think there are a lot of avenues. It's a matter of bringing a few folks together and telling them the bigger picture of where India is headed.
Right. The last question I want to ask you is, where do you see yourself in the next 5 years? And also, how do you see technology playing a role in your growth in the next 5 years?
So great question. 5 years, we want to be the top player that's providing affordable cooling for humans in the global south. We think that we'd have entered the developed markets by then. And currently we are scaling slowly because of lack of funds. But I think once that capital enablement is established, I think we can grow massively. In terms of technology, I think, see, there are, India, for instance, does not have fresh air system testing labs, where a system like ours, we are a 100% fresh air system. We only provide fresh filtered cool air in the space. We have very limited testing facilities in India itself. The one in US is very expensive for us to ship it. But that's the challenge, right? So technology from a testing perspective, standardization perspective, and a lot of greenwashing is happening, which affects a startup like ours, right? There is, I can't mention names, but there's a lot of greenwashing going on, and people are still blindly buying that. And you mentioned in the start of this chat that people need a lot of ACs. We only have about 7-8% penetration. Heat waves are a new reality. And 70% of real assets in India have not been built yet. They will need some form of cooling. A fan will no longer cut it. So we need to have a very strategic and strong push towards alternative cooling technology. We are a not in kind technology, also part of the India Cooling Action Plan. But there's a lot more things that need to be done right from a policy level to the execution level. But on your point on technology, I think we need better systems to track leads. We need to have people talking to each other virtually, and having CRM systems connected to the ERP systems, where order placement to delivery is taken care of. And we are noticing that now, with the advent of AI, etc., our systems can become much smarter. So you don't need to set your temperature at a one particular degree. You can allow for small chipsets to do the calculations and allow for the optimal amount of energy and hence cooling required inside the space. And
Wow.
I think in the last few years, I mean, last few decades, I would say that we've copied a lot from the West. We inherited the glass facades, which are not really required for a climatic zone that we are living in. And we lost all the rammed earth and the wood and the real good technologies that we had in how, I mean, I consider them really good technologies, and we lost them. And now,
Yeah.
in very small pieces with uber luxury, folks are now reviving that, right? But they are small and very sparsely implemented.
In fact, strangely, it comes at a very sustainable living comes at a high cost, and glass and concrete buildings come at cheaper prices, and that's the sad state of affairs.
Yeah, I think that narrative is changing, but yeah, there's a way. There's still some time to go for
Right,
that
right.
parity. But we are a
So,
price sensitive market. Even while buying a Maruti, we ask kitna deti hai. So we know that the total cost of ownership does play a role in your first time costs.
right. You're in a very exciting space, Jitin. All the best to you. More power to you. And thank you so much for giving us your time on this live session. We wish you all the best. Thank you so
Thank you
much.
so much, Ipsita. It was great chatting with you, and thank you, your story, for reaching out. Have a good day. Bye.
Thank you. Bye bye. For folks who are tuning in right now, we are running a session. We are running sessions from morning today until midnight, where you will hear from close to 100 startups who are telling us their stories, each one sharing their goals and dreams and showing us the incredible paths that they are paving. This is part of the grand Indian Startup Showcase that Your Story is doing as part of the National Startup Day. Please keep tuned in. We have very exciting disruptors who are building innovative products and services in the Indian market. We will come back with the next startup in line. Folks, we are live on LinkedIn. Please share your thoughts. Let us know what you think of our initiative. Tell us what entrepreneurship means to you. Tell us how entrepreneurship is exciting you in India today. and tell us what you look forward to in the Indian startup ecosystem. Bear with us while we get our next startup online to tell us their story. Folks, bear with us. We're just, lining up the next set of startups for our show, the Grand Indian Startup Showcase. Bear with us while we figure this out, and we will bring you some really exciting stories and startups that are disrupting and creating really innovative services and solutions for the Indian market. Folks who are tuning in, happy National Startup Day. At YourStory, we are running the Grand Indian Startup Showcase. We are showcasing close to 100 startups today. We're doing this session from morning 9 up until 12 midnight. We'll be hearing from different disruptors and innovators who are telling us their stories, their goals and dreams, their challenges, and what it is to be an entrepreneur in India today. Next up, we have a star who's going to come and take the session. It is my absolute privilege to introduce someone who needs no introduction. Shradha Sharma, our founder and CEO of YourStory. She has been the unwavering champion of India's startup ecosystem, a true believer in the power of entrepreneurship, and a relentless storyteller of dreams which have turned into reality. For over 15 years, she has been the voice behind the countless startup journeys that you see today, empowering entrepreneurs to be seen, heard, and celebrated. For all of us at YourStory, Shraddha is more than just a leader. She is our North Star. She inspires us every day with her vision, her passion, and her belief that every story has the power to change the world. I now have Shraddha with us. Welcome, Shraddha. You're the force behind India's entrepreneurial revolution. Over to you.
Thanks, Ipshita. I'm feeling very good in a foggy Delhi, very, very foggy and cold Delhi to hear these words from you, encouraging words, but also very proud that at YourStory we are doing this because we have done this for last 16 years and it's such an exciting moment to be telling startup stories and all these founders. We absolutely like entrepreneurs and the underdogs, and it's a privilege. So let's start. Hi, Arpit. Yes.
Hi, Shradha. How are you?
Hello. Yeah, good, and good to see you. Thank you for joining in. Tell us what you're building, what you're doing.
So, hi everyone. We are actually building a business copilot CRM for businesses. It's a next gen CRM. So, we saw that businesses have to deploy multiple CRMs in their journey, like for their customer engagements, like across different channels like WhatsApp, Instagram, website, emails, and for their different journeys as well, like pre-sales, post-sales, customer support, and marketing. And when they reach a enterprise level, a series C or a D level, D2C businesses generally, they go towards a business, like they go towards Salesforce because they want a consolidated solution at singular place. So we are building Salesforce for mid-market where you can deploy all of these customer engagement channels. Like you can like automate all of these interactions and you can deploy it on any channel like WhatsApp, Instagram, website, email, etc. And this happens to be in a context managed space. So like how you talk to your friend, like if you send them a reel on Instagram, you don't go on WhatsApp and say like, hi, my name is Arpit, this is my Insta ID, this is the Insta reel I sent. You don't do that. But with a brand you always have to do, hi, my name is Arpit, this is my order ID, these are my order details, can you please tell me where is my order. Even after you're doing a conversation, after 2-3 days you have to do that, you have to repeat that everything. And you have to go through multiple different options altogether. Like you select out of 3 options you select one, then out of 4 options you select one, then out of 5 options you select one, then at the end you are getting connected to a human representative. How is this automation? How is this solving a problem? So we are actually building a LLM based solution where it understands your like different languages, different Indian languages, other languages, and whatever the user asks, we have the direct API connections or the data connections. So even the user can come and say like, I ordered a product ABC in my last order. Can you please repeat that? And your order will be placed again, because we know what you ordered earlier. What are you talking about? What is the context of the user? And we can process that altogether.
So Arpit, I have a question. ये तुम इसको simplify करके, like let's take an example, right? Like for example, I'm a, what should I say? Like I am Paper Club, a papers company D2C. Now you take me through the whole journey. So
Your customer comes, it's the first journey that when you do first is the marketing part, where you build the top of the funnel, where you are reaching out to different customers and like trying to bring them on your website or your WhatsApp or any other social media channel. Once they land on your social media channel, it will be a generative AI chatbot which will understand what the user is saying in whatever language. If he's asking about price, he wants to order, product placement, product cataloging, all of that, he can place the order. After the order is placed, he'll get the regular feedbacks, where is the order, when will it reach. If you want to track your order, if you want to say like, I'm not available tomorrow, can you please deliver the order day after tomorrow. These kind of instructions can be given by the customer, and these will be read by the business, and accordingly your order will be processed. After the product is like delivered to you, a business can collect feedback. Okay, how was the product, how was your experience, do you have any problem in understanding the product and details, utilizing that. And based on that, we create a hyper personalized profile of individual users, which can be utilized for upselling and cross selling of your other products to those users. So it's like a proper engagement platform which helps you build your customer profiles and use that for upselling and cross selling.
Yeah, so now today we should shout out to everyone that please use Angur AI, right?
Go
So
AI,
yes,
yes.
Angur AI by Arpit. Everyone, we would say just try it out, because at the end of the day, today एक है marketing, customer लाना, but more importantly is the customer experience, and
Yes.
that is what you are solving for brands, and
Yeah,
especially all the young brands who are also coming up, because they would need that to build that loyalty.
exactly.
Yes.
And at the end of the day, you are anyway going towards a Salesforce kind of a platform where you want a singular solution for all of your customer journeys. So why you're deploying multiple solutions in the first place and then removing all of that? Like you can do that at Angur AI.
Yeah, and Angur AI से मुझे Salesforce का journey, do I need to make that journey, or Angur AI can be my ultimate stop?
So we are early in the market. We are like a year into the market, so we are in the early stages. But definitely, we would be competing with Salesforce and Microsoft Copilot.
क्या बात है. Ambitious, bold, and that is what startup India and entrepreneurs and people like you are doing it. Now tell me, what are the challenges and that you would like to address, or you'd like all of us to help with?
Actually, the whole process in a like for a business, the CRM is a very personal entity for them. Actually, migrating a CRM from like one CRM to another, it's a very big effort and a very personal effort for a business, because you have to train your employees, you have to train every individual and who is using the CRM. So the major challenge that we are facing is the training part, where we are training the like individual business, like individual stakeholders about the product, how to utilize the product, how to experiment with the product. And since it's like we are building a different like the workflows that you see generally see that is like if else flows, we are breaking that chain as well. So we are saying like you can create business logic flows where your subjective or your objective decisions that are taken by humans can be taken can be assisted with LLM agents or AI agents. So it's an agentic SaaS system which helps you increase your productivity overall and
So
automate your
challenge क्या
maximum
है?
automation.
What is the challenge where you
Challenge
like
is
to?
like the training part, like actually like building a CRM. Like CRM is a very competitive market and a very hefty market. Like you have to develop a very big product to be a part in the market actually. So we are in the journey where we are building the product. We have this MVP ready. We are like now in the process where we are onboarding customers. The whole process, the challenge in the process is majorly the onboarding process, where the business are not able to like get onboarded, are not getting confident enough कि, okay, if we are shifting one CRM to another, there should be like enough training for the individuals and everything. So we are a small team. That's a major challenge that we are facing. So yeah, like hopefully we might be able to cater to that, like when we actually raise funds or like be a big company kind of thing.
So today you are saying that someone who's actually on different platforms, जो APIs different use कर रहे हैं, for them to migrate to Ankur is a
Yeah.
challenge. Ankur is a
Yes.
challenge, right?
Yes. Yes.
तो क्या value proposition strong करोगे कि लोग कहें कि आ जाऊं?
Right now there's no automation which exists. If you're connecting to a human at the end of the day, how is it an automation? If you're not, if your system is not able to resolve your user's query, it's not automation. The point of automation is like, okay, if someone
Yeah.
comes and you would be able to solve that without a human intervention, without a specific task that we done. The TAT is very like the reduce. We are reducing TAT. We are reducing the cost of per ticket conversation. We are enhancing the whole sales cycle, because we are now providing you very hyper personalized customer profiles. So you do the marketing part, but your retargeting and remarketing is almost 50% or 60% of your marketing budget. So we are enhancing that. We are telling you, okay, this is the person, this is the exact person whom you should target about, and you can reach them out with us as well. So we help you in marketing as well.
So today we will like to shout out and tell everyone that please give a try to Angur.ai, because this solves all your customer experience, which will lead to loyalty, which is very crucial. Sare entrepreneurs, everyone who's in business knows that. So give it a try. Give a try to Angur, right?
Yeah.
Yes. And where are you joining in from?
So I'm joining in from Bangalore. So we are a team of around 6 graduates. So we founders are all of IIT Bombay. So we graduated in from IIT Bombay in different years, and we are a 6-member team now. And we have the product, and we are like happy to just scale the product and give demos to now.
Have you got
Teachers.
any customer right now?
Yes, we have 3 customers as well. So we
Very
have a revenue as well. We have like around $50,000 of annual revenue currently.
wow, brilliant. Matlab, Sakshat, that is their testimony that something is working. But from 3 to 3,000 and then to 3 lakhs. And that's the scale and that's the journey. All the very best, because you've got the first 3 customers. You have to now give them the best experience for the scale to
Yeah,
happen, right? Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. So, Arpit, all the very best, and to you and to all your other 5 team members, rooting for Angur.ai.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks. We'll
Thank
be in
you.
touch.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay, bye bye. Who's the next? Vinod. Hi. Can't hear you. Are on mute.
Morning, Shradha. How are you?
Hi. Good morning. Yes, I'm in Delhi, cold Delhi. Yes.
Yes. So, we are a deep tech startup in the sense of real brick and mortar in safety and security.
Okay.
Now, to understand this section or the segment where we are, and I need to explain some what. So, have you heard of? I'm sure you've heard of explosions. You've heard of the accidents that happened in Jaipur and
Yeah.
the recent one in Bangalore. So these are when you ignite fuel, or when there is a spark, or there is an accident, fuel leaks and it goes into a tank, it leads to an explosion. Now we have effectively solved that puzzle. So what is the disruption here? Traditionally, when you look at a tank, or when you look at a fuel tank, or when you look at any kind of devices that can prevent fire going into explosion, you think of smoke alarms, you think of extinguishing systems, chemical dousing. So these are all mitigation. These are all happens because of a human error or a technical error or a short circuit, which leads to fire. And then you try to mitigate the fire. So the disruption that we are causing is we are actually going back into the source of the problem, which is the fuel tank. So we are preventing it. So when you have a control,
how do you do that? How do you do that?
So there is so we have a patented alloy reticulated mesh that goes into the tank, and it is this technology, that the presence of this technology that allows the implementation of reliability of saying that they are explosion resistant.
So basically, this patented technology that goes in those areas or zones or tankers which might have explosion, and
Yes.
it senses it beforehand.
Yes, it is a passive technology. Thus, just by the sheer presence of the technology or the product, you won't allow fire to go into the tank. Unlike all the software, so we are a hardware people. I have these samples here. I'll just turn it around and I'll show you how
please.
it is implemented. So this is what we call a regular jerry can. This is the most common product that is used. The way we fill, one of the modules of the product is this. This is the reticulated mesh that goes into a tank like this. Now it is the presence of this material inside the tank that prevents explosion or fire from going in and leading to explosion. So I wouldn't recommend this doing anywhere, but this is a fuel tank. I'm in my conference hall with all my systems. It's fuel, gasoline. I filled it with gasoline. I have a matchbox. I wouldn't recommend trying this at home. So in a normal situation, you're always told never add fuel to fire or vice versa.
Yeah.
I poured fuel into a tank, which is of course atomized. And you would see that when I introduce fire, the fire doesn't go in. It just burns in the mouth of the tank. So what it's doing is the presence of this technology does not allow the fire to go in. And it just burns in the mouth of the tank. Now, when you talk about, this is prevention. So we are actually preventing the tank from going into an explosion. And when you talk of mitigation or stopping this fire, it's as simple as cutting oxygen.
Wow.
Fire is extinguished. So this is the basic technology.
This is not basic. This is very useful and very deep and very, very purposeful technology. Tell me, have you deployed this somewhere? Is it already being used?
Yes, we are one of the first companies in the world to get certified by Underwriters Laboratory.
Congratulations.
In the US. They have given us the explosion-resistant category of fuel tanks. So we work right from basic hydrocarbon fuels, that is gasoline, mogas, diesel, kerosene, and we have also enabled methanol, ethanol. Unfortunately, ethanol was the reason for the accident in Bangalore. So if they had stored ethanol in tanks like these, then your fire is very mitigatable. You can go and extinguish the fire and would not lead to that colossal damage. And we are also certified with LPG. We are one of the first companies in the world certified with LPG. So if this technology is inside an LPG tank or a tanker or any large tank, it will still keep burning like this. And that is where a fireman can come and extinguish the fire. Today, nobody approaches a fuel tank because you never know how the fuel tank will behave. It might just explode.
Yeah.
And we have, we have already started supplying to the defense, because as we've seen in the latest European skirmishes, drones are being used to hit supplies, and fuel is one of the major supplies that sustains war. And it's the same effect. A drone is a projectile with an explosive device. So if it comes and hits a tank that is equipped or atomized, the tank will never explode. It'll just burn, which is, you can extinguish. So we've already started shipping these products around the world, large tanks, right from 26,000 liters to smaller jerry cans that we ship. And
this is such a powerful technology, and I would say what a powerful venture that you're running, because it solves such a fundamental, because we hear about this, read in the papers, and it's just and sometimes one wonders how does one solve it, and you're doing it. Tell me, like, what got you to do this?
Well, we are founders, the three of us, Mr. Anil and Mr. Ajit and myself. We have a background from oil and gas. Traditionally, oil and gas people who were moving fuel across Africa in trains and trucks, and it was cowboy country, logistical problems that led to people stopping the convoy for different purposes. And one of the biggest risks we run is if one tank catches fire, the whole convoy is gone. And unfortunately, nobody insures fuel.
Yeah.
Because of the inherent risk. And it's from there we kind of caught on with the idea that we need to have a solution that can actually mitigate this problem. Otherwise, the whole business, the existence of the oil business or oil transportation business gets into jeopardy. And that is where we developed this technology. And the initial phases, we developed this for the defense. And we have actually supplied this to a couple of very large defense organizations which secure for VVIP security into tanks of bulletproof vehicles. So a vehicle, a car that is bulletproof from the outside, but you have a fuel tank that is inside. And to ignite the fuel tank, you don't need a bullet. Just a pressure device or even a small matchstick by opening and putting it in is enough. So they needed to secure their tanks. So that is where we started the whole journey for bulletproof vehicles and armored carriers. And we are fortunate to have received our patents in late last year. So we have now slowly over a period of time moved it to civilian applications, which has more wide variety of applications.
It's so brilliant. And today, first time I'm learning that bulletproof, jo itna suraksha kavach of bulletproof inside is actually not foolproof, right?
Yes.
Like, yeah.
So you have a fuel tank inside that can ignite. And so unfortunately, what happens is if that goes off, it has the reverse effect because you can get burned.
Yeah, so nothing is bulletproof, and you are making actually things which are not bulletproof otherwise, giving
Much
them
safer.
that, making them as safe and secure. Tell me, where are you in your startup journey? Have you raised money? How are you looking at growing the business?
So we are bootstrapped as of now. It's a high technology business or a high sustenance business. It's like the airline business, because you're going to disrupt the whole system that has been working for the last 50 years under the premise that everything is safe if it is under the ground.
Yeah.
But that is being changed and being questioned with these high impact accidents like the one in Jaipur or the one in Bangalore, multiple accidents, incidents of war, and sustenance because of fuel requirement. Those are being challenged from the traditional modes of transport, and they're looking at us as an inherent solution for making it safer. And it's from there we started, and we've been very careful in terms of the launch of our product, primarily because of the IPR. I'm very happy to say that we have had as founders, we've had the courage to sustain this. We have been patented in the US, Israel, Korea, GCC, Japan, and it's only after these patents that we have started product launch in these markets, including India, to the commercial application.
We are so proud, Vinod, very proud. This is such a brilliant thing, and I hope that through this today, the Defense Ministry in India hears about it, and of course, we will also evangelize and take this story to everyone, because I think, to me, you are the proud India startup story. Yes, because this is solving fundamental problem for the world.
Yes, thank you. And we are also very happy to announce that everybody's worried about the fact that you've got to look beyond oil, or you got to look beyond hydrocarbons. So we're very happy to say that we've signed an agreement for advancement of this technology into hydrogen with Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. So unlike the regular fuels, hydrogen does not need fire to explode. It's just a leak in the tank or a little bit of oxygen the hydrogen tank will just explode. Although this is a future fuel, but that is a bigger risk. You wouldn't like a fuel tank in your car that if it leaks, it can explode.
Oh yeah,
So we are working towards that, where we see that hydrogen as being a major fuel for transport in the future, and not only on land but also on sea and different applications. And we have already started work so that we can implement this technology on hydrogen too.
Wow. Vinod, thank you. Very inspired. A story I hope everyone who's listening and gets to listen to this supports, encourages, and feels very proud of. And I'm really hoping that the universe comes to support this, because this is, as we all know, so needed. So congratulations, and look forward to keeping in touch with you, Vinod.
Great. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it for the opportunity.
Thanks. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Hello.
Yes, Deb.
Yeah, hi, Shradha. Good morning.
Good morning. Where are you?
I'm based out of Hyderabad. I'm Deb from Astun. Shradha ji, before we proceed, if I can say that thank you for your story. Your story tells our story, and nobody else otherwise would. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Means a lot. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. My name is Deb. I'm based out of Hyderabad, originally from Calcutta. We are founders, or I'm founder of Astun. Astun is an online astrology and spirituality platform. We started earlier last year, And our singular goal is to get authenticity back, or authenticity into online astrology, something which is not there right now. AstroKun, onboards genuine, certified, and degree holding astrologers. No WhatsApp University for us, on our platform, to provide a very, very authentic experience of astrology consultation, online puja, online healing, and things like this. We have been in an organic journey till now, in the last few months that we have started, but we have managed to not only have our website, but we have launched both apps in the iOS and Android platforms. As you know, the online astrology market or spirituality market in India is really booming, to be very honest. You would have heard about a couple of brands that have been for the last few years. I'm sure you would have seen some of their ads. I don't take responsibility for some of the content that they are showing, but it's a huge market, and there are a lot of players that can get involved, but still it's at its very nascent stage. We aspire to be the sort of genuine platform in this segment, where people come where they have a genuine aspiration or need or a problem that they want to address. Our end goal is to be the go-to spirituality brand when it comes to not only an astrology consultation, but an online puja, or finding out a muhurat, or looking at content for various events throughout the month, as part of the Indian culture. So if I'm a Gen Z or a millennial, or if I wanted to know about Karwa Chauth, then the AstroKun content will be the go-to content for them across platforms. So that is what we aspire to be. We are at a very sort of seed stage, if I can use a funding term, of our journey. And we are very happy to be with Your Story today and tell about our product.
Yes, Dev, I wanted to ask you is that how are you onboarding the like you said, certified astrologers, and how many have you already onboarded?
So we have around 357. If I'm generally very particular about numbers, but that is quite less, because many of the platforms talk about 10,000, 20,000 astrologers, but maybe that their KPI is numbers, but our KPI is not numbers. We are probably the only platform where a co-founder is also an astrologer, and the product manager is also an astrologer, and that is the way we ensure that with 5.5, 6 rounds of interviews, we get authentic astrologers, and detailed technical interviews, 3 rounds of technical interviews, almost to the extent that we have a 40% rejection rate of people. We genuinely don't take anybody who doesn't have. If you're a Vedic astrologer, you should have some sort of a degree from a recognized institute or a college or a university. And if you are into tarot or the newer ones, then you should have a certificate from somebody who is a certified teacher themselves, right? And then you have to pass 3 rounds of technical interview. So that is our very stringent onboarding process. Then, because I come from a corporate background, I have worked all my life, nearly 17 years from HSBC in India. So we have a very structured Six Sigma approach. Once we onboard them, we have continuous audit for the first 3 months, then almost 80% audit for the next 3 months, like that, to ensure that quality of deliverable remains throughout.
I'm finding it very interesting, from banking to astrology.
Yeah, so I was in the HSBC KPO to deal with customer experience and risk and all that. But the little backstory when you say this is around 2020, just at the end of COVID or middle of COVID, I lost my mom. Right.
I'm so sorry. Yes.
Thank you, Mom. And she was not well for a long time, for over 15-20 years. I was her primary caregiver. She had something called a CKD, which is a kidney disease. And once you lose a parent, and I'm sure this is true for everybody, there is a vacuum in life. अब इस समय का क्या करेंगे, right?
Yeah.
जो हर हफ्ते 4 बार जाना पड़ता था hospital, दवाई लेकर. So for a year, I must say, I was maybe not clinically, but I was quite depressed. I didn't know what I'm going to do. And then thank God to my better half, and I've been very lucky, ma'am, that all the women in my life, my mom and now my wife, they are super intelligent and very patient with me. So I am what I am because of them. So after a year, my wife reminded me that they have always wanted to open your own business. तुम्हारी कुंडली से भी आता है कि तुम्हें जॉब नहीं करना चाहिए, तुम्हारा सूर्य जहाँ बैठा हुआ है, तुम्हें लीडरशिप और मतलब बिजनेस में होना चाहिए. So what do you want to do? So then I started taking consultation from some of the apps that are there in the market, who are still there. And I soon realized that they were not very good. And I realized it more because my better half, my wife, is a very good astrologer herself. So she is the co-founder, who is strategic co-founder for us, who helped us hire the first 100 astrologers before we have now created a whole process around it. So according to us, this ye hamari ek dharovar hai. This is something that, like yoga, like Ayurveda, Indian spirituality, when marketed correctly, like starting from events like temple darshan or even the Mahakumbh that is happening, Durga Puja, very, very under-marketed event, can be a huge business for India. But we had to make a start somewhere, and we saw that in astrology and spirituality, there is a gap of authenticity. So that is how we started.
Yeah, wishing from all of us that you go on to create a very genuine platform, because yes, that is the biggest question when it comes to this space, and overall there is a skepticism, and that's what you're trying to break, that you can blindly trust because your curation, your onboarding, everything is extremely stringent, and you want to do the right thing. So yes, all the very best. Go on to create massive impact. And what I'm, Dave, going to remember you also for that, taking care of your mother, being a caretaker requires a lot. We talk about entrepreneurship grit and startup grit and all those things, but I think that's a different kind of grit. So you already have that grit muscle. So a lot of respect for you.
Thank you so much for saying that, ma'am. Our parents bless us in so many ways. They teach us so many things that even when they are gone, and this is true for all of us, even when they are gone, they leave that teaching behind. They teach us patience and empathy. So which I hope to bring into what I am doing right now.
Yeah, all the very best. Yes. बाकी तो तुम्हारी कुंडली ने बोला ही होगा कि अच्छा करोगे, तो ठीक है.
अच्छा करेंगे, अच्छा लोगों से जुड़ेंगे. Ma'am, I am sure there is a DM from my end somewhere in your inbox, in either LinkedIn or in Super DM, because personally I admire you a lot. I almost follow all your discussions. My favorites are your discussions with Vijay sir from Paytm, whom I again admire for creating. Both of you are pioneers for creating an ecosystem that did not exist in India. And hunched on your back, we are trying to project what we can do. So please, if ever we get an opportunity to connect with you as a guide for us, then that would be massive for us.
Yeah, I'll get my team to connect after this, and yes, we'll talk. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Dave. Thank you so much. Lovely talking to you. All the very best. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks. Hi.
Hi, Shradha.
Hi, Priyaranjan. Yes. Tell me your story.
Okay, I'm from Billboard Technologies, and myself and my partner both were working in Philips Research. So we developed a lot of products there. Then we thought, okay, let's come out and venture and try to dirty our hands in business world and try to develop the things which customers looks for. So after looking into many things, we started with surveillance system, which was non-camera based. So after the COVID happened, because we have a tie-up with other teams also, whom we have already given the money and all, but they closed their shops. So we again started what we should do in this arena and come back to surveillance system. So we started looking into the same platforms. Everything was there same. So we started working on e-lock, electronic lock, and we launched it, done the beta testing and all those things. Then we thought single product is slightly difficult to enter the market. So you should have more number of products so that your catchment area is there. So we started working on eSwitch, which is right now controlling the fans, all home gadgets. So that is almost ready. So we have put on India Mart now. We have to market it. The issue and challenge is we have to get the investor on board, because this takes a scale where you can launch.
Yeah.
And the ad also. So it's needs at least to go in thousands to start with. So you need that kind of scale. So right now our focus is to finally go towards the whole criteria from product. So we have to reach to a certain level where we can just open our framework, our all technologies, even mobile apps and everything, so people can just download. And the hardware part which we have developed and we have patents, that also we will open to manufacturers. But our things will be there. We will go in the service mode where those data we will accumulate and start looking service like elder care, rental compliance. So we will start with the rental compliance, where we can control your all gadgets. If your in time your payments are received, the gadgets will be working in your home. So once that is not there, so we will move to that. Before that, we are completing all the hardware and APKs. So right now our things are non-remote controlled. It is based on QR code. So and
So,
it's
Ranjan, I have one question. एक question है मेरे पास कि that what you have built, मतलब उसका, is it you do you have an IP for it? Is it patented? Is it, or others can replicate?
Yeah, so we have a patent on that, granted patent, but we could not take it international because of money constraints. So we have two patents, one on e-lock and one on the switches.
So then everyone today should hear this, that we have to support Ranjan so that he can get global patent, because he's done the hard work of having a unique technology.
We have we have a lot of other ideas also pipeline to put in patents. In Philips, I actually put more than 99 ideas there, and Philips filed some 35 patents, and finally we got granted 16. 19.
We have a very off the bellbird question that in a company, if you file a patent or your idea gets patented, do you continuously get paid for it even if you've left the company?
In Philips?
Yeah.
No, Philips gives you every year, apart from salary, they gives you a one-time settlement kind of thing, which is for Indian scientists, it is a 45,000. I get. So because after all I am paid for that, I don't have any other works other than doing creating ideas and things. You are anyway getting the salary, but on top of that they are giving you once they file, they give you. It's not you have got the patent granted. Only change is the rule in Germany, because Germany rule says you have to keep paying them, your scientists. So our German colleagues, German colleagues are getting, but unfortunately now, because it was on the border of Holland, they have closed that shop, Philips in Germany, and shifted everyone to Netherlands.
So but somewhere I was just thinking, for innovation like this, there should be like for music rights, film rights.
So rights are there. Just like in Bellbird, now I have 20 years rights if somebody wants to take it, or I can license that. So that, but because I cannot go to international things, that's why it's only for India.
How much money are you looking at raising?
Right now, good money will be there, 50 lakhs, what we are looking into it. Mostly it will go in the 60% of that will go in the manufacturing and sales, more or less 50-50 of that, means 30%.
I somehow feel that you should reach out to all these companies like Havells and all of them, right? Like they would have their family offices also
Oh,
to
okay.
invest. Yeah, no,
That's
we'll discuss offline. But
yeah,
today you have 2 patents and you're looking at global patents for you, which you will need money. But you've
yeah,
already done the innovation. You've already built a strong
yeah, yeah.
product. And now through this, we all have to support the Bellbird story and see what
Thank you.
we can. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. You're based in Bangalore?
I'm based in Bangalore.
How many of you are there?
I
Guys?
actually myself and my partner are full time, and apart from that, we have two full time employees and couple of interns we get from colleges, and they keep on working.
Okay. Okay. Priya Ranjan, very proud of what you're doing.
Thank
And
you.
I'm hoping that your innovation and all these ideas that you bring sees massive scale and impact, and you get the
Yeah,
capital.
yeah.
And we'll see what we can also do. Yeah.
Sure, sure. Looking forward to it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank
Thanks.
you. Okay. Sure.
Thanks. Bye. Alex,
Yeah, hi.
Azuka. That's a
Hi.
new name. What does Azuka mean?
Azuka means sweet
Ah,
in Brazilian Portuguese because the idea for the company was born in Sao Paulo.
wow. Were you holidaying there or were you working there?
I was with Zoho. I'm
Ah,
ex Zoho, so I got my vision to do my own thing when I was on a trip to Brazil.
I think Zoho has inspired a lot of people to start up.
Yeah, yeah, sure. Yeah, it
Yes,
does.
please tell us what Azuka does.
Yeah, so I think having worked in a product company, I was burning to create an impact driven company that was having its greater impact in the healthcare sector. That's when I met my co-founder, Dr. Fatima. She's the scientist behind the innovation. So I was good at product management and marketing. So I got to see some of groundbreaking innovation, which is called the DNA binding molecule. So I'm going to just take you a while back to the COVID season, where we were running around because we didn't have the tools to diagnose, detect COVID or to roll out the next measures. That was primarily because most of the technology is not with us. We have to depend on Americans, especially a company called Thermo Fisher Scientific that monopolizes on the DNA binding molecule that is a technology behind PCR and RT-PCR. So we have come up with our own technology and for PCR and RT-PCR that is based on a food grade safe DNA binding molecule, whereas most of our competition is biohazard based. So we got incubated by Indian Institute of Sciences for 5 years because most of the deep tech startup takes around 5 years to get to
Yeah.
market. We were working on it for close to 4 or 5 years because we were working on infectious diseases. And that was the time when COVID stuck in 2019. And obviously, it was the most infectious disease, and that got us started onto the ground. So ISC deployed us into the market. We ended up developing India's first. So forget the tests. We didn't even have sample collection kits to transport them at room temperature. Okay, because most of our healthcare network is built for the old kind of ELISA-based method of storage. It is not built for PCR and RT-PCR test, which you will experience when you travel to US, Germany, or any
Yeah.
other country. India is still catching up with that infrastructure, primarily because we don't have the components that make up the genomics play. Okay, so that's what we decided to do. So we started developing sample collection, extraction, quantification kits that are critical for the role of genomics and personalized medicine. And we sold up to 1 million units during COVID. We got recognized by TDB for stepping up in a national emergency. So that was very critical. And after COVID, what we did was we kind of went into the most important problem, which was cancer liquid biopsy collection, sample collection, and neonatal testing, because these kind of technologies are not available in India. However, things have taken a turn, because we found that more than clinical genomics, we are seeing a lot of traction in the consumer genomic segment, what we call as the gut microbiome sequencing. I'm not sure if you've heard of the gut tests and the so we are the leader in the gut microbiome test. We have close to 90% market share. I encourage you to open any box that sell gut microbiome, and if you see the tube, it will be actually powered by Azuka, because we are the leader in the segment. There are companies like Sova Health, Bugspeaks, all of them rebrand us in terms of the kits. So we stay as a genomic workflow provider. The most recent test we've launched is skin microbiome, because as you know, beauty as such is now mistaken to be a glorified paint. Okay, so they don't go behind the science of the skin. So what we have done is we've done the skin microbiome test that gives you a breakup of your health of the skin, and you can only fix skin from within. So that is by fixing your gut. So we've released a skin gut access test in the beauty world that happened in Dubai. So we are actually expanding globally to the segments such
I want
as...
that test kit. I want the skin gut access test kit.
Yeah, sure. Sure. I will send you after the call. So it gives you a breakup of your good microbes, bad microbes in your skin, so that you can address the real problem rather than just doing that.
Waste money in buying all these cosmetics and all, which are they don't solve at the deeper level.
Yeah. As I told you, right? End of the day, it is glorified paint. Okay, so that is what we are trying to change. But the problem is, you also see that there is a large supplements market in terms of probiotics, prebiotics, and all that. And most of them, I think, go by the placebo effect. We really don't know whether these things are bringing in the right microbiome or working in the right way. So what we have done is, we hope that the gut test will tell you whether this is working for you or not working for you. So that is where we plan to launch it. So we've already launched some of the tests. We've done a test launch in UAE, because I think the Indian market is still warming up to these kind of tests. We are seeing some big players like Kishore Biani jumping with Goodbug and all the interesting segments. But we are hoping that the consumer genomics part is what is surprisingly taking off big time in India, which we didn't expect. The clinical genomics is still catching up, because most of the people still want to spend more on cosmetics than a health-based test. Okay, so that's the truth.
Yeah, I think it's also about awareness. When people know that actually the deep solve is from these tests, then adoption will grow. Yeah.
So that is what we are trying to do. And currently, because the skin test, we've recently launched it, and that is what we believe as the flagship product, because we don't have a lot of competitors in the segment. We are the second ones to launch it. The first one is from there's only one company. They're doing one product only. They are based out of Singapore, Sequential Health. But we have around 35 products that cover everything and anything and everything in genomics. Primarily, if you want to create even a genomic replica of you. So that is the future of medicine. The future of medicine is something we call as therapeutics. Okay, I think earlier most of these allopathy was in the treatment of a condition. That is, if you have a condition, it'll make sure that your condition is not getting bad. Okay, it kind of control the segment. Whereas if you look at therapeutics, it directly gets into DNA editing, or something we call as CRISPR-based technologies that are editing DNA. So those kind of treatments are bound to bring a drastic change. And with that future, we have our own manufacturing unit in Pinia, where we manufacture. We are competing with the Chinese companies. We are the only, I think research report says that we are the only APAC-based genomic manufacturer based in Bangalore. All our competition is either in US, Germany, or in China. And I think somewhere I wanted to touch up on this point. I think right when we started with the innovation, right, just reporting a DNA binding molecule from India itself was done the first time during 2016. We
Yeah,
got
to
covered by tech.
clap, clap, clap.
Thank
I
you.
wonder, why don't we celebrate more of these achievements? Why don't we talk about more of this? And why is it the headline? Yeah.
No, I
Yeah.
wanted to thank you for one thing, okay? Because I think Vishal Krishna was then with
Yes.
you guys. We got selected in Tech 30,
Yes.
Your Story Tech 30 during those earlier time frames because of this innovation, because we got covered in CNN and all that, because this is a groundbreaking innovation from India. So that was the whole point. So I'm glad that we are having this conversation now when we are at the point of a global expansion. We are planning to we've kind of opened a US office, but we are getting it operational by
You based
Q1.
in Bangalore?
Yeah, we are based in Bangalore. We have a manufacturing unit in Pinia, R&D out of ISC still. Uh, so we
Yeah.
still.
Yeah, I would love to have more conversation. I'm feeling so proud because I agree with you. The future is this, and none of us, we are talking about AI from one standpoint. Yes, AI is the future, but this also is equal, if not more relevant for our own body and health future. Yes.
No, I think I'll agree with you on that. Okay, we are using AI in a way that to develop a more. I think without AI there is no success. Okay, what we are trying to do is we are trying to reduce the number of targets. We are trying to overlay. For example, here I have DNA based data, then I have microbiome based data, then I have different layers of what you get from variables. Okay, how will you
Yeah.
layer this and connect them to get a picture? So that is
Yeah.
where we are using AI in order to align this, what we call a spatial biology, where we are trying to line up the layers and then connect it. Earlier, it was very difficult. Now it's much more easier. So what took 2 weeks to get a report now is in a matter of days. So AI's biggest frontier, I believe, is life sciences and healthcare. So that is where we are trying to use it the most.
Yeah. Brilliant. Alex, very proud. And I'm sure everyone listening is like, it's not just me or all of us. I'm so proud of the story that you're building at Azuka. This to me is the Startup India story. This is the story. And yeah, may you go on to win the world and impact genuinely people. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
Thank you.
Thanks. And I look forward to getting in touch and talking to you
Sure,
more.
sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Hi, Kaushik.
Hello, Shradha. Hello.
Yes. Tell me your story at Azido.
Yeah, Azido basically again means same like Azuka. It means agriculture in Brazilian Portuguese. So at Azido, we are basically trying to make organic agriculture affordable for all farmers of our country. You must be knowing that like even today, less than 3% of farming population have been completely able to switch to organic agriculture products. And India, around every year, 30,000 to 40,000 crores worth of crops are lost due to pests and diseases. And in a country where 200 million people go to bed hungry every night, this data is an eye opener. So in order to solve this problem, there are existing solutions like development of pest-resistant crop with help of biotechnology, but that looks like a distant dream. Then there are chemical-based agro products, but repeated uses of chemical agro products causes a long-term detrimental effect on the environment. And then there are organic or biological-based agriculture products like biopesticide, biofertilizer, or organic pesticide, but due to their high cost and poor efficacy, it is not being able to solve the problem at hand completely. And that is the major reason why even today, less than 3% of farming population have been completely able to switch to organic agriculture or organic based products. So we have created a product that makes organic agriculture affordable for all farmer. The USP of a product is that it's crop agnostic product, which means that it works on multiple different kinds of crops and it can be used in different agroclimatic zone. The current roadblock with current agricultural landscape is that certain kind of products when the market are specific to certain kind of crops or specific to certain kind of agroclimatic zone. which ends up, which is a loss-making thing for the farmer, because in India, the majority of farmers are either from small-holding land capacity or, middle landholding capacity. They do not have the spending capacity, but because of the current agriculture scenario, they have to buy either a fertilizer, or they also have to buy a pesticide, they also have to buy a fungicide, they also have to invest in other products as well, which increases the agri input cost. Our aim was to create one product that can work as a crop protectant as well as a crop stimulant. So all you need to do was you have to mix it with the soil, do via soil drenching, and it will boost to the crop production, which will add to the crop productivity by adding micronutrients to the soil and maintaining the soil pH. And when you spray it on the crops or garden or anything, it will protect the crop from any kind of diseases. So how we were able to do that? So what we did was we identified a locally growing weed, a weed that grows throughout the year and is currently the most invasive weed species. This weed is basically a wild grass. It has been in our environment for the past 50 to 100 years. We were able to identify this weed. We studied this weed. We found that this weed is growing alarmingly, at a very high growth space. This weed has invaded more than 30 countries and is found across 5 continents. So we identified this weed and we studied this weed. We found that this weed remains unaffected by any diseases which is impacting other crops, and it is also growing in different agroclimatic zones, and it has a very high growth rate. So what we did was we extracted phytochemicals from that weed, and we were able to, using those phytochemicals, we were able to create a product that biomimics the property of
Wow.
that weed.
And how did you like, I'm very curious, how did you think of finding this weed? मतलब ये
yeah,
कैसे हुआ, ये journey कैसे हुआ? This is
yeah.
very
So,
curious, interesting.
I come from that school of thought where I have this idea that every natural resource present in our world must be having some use to it. Otherwise, it won't be present there. And that's where the thought process comes in. So I did my engineering from GIET University, Odisha. It's in a place called Gunupur. It's a very fairly tier three.
Bunupur.
Gunupur, yeah. That's a very tier three, tier four place where in our own university we had this weed infestation problem. So I have been drawn towards entrepreneurship since 2018, and I wanted to make a career out of this only. So when I was in my final year, I decided that I want to use this, and I started doing some research. I had this own experience of phytochemical extraction. During my BTech, I did phytochemical extraction with other stuffs. So I thought, why not this? Why can't this be? And my thought was, what is the current use of this weed? There must be something. Some people must be doing it. And strangely, I found that mostly currently people are eradicating this weed because we still haven't found an efficient use of this abundant natural resource present in our environment. So I started doing some literature survey, and then I have been an avid traveler as well. I call myself as a citizen of the world because I travel a lot. So from Odisha I went to Himachal Pradesh, then I went to Gujarat for my MBA. So there I started speaking to some FPOs. So I actually came across an FPO called Maruti Krishi Vikas Trust. It's an Anand-based FPO, and there I spoke to farmers over there, and they found that they have been using this weed as composting, but they did not know. They actually mixed it with other plant X also. But since I was coming from a scientific biotech background, I wanted to know that there must be some, because I had previously did the analysis. It's called GCMS or LCMS analysis, where you can identify individual component that is found in that plant extract, and you can identify what are the individual component in it and what is the use of that. I did that. So when I got that validation from the market that yes, it actually people are using it as compost, that actually solidified. That was the POC for me. So that's when I started building on the work product, and now we have 4 product lines. We have Azido Bug Shield, we have Azido Fungi Shield, we have Azido Soil Health, and we have Azido Crop Shield. Soil Health and Crop Shield actually improves the crop immune system. It increases productivity of the crop, and Bug Shield and Fungi Shield are actually works against insects, pests.
So they use the same weed, same weed is
Yeah,
used
it's so
across.
basically same the formulation, little bit tweaking of the formulation and the thing. Also, soil health and crop shield has to be mixed with water and drenched into the soil. 1 liter of a product can be mixed with 100 liters of water and can be sprayed on 1 acre of land. I want to share some use cases. So we did do a study with soybean farmers from Maharashtra in Tuljapur region. We found a 40% increase in plant height from soybean from just 1 acre of land upon using our product, which resulted in a 15% yield increment for the farmer, which gave a farmer the additional income of 7,820 rupees from 1 acre land. This was a small scale farmer. So that
This is
is,
such a big thing. This is
yeah.
such a big thing, right? Yeah.
And we are not stopping there. So when we replicated that, I'm from Jharkhand. I'm from a place called Dhanbad, Jharkhand, and we were able to do it on paddy rice in Jharkhand. And from 22 quintal per acre, we were able to enhance productivity to 45 quintal per acre on paddy when we were using our product, which resulted in an additional revenue of 65,000 rupees for a farmer. And we are not stopping there. It's just I'm talking about the productivity here. So we also have customers who have used it as a crop protection. So let's say you are an urban farmer and you want to start or you want to have a garden in your lavish home that you are staying. So there you must be having hibiscus, you must be having rose, you must be having different type of ornamental plants. So in those kind of plants, there are sometimes disease happens like fungal disease, white colored fungal disease, or aphids kind of infestation, black fungal disease happens. So when we used our product on these ornamental plants, within 1 week of application, within one spray, we were able to stop those diseases.
Wow.
And this has been replicated not just in plants but also in vegetables. So we also have done pilots in UP, in Purvanchal region in UP, where farmers are growing cauliflower, cabbage, where they're very small scale farmer. Our aim is to create more productivity from the small landholding capacity that the farmer is having, and that is the kind of impact, that is how the impact that we can envision. So if from cauliflower or cabbage, farmers were having problem where their field was their kitchen garden was infested by diseases, and within a week of application of product they found good result, and now we are getting repeat purchase orders as well. We
Kaushik,
have
see, I see your what a remarkable product and venture, because it's not just that you're increasing the yield. Let's not
Yeah.
forget that you're also doing something really genuine for planet,
Yes,
because
sir.
these are not pesticides and these are not chemicals that you are
No.
putting
Yeah,
in the soil.
definitely. Yeah. Our
Yeah.
goal is to healthy food for everyone. That is what we want to achieve in
I'm
the
so
next coming.
impressed. Now tell me, अभी कहाँ हो, मतलब कैसे इसको market कर रहे हो, promote कर रहे हो, adoption कैसा है?
So adoption. So we are very early as of now because like I finished my MBA in 2022, and that's when I have been full time. I have a team in Bangalore, in Kengari satellite town. That's where we have our production, and we have a major of our registered offices in Dhanbad, Jharkhand. There also we have a space where we are doing distribution and all. So right now we have India Mart as well as our own website. Our website is azidoagritech.com, where you can reach us and you can order. You can directly place your orders through WhatsApp. We are actually currently in a validation phase where the product has been demonstration, but we need funding to scientifically validate and register the product with the central bodies. For that, we are looking to raise somewhere between 60 lakh to 1.5 crore in funding, and that is for at least 10,000 liters for production also. So
Have
we
you
were
reached out to people?
we are actually working with NSRCL. We are actually working with Jagriti Enterprise Foundation. We are working with in association with another Action for India program where also, and we have just approached Sayabri Farms as well. So we are in the process, and but we are happy. Opportunities like this are actually very welcome, where we can meet people, where we can share our idea, where we can share our experience and get some funding opportunities, grant opportunities. So yeah,
I
that's where we
just
are.
think that, I think that should be the power, right? Like something what you are looking, base level 60, everyone, all of us should contribute, because this
Yeah,
is like for everyone. None of us are
everyone.
exempted if the
Yeah,
soil
exactly.
is not good and the yields are not increasing because
Yes,
land is not increasing. So you're
yes.
solving everything,
Yeah, it
right?
is. Yeah, it is. It is a one for all product. That is what we wanted to create. Although we have now distinct variation for it, but although the core idea was here, and that the reason for creating a distinct product line was because we are not able to like farmers. You have to understand, farmers come from a school of thought where they have been always using different products for distinct things. But as I said, our end goal is to create one product for all. So that is what we envision, and we are very positive that there will be a future where this next organic revolution will come from maybe a tier 3 or tier 4 city.
Yes, absolutely. Our heart is for all tier 3 and 4, and we'll come and see you in Dhanbad.
Yeah.
Very proud. Very proud. This is Startup India Story. Today is the National Startup Day, and we are so proud to have your story, Azido. And Dave, what you're doing, Kaushik, sorry, what you're doing is brilliant. And I'm hoping that all of us just go and support and you get 60 lakhs by the end
Yeah.
of, yeah.
Or just buy our products from either LinkedIn or our website. We are readily available. You also can approach us through India Mart. It's just type in Azido and we'll be the first website that pops up.
Okay, done. Okay,
Yeah.
done.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
God
Thank
bless
you.
and keep on creating this genuine impact that you're doing.
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Hello, Dr. Shilpa.
Hi, Shradha. It's lovely meeting you today. I've been admiring you for many years now and the work that you do.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Please tell me
Thank you.
about what you're doing at Swam.
Yeah, so I'll give you a little bit background about why Swayam came into being. That puts things into a lot better perspective. So in 97, 98, my child was identified as being dyslexic. And the school wanted us to move them to a special needs school, but I refused because I didn't believe whatever they were saying. So the child went on to study in a regular school, and I went on to work in a special needs school to understand what this was all about. And that's where I realized that all the tests that were being used were all foreign tests and poor adaptations, and they were not relevant. The interpretations were not accurate. And, very unfairly, they were categorizing children as being dyslexic, learning disabled, this, that, and everything, and dumping them into special needs schools. And I'm sure you know, the minute a child goes into special needs school, they don't have access to a good education or a career.
Yeah.
And I felt that that's a disaster in the making in India. And I went on to do my master's because 97, 98, there was no Google. We couldn't get information easily. And then I went on to do my master's in psychology. And even the textbooks there was hardly any information. And by then I was very disillusioned with Western psychology because if you look at the theories that they've propounded, very wonderful theories, lots of therapies that they've come out with, no doubt about that. But to understand people, the theories do not give you a complete understanding. You use the various theories, they don't give you a complete understanding of a person from birth to death. And I felt that physics, chemistry, mathematics, they're all hard sciences and they are universal laws. And I feel that psychology also has to be easily applicable to people across the world. So being disillusioned with that, I said, let me see what else is there. And I realized that India has a very, very long living tradition, which is both Ayurveda and yoga. And even though there could be nothing by the name of dyslexia, I felt that something would be there because Ayurveda is a medical science, and they would cover different scenarios, right? It's not something that's cropped up suddenly. So I went on to study the 5-element theory, the Panch Mahabhuta theory, and I realized that that was the answer that I was looking for. Went on to study the Vedic knowledge system. So I studied the Vedas, Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, Ayurveda, yoga, Sankhyan philosophy, imported those concepts into the domain of psychology, and then built tests around that. And that was my PhD work at Regional Institute of Education, Mysore University. Wow. And I went on to develop the tests. It's been standardized on an Indian audience, and we assess people on the physiological, psychological, and ethical aspects of behavior, which is very unique. No other psychometric test in the world does that. So while I imported these concepts into the domain of psychology, I married it with modern psychometric methodology to give us a very holistic and very scientific way of understanding people across the world, not just limited to Bangalore, Karnataka. I live in Bangalore, so Bangalore, Karnataka, South India, that was not the aim. So I got my PhD based on this. I have more than 18 paper publications, and my child went on to become a lawyer. So I have 2 children, both of them are lawyers. Yeah, thank you so much. That was a very proud moment.
Story, yeah. But what an amazing mother, you.
The love of a child transcends everything,
Oh my God.
So obviously we are to do that. Yeah, and nothing but the best can do, right? So
but we have to take a pause to tell everyone that if your child is told something or something, koi ye nahi hai, wo nahi hai, look at this story. You are a reference for everyone. Yeah.
Thank you so much. That really means a lot to me. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So and then that was a defining moment for me also. I was very proud as a mother, to say that that the child is absolutely normal. And I mean, they were normal earlier also, but then to say that there is no way that you can label my child. So that was a very defining moment, and it's a personal success for both the child and me as well. And then I realized that I didn't want my work to sit in a dusty, library in the university, gathering dust and doing nothing. So I went on to convert this into a company. So built our own software for this. It's an algorithm-driven software. We have multiple IPs on it. We have one patent, which is yet to be granted, 8 copyrights, 3 trademarks. So the whole very IP-heavy company. And then we have gone on to do lakhs of assessments now. We are working with both students and corporates, but in the so-called normal space. We have just launched a research study now to standardize career guidance for children with special needs. And I'm hoping that we'll be able to get more students. We need just about 500 students, and then we'll standardize it, because that's an area that is completely ignored in India.
Yeah.
So that's one dream that is there. We are also partnered with Government of Karnataka and KSTC on their Skill Connect platform. We're working with multiple companies, organizations to offer our assessments. And they find that while we promise an 80 to 85% accuracy in the reports, most of them come back to us and tell us it's about 95, 98% accurate. And it's a very, very heartening thing for us.
Wow. Listen, Dr. Shilpa, I'm just saying that this is real impact, no? This is like genuine, and it came from somewhere you refused to, as a mother, accept. And today, this is so genuinely transformative for so many people.
That's right. Yeah.
How can we have more adoption? What do you think? How will this grow more? What do you suggest? What do you think will it take to grow it more?
I think awareness, and I'm hoping with your story and you, interviewing me, that awareness should just balloon now. That is one thing. And then I think most of the HR people are, not ready to experiment, because most of them are, given their thing by foreign companies, right?
Yeah.
Because most of them are headquartered abroad. So the mandate from the foreign HR who's sitting abroad is to use those tests, which are not applicable.
Yeah.
And none of them are ready to experiment. None of them are ready to even understand the kind of validity and reliability and the accuracy, credibility that we bring to the table. Because our tests are being used in multiple countries. There's a US business school which has used our test to identify people at risk of committing economic fraud, and they went on to publish their own research using it. Integrative medicine universities in Germany are using our tests. So, and that's a very proud moment for me as well, because those kind of, internationally it's being accepted, and it's pretty well known in the market, in the academic circles. The tests that I've developed are very well known. So it's only commercially that we are still figuring out how to, get more corporates aware. Essentially, in the higher level, in the leadership level, the CEO, CXO level, they're all very, very excited about using Gita philosophy of management, trying to understand how they can improve, how they can contribute better to society and all that. But once you come down, that's where it's the middle layer which is really very, very stuck in their mold. So I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, that I think most entrepreneurs will agree that it becomes a challenge to make it, translate it into action in the. Yeah, so let's figure out, listen, Dr. Shilpa, I hope you have great, genuine pride and sense of accomplishment, because you're solving for so many people. And let's see how we can take this to the world.
Sure.
Yeah. Would love to talk to you.
But since we are not a manufacturing company, we don't come under startup India, made in India kind of a thing, So maybe because services is a very big thing, and this is completely made in India, under the Indian Vedic knowledge. There's nothing more Indian than Vedic knowledge systems.
Yeah, you should be. Today's National Startup Day, and that should be our call to action, that you come under the purview of Startup India. And I hope the Startup India team and Dr. Sanjeev Singh and all of them listen and get you. Yes, yeah, that's the.
I hope so. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Dr.
Thank you so
Shilpa,
much, Shradha.
let's continue talking. And to everyone, please, it's our duty to ensure that Swam Analytics reaches as many corporates, institutes, organizations, and reach out to Dr. Shilpa to make that happen. We all are responsible to do
Thank
this.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you
Thank you.
so much, Shradha. That's lovely of you.
No, but today you've inspired me a lot. So look forward to
Thank
it.
you. Thank you. Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
Mother's power, superpower.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Hello, Deekshana. Did I pronounce your name correctly? Deekshana. I can't hear you. Very soft. No. Maybe, I don't know. Is it me? Can you hear me? I can hear you, but very faintly. Very, very faint. Yeah. You're not audible. Mic है तुम्हारा, just keep it close to you, no? Yes, a little more. I
Deekshana, I
faint.
think your audio is not audible. If possible, can you remove the mic, like disconnect the mic and use the laptop?
Now I'm
Yes, you are. Yes, you are audible now. Yes,
yeah,
Deekshana.
yeah, hi.
Hi. Yes, tell me.
So
Tell me your story. What are you doing with the bodymat.com?
so basically, when I was studying in NIFT, fashion designing, so I came across people, most of my friends were buying clothes online, but then they were returning it back. Like it was not fitting, and it was like how they expected on the model which they were seeing on while buying online, and then they wear it, and then it's completely a different
I have
story
also
when they
had that
wear it.
experience. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah.
So they were returning. I was like, What's happening?" I was questioning my friends, like, "What's happening? Why is this happening?" That's when I understood that each of us there are five different types of body shapes, and once we learn to find out like only these types of clothes will look better on each body shape, we will start looking better instantly. So I found out about that. Then I started a workshop on Instagram, and almost 1,000 people joined, and then they were also sharing the same problem. And then that's when I thought this is a huge problem that many people are facing, and while online shopping. So I thought let's make a website, and then I made a website. Now almost we have more than 100 orders within a month. Like people are shopping based on their body shape. Like once they go to the website, they choose their gender, either male or female, and then they pick their body shape, and then they buy clothes that will look good on their body shape. So many people are saying that it's very helpful and it's like really changing their lives. They don't have to expect like, okay, how is this going to look on me? That fear and all is gone. That is what I'm getting from all the people who are using the website.
Congratulations. I'm going to check out the bodymatch.com. So you solve the problem that you just don't go and buy something and you assume that it will look good on you. You know your body shape, and you have studied that what looks good on what body shape. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Brilliant.
So basically, like, have you ever shopped online? Like, you bought clothes online?
Clothes.
Like,
Clothes.
yeah.
Clothes. 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 No. No.
Mm.
Once I did,
Yeah.
and I
If you
got it.
buy, If you buy online, you would see that like you would expect something, and then when you wear it, it will be different, especially bodycon dresses and all that. Whereas the model will be having a big chest, and you won't have so much big chest. So when you wear it, it'll be completely different. Like what you thought, everything will be very different from the main picture to the real picture.
Yeah, but
Expectations versus reality.
yeah. And then you end up feeling depressed about it and about yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, so even there is we have women usually we have four types of body shapes. So basically, even breast shape. If you have, we have a round breast shape, and the other one is sideways, east and west side, and the one is one up and the other down, and the other one is we have a saggy breast. So if you have a saggy breast, you should usually go for balcony bra, which will be a better support. If you have a side east and west side breast shape, you should go for a side support bra or a push-up bra, which will bring the breast back to shape and it will give you the best support. So most people don't know this actually, and then they
I'm
buy
learning this for the
the
first time. That listen, you are Dikshana, you're educating me also for the first time. All these terminologies also I didn't know. Yeah, yeah,
yeah.
brilliant.
So
Yeah,
yeah, so I talked about this on my Instagram and it went to over 16 million views and it got so viral. Then so many people came to our website and then they started buying the bras based on their breast shape, and then everyone came to know so much like how you should really buy clothes that will make you look best and feel confident about yourself.
yeah. No, listen, you're doing a very good job because a lot of us don't even know, and seems
Yeah,
like not a world solving problem, but it is a deep personal problem for a lot of us, right? When we step out of the house, when
yeah.
we develop, and yeah, what you're doing is very good, and all the very best for the body match. May you keep giving the right match, right clothes to a lot of people.
Yeah, thank you.
Where are you based?
I'm from Chennai.
Okay, okay, we will come and see you in Chennai.
Sure.
Yeah, thanks Dikshana, and all the very best.
Thank you. Thank you.
See you.
Yeah.
Hi Shraddha, how are you?
Hi Prakhar. Yes, I'm good. Where are you dialing in from?
Currently, I'm dialing in from Lucknow.
Okay, okay. Yes.
Yeah,
Tell us your story at Sismog.
yes. So we are a very early age startup, and myself and my friend, he was my college friend. So we both started this Sismog around 3 to 4 months back. Basically, what we are building at this point is a chatbot, which is not so traditional that nobody wants to talk to it. These days most of the websites have these chatbots that is very mundane and people don't want actually to talk to it. They just want talks to it because there is no other option, and companies these days reduce their support team. But again, whenever we let it be in any industry, either you have a post sales query or something about the policy, return policy, how this will get refunded, these all things, generally people face a lot of problem where they are not able to find any solution, and generally end up spending a lot of time interacting with chatbot. Just somehow they can get past to that bot and get some actual agent to get connected. So for that, we were also going through this a lot of time. So suddenly we observed that this is something that can be fixed, and so that we have developed this Gen AI sales assistant. It is basically a virtual sales assistant that you get in a physical store. You'll be getting it on the website where you are making a purchase or just landing on it. So what it will do, it will basically initiates that conversation with the user initially using Gen AI. Company will This bot will have all the data of the company, and if company allows the data of the user previous purchases and those all things, and based upon that it will start interacting with the user and start giving support for pre-sales policies, FAQs, also recommending products, those all things. So
After that, let's say user is not able to get their answers. There is also support a module that can be attached, that if user asks to connect to agent directly, a request will be go to support back team, and they'll be able to chat with it again. So what is in it for the company? For company, their users will get better interaction with the bot. They'll not be feeling that it is actually some bot with if else rules, like
Prakhar, मेरा वही question है तुमसे. How are you, like practically, if you give me an example, how are you different than a bot? मतलब
yes,
bot
that's
में
what
difference
I was
bot
just,
and parabot वो कैसे है?
yes, I was just going to that. So
हाँ.
currently, all the bots that everyone, most of the companies, more than 99% of the companies are using are basically this intent-based bots. We say it. So previously we defined 5 set of intents. Let's say welcome intent, uh, track track order intent. These 5 categories or intents of the user that user might say. We'll define those, and all the time user will give specific responses for only those 5 type of questions. If you ask something else, it will not give. If you ask same question, it will give you same responses back and back. It is not a humanic conversation between the user and the bot. This one is actually based on GenAI. So it takes the user requirement, generates a response based upon this conversation, previous behavior, purchases history, and everything, and then respond in a more humanic way. So this is how it is different, and it is not restricted to limited number of intents. It can answer anything that you might have not defined in this one, or basically you don't have to define anything beforehand. You just have to provide the company information. This is my company. This is what we do. This is our website. This is the information. That's it. Now whatever user will ask, if that is a part of that information set, it will fetch it, curate a proper response, and then send it back to the user. So this is how it is different. You don't have to predefine anything. You just have to provide your data, and rest it will take care on its own.
Have you deployed it anywhere right now?
Currently we deployed it for demo purpose, but currently we are in talks with 3 to 4 companies, and hopefully they'll convert. Yeah. And second thing, so I was talking about like what in it for it is basically consists of 2 modules. What in it for the user, what in it for the company. So for users, they'll get better interactions, they'll get more humanic answers, they'll get their answers quickly. So what happens is like, hi. So first it will, in traditional chatbots, what will happen? User will say hi. What is your name? You'll write your name. What is your gender? You'll write your gender. It will keep irritating you each time. In this one, if you can directly go ahead and write, I'm Prakhar, this, and enter. If from the name itself it can identify it's a male or female, it will be able to understand that. It will not ask repetitive, irritating question to the user. So thus making the experience a little bit better what we have today. Apart from that, one more problem we face generally, at least I faced, and I talked to many people, they also faced it. So let's say I have to buy a product X. I will go on Amazon, I'll go on Flipkart or anywhere, I'll just search it. I'll get thousands of options, and eventually most of the times I end up not buying it because there is so much options. I'm not able to distinguish between those which is best, which is not good, those all things. So this will also resolve that. It will try to, based upon whatever user is looking for, it will try to identify on the catalog which is the best product based on user requirement, and take top 5, top 7, top 10 based on the configuration. It will suggest only those products. It will not suggest all the products that you have in the catalog. Most of the time you search for something that company is not having, still you get thousands of options in that one.
So
And
basically
that,
what you're saying is that your chatbot people should try, because ये सबसे अलग chatbot है, huh? And
yes,
and they repetitive, boring, non-human feeling you'll not get. You get very personalized. So I
yes.
would request everyone that give Sismog an opportunity. They have built an interesting chat bot, which is different. They are claiming that this is different. So try it out, and yeah, and hope this grows, and people find it very interesting.
Yeah, please do try that. It is on our website. You can go and try with that. Currently, it has information of Sismog. You can get all the information and interact with it. And yes, hopefully. Thank you very much,
Yes.
Shradha.
Thanks, Prakhar. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
See you. Bye. See you. Okay, now with this, I come to the end of my interactions, and it was so interesting. And to everyone, I would say, like, we talk about Startup India, and you saw today people are doing such fantastic work, from Explosion Bachane Se Psychometric, which is on Indian Vedic system, to, like, I could go on to organic using weed to create organic fertilizers and solutions. So there were so many, and of course Bellbird, which had so many patents, with the e-switch and all that. We heard such good stories, such phenomenal stories, and I would request everyone to encourage all the startups and support. Please watch, because all of us need that, and we need to encourage all the entrepreneurs. I somehow feel that it should be part of a responsibility that we co-own and co-share, क्योंकि कितने दिल से लोग बनाते हैं जो भी कर रहे हैं, and especially in the younger days and early days of starting your venture and what people do. And with that, I will now request Shweta Kannan from my team to take this forward. And a very happy National Startup Day to everyone. Shweta, thank you so much, and I'm sure you're going to do a fantastic job now. So over to you, and to all the amazing stories that we see from here.
Thank you, Shradha, for those kind words. Thanks a lot. So let's get started, shall we?
Hi, Shweta.
Hi. Just a second. So, hello and welcome to the Grand Indian Startup Showcase. Today, as you all know, is National Startup Day. So, what better day than today to unearth and understand the stories of dreamers and doers like you? So we've had a great start to the show so far. Over the last few hours, we've heard passionate founders talk about their startup, their journey, and the challenges along the way. So let's keep up the good work, shall we? And get started quickly and cover as much ground as possible. So we have with us Bino by Bonnie, right? A Bengaluru-based startup.
Yes, Shweta. It's Bino, BINO, short for Bino. Yeah.
Thank you for connecting me. So welcome, Karan Javaji. Happy Startup Day. We're all curious to know what Bino by Bonnie does. So tell us your story, and what are you trying to solve for, and why is it important?
Sure, Shweta. Thanks so much for having me here. So Bino is it's a WhatsApp-based search and message service where users can search for any product or service near them. And for this year, for 2025, we've mainly been focusing on travel. So Indian travelers traveling anywhere across the world can have Bino as their travel assistant. Wherever they are, they can search for specific things all over WhatsApp. They don't need to download a separate app. And the way we've been able to achieve this is we have built expertise over time of working with local businesses, building things on top of WhatsApp, and building a lot of AI agents to do all of this, to be able to like fetch the best options for customers. A little bit about me and our startup is that I have a background in public policy. I graduated from Cornell University in the US. I came back to India. I was very passionate about public impact. I worked for the Reserve Bank of India. I was an officer in RBI in Mumbai, where I was first exposed to a lot of fintech. And I was very passionate about access to credit to the informal sector economy, to small local businesses. I also continue to serve as a part-time army officer in the Territorial Army. And during this whole process of enabling access to credit, we realized an even more fundamental problem is just enable discovery for small businesses. So we started getting really good at building things on top of WhatsApp, and that's how Bino came into the picture. Shweta, I think you're muted. I think you're muted, Shweta.
Yeah, people are traveling a lot these days, so this must be really exciting times for you. So how are you seizing the opportunity?
Yeah, exactly. I think there's a massive rebound in terms of travel after COVID. People want to travel, so there's also an explosion of options out there. So it takes a lot of time to do travel research, finding the best options, comparing things. So that's exactly where Bino comes into the picture. First of all, pre-travel, it can help you compare all of these options at a single place. And then more importantly, once you're in a location, so say you're already in Goa and you're looking for a scooter rental, you can just WhatsApp this number and say, I'm looking for a scooter rental. It'll automatically understand what your requirements are. It'll check within our database of onboarded businesses. We have more than 1 lakh local businesses across India, and it'll check it'll give you the best option right there.
It's interesting you talked about scooters because a lot of people focus on airlines and accommodation, and ground transportation is somewhat overlooked. So is that something you are looking to focus on?
That's one of the areas. Another one is last minute hotel bookings. So think you landed in a place, you just want a hotel immediately. A lot of times it's an unplanned travel, and on the hotel side also, they might have excess inventory at that time, and they're willing to give a good discount, because it's 8 o'clock at night. Someone wants to check in at 8 o'clock at night, and they're willing to give a good discount. So we're trying to make this matchmaking happen. In real time, we broadcast this requirement. Hotels bid on it, saying, okay, this is what my best price I can offer, and then customers take this. All of this happens over WhatsApp.
Okay, but it's also a very crowded space, Karan. I mean, with a lot of players dabbling in travel tech. So how do you differentiate yourself in the market?
Yeah. So like I said, pre-travel, there's a lot of options for flights, hotels, packages, all of this. But again, there's so many options that it gets confusing. What we are trying to do is really do all of that research for you and give you just the top 3 to 10 options. That's pre-travel. And in terms of once you're already in a place, there are no options like buy now. There's no option like, suppose you're you're traveling somewhere in Vietnam. So how this even came out is about a couple months back, I was traveling somewhere in Spain, and I wanted some activity. There's a specific boat activity that we were looking for. And there was no way to do it. And it's not even possible to contact businesses because you have an international number, so you have to do it over WhatsApp. You have to contact multiple businesses. So here, Bino takes care of all of that. You just say, this is my requirement. It'll contact businesses on your behalf. It'll get the best options. It'll give it to you on WhatsApp.
So if you can quickly talk about some of the challenges you have encountered so far and your path ahead in the next 5 years or so, and we'll wrap up with that.
Yeah, so plenty of ups and downs in a startup. After we founded, there was a tech lead, and we lost him to COVID during COVID. He was a very young guy, so that was a massive blow to the company. And then that was just as we were getting started. So fortunately, we got a new lease of life with a grant from the Karnataka government. We were super grateful. So this is truly like a homegrown initiative where it's been bootstrapped and backed by the government. We won the Elevate grant. We built out a team. So very fortunate for having access to that opportunity. And since then, it's also very thankful to our customers. So we have a B2B SaaS product called as BoChat, conversation management tool. And our customers have really funded us. And that's helped us to build a very sustainable business right from the start. We haven't been dependent on external funding. So it's our B2B clients funding us, and then Bino is sort of our moonshot, ambitious goal that we're trying to achieve because it's a B2C platform.
Yeah, India needs more such homegrown startups that are looking at sustainability in the long run. Thank you so much, and all the best for your venture, Karan. Thanks a lot for talking to us.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Kapil Saxena from Unify, who will share their story with us. We'll just wait for him. Hi, Kapil.
Can you hear me?
Yes, well and good. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm good. Where are you tuning in from?
Well, I'm dialing in from Chennai.
Chennai. Okay, that's where I am based too. So nice to meet
Awesome.
Chennaiite. Should I say Vanakkam?
Vanakkam, Vanakkam.
All right. Kapil, share us your story. Tell us what led you to start Unify. What's the story behind it?
Well, it started before COVID. My founder, and she's my life partner as well. So we were talking about employee recognition, employee, when they are in the corporate space. There's a lot of politics happening, and people are not satisfied. And what happened is they end up leaving the organization, right? And for them, organizations, it's a big problem to retain good people, right? They have been doing a lot of things, from time to time, but employee satisfaction is one of the challenges which every organization, whether small or large, have it, right? So we thought we'll do something on employee satisfaction, and then COVID hit, right? And we are a startup that survived COVID, and when we were doing our research, everybody started to ask us, because wellness is a priority. And if you talk about one of the satisfactions is, if I'm alive, then the job comes, right? So what we did is we created Unify, and as in the name, it basically unifies employee engagement, employee well-being, a little bit of communication for them. So what we want to do this is that we want to give employees, corporate employees, a platform where their voices are heard. They can communicate directly with the leadership if they need a wellness resource. Shweta, if you need, that, okay, I'm back-to-back meetings. It's a very tough day for me, and I want to do some, something on wellness. I can't go out, but I'm still sitting on my desk. I know I have a meeting starting in 10 minutes, but I have 10 minutes, right? Can I do something? So that is where Unify comes in. It's a, very easy to use mobile, app, which is there on your phone. And you can, do some yoga, you can do some breathing exercises, it tracks your steps. It allows you to connect with your peers, with your colleagues. So you can call it a social media, you can call it a well-being app, you can call it a communications app, but this is what Unify is all about, right? And, the best part is that we are a global app. We are serving clients all across the globe. So it is not just about that, when you are in India, you can only talk in India, you can talk with anyone, you can, connect with everyone. So what Unify does in a nutshell, it brings you closer to the company, and for the company, it brings you closer to the employee, right? So we are trying to bridge that gap with Unify.
That's interesting. I mean, there's so much talk about toxic work cultures and how to address that. I think your startup is positioned in the right place. But how do you see yourself scaling in the next few years? Because is this a scalable model in the first place, and how do you plan to scale it?
Well, initially we had troubles, and I think as a founder, every founder goes, hey, I need to do fundraising, I need to increase my team, I need to get more clients, and we had the same challenge. But I think the whole point for us was that we wanted to add some value. We wanted employees to feel that, okay, is it something, even as founders, we never wanted to do something that, okay, I want to just make money in the market. Of course, you need money to run your startup, but if you're not adding the value, I think that the purpose is defeated, right? So within 6 months, we started getting testimonials from people, and because we are a B2B SaaS product, so basically we serve corporate employees, right? The corporate takes our licenses and they give it to their employees. Lot of employee queries were coming to us and saying, hey, can I use it for my parents? Hey, can my grandmother use it? Right? She loved breathing exercises and some of the features. So for us, the value proposition, we started to expand the value proposition. And when you talk about scalability, I think we are scalable because now what we are doing is we are talking about bringing AI into the picture, where the organization leaders can fetch some of the data. It can suggest a few things to employees as an individual. That should the AI comes in, it monitors your well-being matrices and says, Shweta, I think you should drink 1 glass of water every 30 minutes because your water intake is less, right? So we are thinking of from that perspective as well. We are a very SaaS, we are a cloud-hosted platform. So for us, scalability is not a problem. In fact, what we did last year is that we went multilingual. So our platform is the first platform which can be used in more than 180 languages. So, if you are in Germany, you can use German. If you are in Tamil Nadu, you want to connect with someone in Chennai, and you can, type in Tamil, and it will communicate as well. So there are several aspects, that we, while building the platform, we had to keep in terms of the future scalability as well. But future looks good. I think a lot of companies, especially in the finance sector, like banks and fintechs, they're coming to us and saying, okay, I've got people on the road, right? They don't have laptops and they don't have means. All they have is a simple smartphone that everybody has in their pocket. And can you help us connect this? This is the value proposition that we receive. This is the question we receive from these organizations, and we said, yes, we can do that.
So you started talking to customers. Have you approached companies already?
Oh,
And what kind of traction do you
product
see
is
from
live.
it?
Our
Yes.
product is live, and we are serving more than 30 customers now globally. Not just India, but globally. We are getting good response from markets like UAE, Singapore, Europe. Well-being is a priority. I think India, we are a little shy to talk about our mental well-being, but I think there are incidents we are hearing where young CEOs, are getting heart attacks. People are committing suicides. So overall, now organizations are waking up even in India as well, and what they are talking about is, okay, I need something for my employees, which is a 24/7 app, which my employees can just click a button and get connected and get the help.
All right. But where is the traction, most of the traction from? Is it from startups or large enterprises? Where do you see most of it coming from?
I would say mid segment at this point of time now. I would say the companies who are like 500 employees to 2,000 employees to 5,000 employees. We recently, onboarded a bank of 20,000 employees as well. But the whole, traction, the major traction for us is coming from the mid segment companies where there is a lot of volatile in the attrition, right? People are coming in, people are, switching. Where attrition is high, we get a lot of queries from there as well.
So you mentioned that you do use a bit of AI at the back end, right? I mean, so
Yep.
how do you ensure that what you adopt is responsible AI? Because that is something that concerns everyone these days.
Correct. So Shweta, our first client, and we were lucky actually. You call it luck, you call it hard work, but we think it's luck that our first client was from Europe, and even before signing the platform, they were talking about GDPR. They were saying about, hey, how is my data? Because in Europe, they're very strict about storing mobile numbers, sending unwanted emails, and stuff like that as well. So we are a GDPR compliant platform. We are a fully encrypted platform, so we don't store any data. The AI works on the framework level. So if it sees that, okay, there is a person, a female of age group of 30 to 40, and she's having negative emotions, the AI will go and suggest that, right? The AI doesn't store, our AI doesn't store the record that, okay, that female is Shweta and this person is Kapil. We don't store that data, so we don't basically, we do a lot of personalization, but we don't do pick up the person as an individual, right? So we are trying our level best. The data is encrypted, so even our team, the backend engineers, they don't have access to the data. For them, it is just encrypted details. And we have done a few certifications as well to make sure that our clients are covered in all the compliances that we have.
Thank you so much, Kapil, for talking to us. Would love to have chatted more, but in the interest of time, we'll have to wrap it up. Thank you so much, and all the best for your endeavor.
Thank you, Shweta. Nice talking to you all. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Next up, we have Akshar from Vicharak. Can we have Akshar on stage, please?
Yeah. Hi.
Hi, Akshar.
Hi.
Happy startup day to you.
Same to you. Same to all of you who have joined us.
Thanks a lot for agreeing to be part of this grand Indian startup showcase. Lovely to have you here. So tell us, Akshar, tell us about Vicharak. What kind of problem is it trying to solve?
So what Vicharak is trying to solve is deeply embedded to the problem that whole world, which is the compute world, is trying to solve it right now. As we see, this whole AI era has accelerated the speed of computing, right? We see the NVIDIA, and there are many more startups who are figuring out a way to fabricate a chip or something which can accelerate your computing compared to what your CPUs or GPUs are doing. So the whole problem is called von Neumann bottleneck, where all of your CPUs, the processors that we all use right now, are embedded by it, and it limits some way the speed of your computing. Like your computers are generally a processor, and they are powered by von Neumann architecture. And what GPU NVIDIA people typically did is they use parallelization and cryptographic rendering and all kind of algorithms, and that's how they are boosting the AI training and the inference at the cloud or edge. So what Vicharak is working on a newer kind of architecture at the hardware level. We are working on our own hardware, which typically can result in a much more faster compute process compared to what your CPUs and GPUs are doing. So it's called reconfigurable computing concept, where your hardware, which is your architecture, adapts to need of a the result would be much more faster compute. So if I summarize, we are as of now manufacturing and designing edge computers, similar kind of, if you most of you know Raspberry Pi, NVIDIA Jetson Orion, which are the AI development superkit, like robotics, drones, or some kind of AI startup would require AI acceleration at the edge. And we are completely designing and manufacturing reconfigurable edge computers, which can be used by them. And that's how we are going to begin. We are a hardware startup. We have a team of 55 people in Surat, and we are tackling the most difficult problem in a computer science.
Yeah, I mean, today we are living in an era where we want everything fast. Yes, so computing also has to be faster than what it is, right?
Right.
When you set out building your team, what kind of qualities did you prioritize in your employees, and what kind of people did you hire?
Yeah, so typically what Vicharak is building would require a very deep tech computing science related field and skills. And in usually at the very beginning level, we don't get to get this kind of people because they don't have any exposure into this field like compilers or system layers or FPGA architecture and computer architecture. So usually we find people who have done something very interestingly in a past project, and I typically figure out if I can provide a right platform to them, they're able to learn. So mostly we hire freshers from colleges all over the local in India, and I pick someone who have done something interestingly in a past project for them for someone else, and then we hire them and we train them, and that's how we are growing our team.
What kind of role have mentors and accelerators played in your journey so far? I mean, do you have people who mentor at every stage?
No,
You
so
talk.
I since I belong to a city where there is a very less infrastructure about a hardware and computer science related part, and I was typically a software engineer as my graduation, and I moved towards a hardware. I didn't find any mentor who can typically help into the journey. So most of these stuff that we self learned here and just try to bootstrap with whatever we have.
So you've not approached any external, I mean, people for funding.
No, no, as of now. So we've been building this for 4 years, and we have a very good team of people who can do a complex set of engineering. And as of
Mhm.
now, we are standalone. Yeah, but
But
we
what?
are, if somebody joins us, like if somebody is willing to contribute without or advise us, that is fine.
But what drew you to hardware when everywhere around people are attracted by software? What drew you to hardware in the first
Yeah,
place?
see, I wanted to figure out something which is not everybody is doing. That was the first part, and also saw an usual mindset approach that outside of India there are a lot of people doing a hardware or a very complex piece of engineering related to a hardware, and in India there are very less people. So we don't have a platform, and right now with the set of let's say internet and the tool access that we have, we can really begin with the hardware sort of stuff. And the third is hardware is really fun. Like if you are developing a software and you try to integrate your sciences and inspirations toward how the hardware works, like how everything works at the circuit level, it's very fun for me to explore within the boundaries of it. So these three things, I want to go more and more deeper about the hardware, and it's keep on. I think it's all about interest. That's how we are aligned to our hardware.
How old are you? Is the startup, Akshar?
So I started the whole journey around 6 years earlier. We were doing something else related to a hardware field, but the Vicharak has been founded 3 years earlier.
So 3 years is good enough time to have seen a lot of learnings and lessons along the way. Could you share something about that? Some of the challenges and the lessons you learned from them.
Yeah, I think see when we are doing a hardware in India, the most complex problem is you have a very limited resources, and you don't have an experience of how to do a hardware. So usually you set off, let's say you just come out with a confidence and you try to figure out this is what I want to do, and they have some kind of consequences, maybe hardware failures, maybe you run out of your resources or a fund, and you'll have to always figure out that India is not, let's say even investors are not adaptable to a hardware standard startups. So the people who are bootstrapping into a hardware, the biggest lesson is you should have a very good fund, not for a 1 or 2 or 3 months, but at least for a 2 to 3 years, because hardware requires a lot of time. And I think my biggest mistakes that I really want to let's say fix are launching faster. Like we try to do more and more cooler hardware rather than I think the biggest thing is let's launch, build, sell, and if you can really come out with something, you can iterate over the next hardware versions.
Just noticed you're not from Bengaluru, you're from Surat, right?
Right.
Is that right? So how is the ecosystem out there for a company like yours?
Yeah, there is no ecosystem in typically Surat. Whatever we have built is on completely on our own. In fact, my 55 people team, 70% of them are out of Gujarat. So they all have relocated just out of interest and curiosity and the exposure that we get here.
So where do you see your startup 3 to 5 years down the line? Where do you see yourself?
So in a 5 years, we want to come up with a really, let's say, innovative technology about compilers, about systems, about hardware architectures, about computers, where we put out in a way that this drones, robotics, and the whole new era of making your, let's say, life autonomous, and how we can put ourselves into every one of them, like how we can make out something very cool into a computer hardware level, where all of them can use us.
All right. Thank you so much, Akshar, for talking to us. And coming from Surat, which does not, exactly have a software/hardware ecosystem, it's nice to see entrepreneurs exploring their boundaries. Thank you so
Right.
much, and all the best for your venture.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Ashish from Broken Atom. Hi,
Hello.
Ashish.
Hi.
Interesting, curious sounding name, Broken Atoms. Can you break it down for us? What does it do?
Yes, sure. So for that, I have to give you a little context. Okay, I can't. Yeah. So this would be my second startup actually. So before that, me and my co-founder, we actually had made a IoT startup, and it happened during COVID. And the story goes on that like we got a big order from DHL Australia. And at that point, there was a crisis. There was a chip manufacturing crisis. So we are not able to, we got the order and we said yes to them. And then we went to manufacturing. And then at that point, we realized that the chips are not available. And the lead time was coming out somewhere close to 36 months. So basically, like we lost the contract, like there are lots of issues. So we are kind of at that point broke. So we are sitting in a burger place in Mumbai. And then we thought, okay, so like currently we are broken entrepreneurs. Let's just build something out of it. And at that point, first we coined the name of the next company, and that is why it's called Broken Atom. It's directly doesn't relate to the product as such, but that is how the name originated.
But if you can quickly dumb it down for us, what does Broken Atom do? I mean, and also the kind of problem you're trying to solve. And talk to me like you're talking to your grandmother. Dumb it down for me.
See, I can do that. So again, it's a personal problem that I had been facing for a very long time, and I had been thinking of solving. So what Broken Atom is, it's a platform that enable almost anyone to build applications. So what has happened over the years is that as computing has become much more complex, people's expectations has been also much more. So they want more out of their computer. So for example, if you today load a application, the expectations that you have as a user, that has been increasing. But the ability to build such applications, only very few people can actually build it. So if you look at, let's say, a company like Netflix, they have very high talented engineers, and they can build infrastructure and their software stack, their application, mobile application. But if you are a small to medium business, or if you are someone who doesn't have the skill to build those applications, is it possible that we can enable them to do it? And this is not really a new story. Like in the history of computing, people have been trying to do it over and over again. For example, in the 1970s, people were scared to access databases. And so some engineer said that, hey, can we make a SQL a query language so that it's easier for business people, managers to query the databases, right? So that journey has been happening over and over again. People have been trying to simplify access to computing technology for a very long time. And in the last decade, what has happened is that there is no code, low code is a trend that has been happening, which means that you don't have to code. In a visual interface are you able to build application. But what has happened in there is mostly you get website builders. There is a company called Wix, there is Webflow, and they have done brilliant job of making it accessible to build websites. But there hasn't been any system where you can build full application. Let's say you are having an application where there is like lots of users are there, you have logics going on. Let's say you want to run a CRM for your business or a e-commerce for your business. Although there are like vertical companies, for example, Shopify is very good for if you want to build e-commerce thing. But if you want to build something from scratch, some idea that you have, there aren't any platform. And when we're thinking about this thing, because I have been programming for a very long time and building different kind of softwares along the way, but what was happening is that only I was able to build. Then when I give it to other people, then they are not able to either understand or they are not able to carry on that thing. So we thought that, okay, let's make it accessible to almost everyone on a visual layer. So what Broken Atom we are doing right now is that we build a visual platform through which you can build complex application for your businesses.
How hard or easy is it to find engineering talent for a startup like yours? Is it easy at all? And how do you go about it?
It is actually not. So all the engineering talent we got where we never actually went for getting users who already have experienced because there are lots of services business and vertical application business, but computing platform or a developer platform, there are very less in India. There are one or two. For example, Hasura is a company who is just out of Bangalore but moved into San Francisco. So now they are not here. So maybe there is Browser Stack, one more company was there. So very few companies in India have actually been able to do developer platform. So it is very difficult to get someone even from other company and get them to train on it. It will because they will have loaded knowledge of different segment, and the way they work is also very different. So what we did was that we straight went to college. We went to college and picked software engineers and like other engineers, like any kind of engineers really. And then we decided that we'd rather train them. So yeah, that's the method we used.
So what kind of training do they undergo?
So the training is, again, training is like we are building a platform. There are various aspects to building the platform. So our method of training them is directly put them into the work and figure out. And we do something called iteration, which is that first you do it, and then after that you scrap it. Because first time when you are doing it, it's not going to be good enough. The purpose of doing is that you understand what the challenges are. And then you do second time. And normally I see that third time is the one where you get a quality code coming out of it.
So how do you view the current startup ecosystem in the country, especially for early stage startups? Is it yeah?
Early stage startup. I think there are lots of vertically integrated platforms are coming up, like specifically consumer business platforms are coming up, and I think they are doing great. So what happens there is that the technology is no longer the barrier. So what it means is that you use the technology that is already there, you figure out the UX, the product, the consumer. So that is where the focus right now is. So basically already existing technology, but you deploy it for the consumer. So that's the trend that I have been seeing. Although in the US, like normally what would happen is that new technology comes up and then slowly it gets adopted even in India. So very few people, even in, for example, when the blockchain things were happening, only one or two serious companies were there out of India. But that not to say that like something is wrong with it, because India has a huge consumer base, and then deploying those technology for them is also great. And I think Indian entrepreneurs are great at deploying those consumer technology. So yeah, that's where we are in.
So what role does government support play in all this? Like missions like Startup India are there to handhold startups like yours. So do you have they really benefited you?
That's true. So actually we have been part of not directly with the government. We work with let's say ISB. I am from Hyderabad, so we work with Indian School of Business Hyderabad. There are incubators in here. And then we also, at some point, have gotten funding previously in my previous company. So one, of course, is grant funds, because anyone who is starting, like money is actually their primary concern. Second is obviously mentorship. And I have been through some of this program, and the mentors really are good. Like, people sometimes think that like they don't need mentorship, their idea itself is good enough, but it's not the case. The insights sometimes they have could be useful. So some of these incubators do provide that. But in terms of government thing, if you are doing anything in finance or anything which is regulatory, the compliance is little bit difficult. I think the government definitely can do more. There is a lot of things already made easy. When we were doing, let's say, payments like last 5 years ago, it was very, very difficult. But now it's quite easy to integrate a payment system, and that's because of regulatory reason only.
All right. Any standout lesson or learning from your journey so far? Anything that you share?
Yes. Because me and my co-founder both are engineers, so we are very much technology focused. I think that's a mistake, and the reason is that I was thinking for a very long time that there is like you can create a moat in engineering and in innovation. But my realization has become that no matter what you create, there are always talented people outside, they can create it. So the actual if you want to stand out, like you should work on your distribution, you should work on the user experience. Those are something like, as an engineer, I originally thought wasn't that important, or even if I thought as it was important, I didn't focus as much on them. So now when I think about it, the realization is that you work from the user's perspective and figure out the engineering talent or the technology to build it, because almost building any kind of technology is possible, but the reverse may not be.
You are founder with so much focus on technology, but how important is it to manage finances while also focusing on growth, innovation, and all of that? How do you balance it?
Yeah, so again, I think finance is the most important part, because they say that like follow the money, and there is a reason for it, because that's a signal that tells you whether the things that you're creating is valuable or not. Like, money directly doesn't really mean money, but it's a gateway to tell that the things that you're building is being valuable to someone. So managing finance is something that also we had a bad learning experience, like in this company. We didn't manage it very well. And then at some point we realized that finally taking your product out along with a run rate, you should have at least like 6 months run rate, because as a startup, you are always doing experiment, right? So in the experimentations, you want to run multiple experimentations. And for that to happen, you need to have the calm posture. And for that, finance is very important. So if that is not sorted out, then no matter what you have, you won't have a long-term vision. You'll have only maybe 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, you can do something. So that is why the finance is important. Long-term growth perspective, I think that is very important for another reason. When we started, for example, we built it without the generative AI technology, because we started in 2022. At that point, I was having a look at this LLMs, and I thought, okay, maybe that will be useful. But at the time, the hallucination rate was way too high. So I thought, okay, this is not going to work. But I kept checking it every month, like, okay, is it improving? Is it improving? At some point, I realized that, okay, it's going to improve. So now we can leverage that. So if you do not have a lookout for outside, then you will be stuck to whatever original you started with. And that I found that whatever you have started with never actually is the right execution path. Once you do it, then you realize the mistake. And when you are looking outside, not only inside, then you can figure out a growth strategy.
Thank you so much, Ashish, for talking to us. Here's wishing you more experiments in the future, and I hope many of them succeed as well. Thank you so much for being a part of this. Yes. Next, we have Ketan Prajapati, founder of Buff India, which I'm told is a cigarette waste management company. Now, that's interesting. Ketan, why did you share with us what Buff India is all about?
Sure, ma'am. So, hi, everyone. So, Buff India, we are Ahmedabad-based company, and currently we providing our services pan-India. So, Buff India is a journey, like, no matter wherever we go, whether we go to corporate parks, hotels, bars, pubs. So, there is one common factor is there always, that someone is smoking and they're throwing away a cigarette filter. So as above India, we are solving two problems. The first problem is, work on habitual transformation of the smoker. Because problem cannot be for the rag pickers or housekeeping team to pick up someone else's dirty waste. So first problem we solved, we created a unique cigarette waste disposal option, which is it has a dedicated bin. It also helps with the awareness and awareness among the smoker that, of course, smoking is their personal choice, but if they dispose their cigarette waste thoughtfully, then that can be collected, upcycled, and can turn into something beautiful. The second part, wherever we install our services, we don't collect the cigarette waste, and then we upcycle into beautiful, sustainable, decorable art term, such as posters, planters, photo frames, mobile stands, laptop stands, and different products which are great for sustainable gifting or interior sustainable decor as well. So that's above India. That's what we do.
Who knew cigarette waste could turn into art? And you're doing that, right? But it is a very niche space, given that you are only focusing on cigarette waste, right? I mean, or do you do other, waste management activities as well?
Ma'am, see, we specialize with the cigarette waste only. Yes. So cigarette waste is our core focus.
So how do you go about? Take us through that process of managing cigarette waste. Start A to Z, if you could.
Sure. So the first instance, like any location, they require a proper disposal option. That is the biggest reason why people are littering on the ground. We live in a 21st century where everybody wants to do right thing. But what we identified, like we spoke to around 84,000 smokers before we launched our services, and majority of they said they want to do the right thing, but there is not a proper disposal option. So we created a unique, kiosk. It's a stand with a little bit photo display. It has a dedicated bin for the cigarette waste. So first thing we do is we install that devices wherever the service is required. Followed by we do multiple awareness activities in form of like we send out our team member to those locations. They set up a little table with this upcycled product in their dedicated smoking area, and whoever is coming visiting that smoking area, we request to them, instead of dropping on the ground, your small effort will help us to collect this waste and then upcycle into these articles. So from that, we get a lot of waste accumulated at the particular place. Followed by we have a location-based team where they go to those locations, they collect that waste. Currently, we run a centralized model that is being a startup. We cannot have that the same recycling facility implemented at all location, and that's practically like volume needs to come first. Then after you can invest into infrastructure. So currently, that waste comes to Ahmedabad. Mostly in cigarette waste, we get three components: leftover, tobacco, ash, and filter. So we recycle that 100%. So how we do that? Leftover, tobacco, and ash. These are the organic component. Like tobacco has a bitterness, so it acts as a really good component as a pesticide. Ash contains around 4 to 5% of potassium. Once again, good thing to have in garden. So we turn these two factors into a compost. Now comes to the filter part. We take it through the cleaning process to extract a clean fiber. Then we have a second process where we treat that fiber at 160 to 180 degrees Celsius to turn into a powder form. And during that process, we add additional 10 to 20% of clay and gypsum mix in it to get into powder form. Once it's in a powder form, we have a dedicated stay-at-home mothers in Ahmedabad, which we have gathered out. So they help us into crafting into these sustainable decor and gifting articles. Okay. So now from the process, so we provide our solution as service to hotels and corporates at the moment. We charge them a minimum fee. So that fee includes annual end-to-end, the solution. And against their investment, we provide them equal amount of recycled products back to them with a branding logo along with a nice eco-friendly package, and the message stating this article is handcrafted from the recycled waste from the location. So by doing this, of course, we are charging them something, but at the same time, we're giving them product back, which has its unique story for them to tell whenever they use those articles. And it reduces their cost when it comes to purchasing of fresh articles for gifting and that. So this gives a win-win situation for us to sustain and for them to justify their spending as well. And during this journey, we create employment opportunity for unskilled laborers or stay-at-home mothers. And of course, that's a journey.
Where are your operations present? Is it all over India?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. So, in all together, like this morning only, our HR updated that I was claiming we are active in 19 states, but actually, as of this morning, I can say around 25 states we are active, and city point of view, 83 plus cities we are active across India.
How do you go about creating awareness? I mean, do you approach smokers directly? What kind of awareness activities are on?
Sure, ma'am. So, see, the two awareness possibilities were there. One was to tell people on harms of their own smoking, right? But, ma'am, we learned that long time back that something is not in our control. Like nowadays, people take that as the personal choice. So, we are not going into that segment, but rather we are saying to them, okay, if you're gonna smoke, it's your personal choice. We were not able to stop you, not your wife, your girlfriend, parents, HR, or no one is able to stop you. So, we're not gonna ask you to do that. But if you are smoking, please dispose it thoughtfully. So in order to do that, we create a multiple videos during a year. We give it to those our client and we ask them, can you route that within your team? So we are bringing that to the highlight. They should be disposing. When we do awareness, we practically show them the upcycle product which we make, and we say to them, if just a small action, put it in a bin instead of on a ground, we are able to create that. And when we see within 3 to 4 months, wherever we install, we see 70 to 80% transformation. We had many clients, they said it's not working. Ma'am, overnight we went and removed this setup. The next day, everyone was asking where we're going to dispose. So that's how, ma'am, habitual transformation can be achieved over the time.
Have you brought any of our products for us to see?
We would love to see if we can continue within the 2 minutes. I will arrange something. I will just ask my colleague to do that. That's okay.
You can. But as a startup, how scalable is this? And in the next 3 to 5 years, where do you plan to take it?
Absolutely, ma'am. So it's a very scalable. Even if we just talk about the India as a country only, let's forget about the world. We do have an opportunity to replicate SAM in UAE, Canada, and US. We already got some. But the first part is, let's work in our own backyard before we go and tell someone else something, right? So scalability point of view, ma'am, there are, as a solution, as a service we provide, there's more than 28,000 crore market in India itself for the same exactly what we do. Additionally, ma'am, sustainable gifting, that's a new world, right? We are trying to find a right item which comes as a cost effective, because that's another challenge as well. Because when we talk about purchasing an upcycle product, the first thing comes in our mind, it's good, but it's going to be 2 times the expensive. The products we are bringing out to the corporate world, we are saying to them, we will not only give you a product which are cheaper than alternative, they are sustainable also, and they have a story attached with that. So corporate gifting market is around 10,000 crore market. So ma'am, it's a opportunity is great. Of course, challenges are being a new concept, people gonna be skeptical about it. People are gonna be in disbelief how you guys are doing that. But along last 2 years after the launch, we are doing awesome. We got great support from the community in corporate world and that. So it's pretty good at the moment, I would say.
But initially, at least, did you face some kind of a stigma because your products are made from cigarette waste? So there is a tendency to attach it with something negative. So was there a stigma, and is it still there? And how do you overcome it?
The first was a lot of people ask us, are we, by supporting your services, are we encouraging smoking? That was the biggest question I always faced. So initially I used to struggle with that. Then I got a beautiful answer to that. Now I'm used to sharing again and again. Smoking is a personal choice. We can't stop people. Whether we install our services at that location, people were smoking yesterday, they are smoking today, and they will be smoking despite what we do at their location. So first, let's talk on solving the problem rather than worrying about which is something not in our control. That's number one. Number two, we also say, anyone in India can stop this from happening. I would say, yeah, we have a very strong prime minister. He might come one evening at 8 p.m. and say India doesn't smoke from tomorrow, then it will happen. Or maybe one day there won't be a demand for cigarettes, so that it will stop. But till then, we can take care of this in a very positive and a strong way. Now, let's talk about the article point of view. Ma'am, article, we were able to create at least 14 to 15 different segments, like in textile also and manufacture. The article we are creating, they are mostly fitting into the decor articles. Okay, so the people which they had concern, they're going to come in our everyday context, they're going to come into that. So we were able to bring that. But of course, then, nowadays, if for every product we have a certification, we do a batch certification, that to even to give that story to people, that we are as professional are, and what we are bringing out to you, it's also safe to use as well. So day by day, those challenges are disappearing, and we as a countryman, we are all for environment and that. So it's working out really well.
So I'm glad. I mean, you are trying to solve the problem that exists today, and without worrying about what will happen if India suddenly decides not to smoke. That's a story for another day. Thanks, Ketan. Thanks so much for talking to us, and wish you the very best.
Thank you so much,
Next
and
up,
thank you for this opportunity.
all right. Thank you so much, Ketan. Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah. Next, we have Vijay from Carbon Mind, or Carbon Mint rather. Hi, Vijay. Happy
Hi.
startup.
Hi. Thank you, and same to you.
Yeah, where are you dialing in from?
I'm dialing in from Chennai, which is my hometown.
I'm based in Chennai as well. Good to see a fellow Chennai.
No, our company is actually based in Hyderabad and Vijayawada.
Okay.
But I've been traveling here for the Sankranti vacation, so that's why I'm.
So tell us what inspired you to become an entrepreneur, and how did you come up with this idea for Carbon Mint?
Yeah, I think the founders. I mean, the four of us together. So I think some of us were very, very passionate about farming. They've actually done, my co-founders, they actually did the farming themselves. They had their own farm, tried to do organic farming and all of that. But what was interesting is that there is actually a technology that can be applied on top of that, farming, so that you're able to measure and quantify what kind of impact you're making as you actually do the farming, right? Think about measuring how much water you're using, how much fertilizer you're using, and what kind of resources you're putting in, right? So the idea kind of started with, okay, can we actually think about digitizing and having a technology way to measure what's happening on the ground? And that kind of technology can be applied not just to the farm that was their own farm, but it can be used for other purposes as well. That's kind of how it started. And I think we joined hands with another larger company, which was actually doing farming as a service at scale. So they really needed this kind of solution that says, okay, can we digitize? Can we understand what's happening on the ground in terms of measuring, sensing, and monitoring what's happening in the ground, whether it's resource usage, soil health, that kind of monitoring. And really the intent of that is to say, first of all, as a farmer, I would like to go to a more sustainable and regenerative agriculture. That's sort of the first thing that a farmer sees. But that does not happen unless they actually see some kind of saving in terms of money, right? So you can't improve what you don't measure. So the first thing is to actually have a way to measure what is the kind of impact that the farmer is having on their own land. And once you're able to measure that, then you can look at, first you save on resources, so you save on money. You don't have to apply fertilizer than what you need. That's number one. And then the second thing that happens is, once you start doing this in sort of a sustainable way, there are actually markets that are opening up, like carbon. That's why we call ourselves Carbon Mint. That there is actually a market that is getting created that to say how to monetize or give some kind of incentive to the ecosystem that is actually producing goods in a sustainable way, right? When I say sustainable, it means that how much carbon that you're sequestering under the earth, what kind of water that you're consuming, how much water you're consuming, how much fertilizer you're using, and what kind of processes you're using, so that you can actually get some kind of a certification and then prove with the proof that you're using the right methodology to do cultivation. And all of that is possible only with a digital platform. So once you start digitizing your entire operations of your farming, then you're able to kind of apply for those credits and get into the government incentives. So that's kind of the idea and how we started it. But obviously there are a lot of other benefits, just not for the farmer, but also for the environment. So the key thing is, the more you do in terms of resource optimization and all of that, it's good for the climate, it's good for the environment. So we're actually very much aligned with the government policies and all of that. So our vision is to really empower farmers to transition to more regenerative agriculture using digital tools, right? And as a result of that, or the outcome of that, is going to be first improve farmer outcomes for the farmer, but also improve the environment and even provide societal impact, because a lot of the farming practices employ women labor, which is actually very, very drudgery and a lot of impact for women because they do transplantation, rice transplantation, which is very resource intensive process. So our sister company has actually created mechanization tools that helps to reduce the dependency on sort of manual labor. So all these farmers who are actually doing a lot of these manual drudgery can actually liberate from that sort of model and get to a more healthy lifestyle, better farmer outcomes, while improving the environment and climate and soil health, because that's a big issue today. Like, the soil condition in India is really degenerating, and you really need to measure what's the soil health as you kind of go and build this whole platform. So that's what we do as a startup.
How did you validate your idea before launching? Is there a personal story or an experience behind this?
Yeah, I mean, the personal story is, like I said, the farm that our co-founders had, that's kind of where it started. So once they started doing it, they had to have their own farm book to measure, how much resources they're using, what are they doing about it. So that's kind of how it started. So the passion was the farm, but then what was needed to really kind of go and document what was happening was very, very, important. So that's really what motivated to start creating that sort of a digitization platform. But then once we went to these companies, like we started pitching like what we're doing, then we found companies who were actually looking at, transitioning. That's where we found our a partner company, which was looking at transitioning farmers from, traditional practices to, the regenerative practices. But in order to sell that, you need to be able to say, because they have to make some investment. I mean, there's some equipment and rentals and all of that. They have to make investments. But if you don't show that, you can actually improve your practices, there's no way you can actually ask somebody to invest money, right? So that's where we got validation saying, if you had a platform that can prove that this is possible, number one, so create some kind of a showcase based on our own farm, and then use that as a way to pitch to farmers and say, if you use these practices, you can actually save money. But by the way, you need to invest a little bit of equipment so that you're actually able to transition your own practices. So that was the validation. So what we did with the own farm and the digitization tools was validated by having a customer or partner who was looking at, a partnership where we could go and pitch this to our farmers and our, the other communities. And so now we actually have large projects that we're dealing with, where we have government of Telangana, government of Andhra Pradesh looking at, how to make this happen. And obviously it's not a single company play, because we are just a small startup and we do one part of the whole equation. But there are other partners and other people we collaborate with, which do the basics around, to actually do the remote sensing, right? Using satellite imagery, doing interpretation. So we integrate with all of these other platforms to create that kind of a baseline that can be used as an evidence platform to say, yes, this farmer, this is using regenerative practices, and hence they deserve better prices, better outcomes, and all of that kind of stuff. So that's what it is.
What are some of the key challenges you faced so far, whether it's technology related or related to people?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing I would say is in agriculture, there are two challenges, right? One challenge is basically for you to scale and have a way to really make this, because the software part is, it's hard, but easier compared to the physical operations, right? So you really need to find the right kind of operations partner, right? Who actually can do the ground level execution. That's the first hurdle, right? And luckily we found this sister company which was doing ground level execution, mechanization, talking to farmers, because it's very hard to scale, to go talk to farmers and get that kind of capacity building. So that was the first challenge. So really getting the ground level operations going, right? Because the platform is only as good as having an adoption, right? So that's the first challenge, right? And we are happy that we're able to overcome that. The second challenge is there is a lot of data that's already sitting, whether it's land records, whether it's revenue records, agriculture departments. There are a lot of siloed data, like, and people hoard, not for bad intent, but people hoard data about, what kind of information they have about this thing, right? So really having a collaboration framework to say, okay, by sharing data with each other as an ecosystem, you actually can improve the overall outcomes for the country, right? So creating that sort of an open network, an open platform which allows data sharing across. If you think about this, like, there's weather data, there is remote sensing data, there is ground level data, but when you put all of these data stacks together, you can actually get something meaningful for a farmer, right? So really working with different partners to really say, okay, if you share data, we can actually go together to a customer and actually make something happen, because each of them were building their own data stacks, but unless you integrate them and bring them together, it's actually not going to fly. So creating that ecosystem is a real challenge, right? Having an open network and all of that is actually one of the big challenges that we have, because there are a lot of players, so much data that you need to really make this, much more meaningful for the farmers.
Thank you so much, Vijay. Thanks for talking to us. We'll have to wrap that up with this question. Thank you so much. And we need more passionate founders like you who are working with single-mindedness and focus. Thanks a lot again.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
So now, the last hour or so, we saw a diverse set of startup founders talking to us, from travel tech and agri-tech to wellness and waste management. It's been an hour of exhilarating learning for me and for you as well, I'm sure. So now I'll hand over the baton to Payal Ganguly, our managing editor, who will take over the proceedings from now on. Hello, Payal.
Shradha.
Thank you.
Hi.
Thank you. Yeah, have a good day.
It was a very interesting session. Thanks, Shradha. And I am looking forward to an engaging hour of learning from the startups. For those who've just joined, I wanted to welcome you to the Great Indian Startup Showcase YourStory is having today on the occasion of National Startup Day. We will be hearing from 100 plus startups over the course of the live session. Started early in the morning, 9 a.m. But if you've just joined, you haven't missed out on a lot of interesting pitches which are going to come your way. So welcome all of you. We'll wait for Priyanka to join us from Hummingbird as the first startup. Hello.
Ma'am, can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, we can hear you. Please refer to me as Payal, and lovely talking to you. Where are you dialing in from, Priyanka?
I'm from Guwahati, Assam.
Lovely. That sounds interesting. Priyanka, would you like to give us some introduction on what Hummingbird does and the kind of services you offered, and then maybe we can follow up with questions.
Ma'am, the hummingbird is a very small bird, and we know it because of its size, but it is one of the most powerful birds that can fly across and also cross the river and everything. So it is a symbol of speed. And it is also a symbol of things that if things are small, even then it can go ahead. Okay, and hummingbird is also called as the doctor bird in some of the countries. Okay, so hummingbird for me is an ambulance integrator that has the potential to integrate all the ambulances. Now I have started it in Guwahati only. It is in the product stage, and it is the research and development is happening. So what is that possibility? It is a centralized aggregating platform which has a subscription model where the people can register the ambulances, the hospitals. It is meant for both human ambulance as well as veterinary ambulance. It's the first of its kind in India, which is giving importance to veterinary also. All these people can register here, and there is only one-time payment for registration. Like other places, there is a problem of giving commission. Then the people think that, oh, if I give on keeping commission, how I will earn. So that is not there. So people can join. This is an affordable solution, and there is also a GPS tracking. So sometimes what happen, people the ambulances fail to reach to the place where the patient is calling. So that tracking possibility is there. So we are also developing an app in March. So by April it will be ready. So we are also adding security facilities, which is not there in other services. Like as I have seen that there are a number of integrators today, like for taxi, for bike, for food, that they are also coming. Blinkit is also coming with ambulance. But specifically for ambulance, that is no such good facilities there. So this is designed entirely for this with a purpose of earning certainly and also leaving a social impact. So this is all Hummingbird is all about. And like, as I know that this ambulance, as we know that there is so much importance to medical tourism these days, and we have come across various pandemic. So this I have developed as a one-stop solution for health emergencies. So as we know that there are many emergency services in this city across India, but we know only handful. But this can give us data of all the ambulances that is available here. Many times we don't know that how many ambulance services we know, whom we know, but not beyond that. So this will give a one-stop solution and one-stop data bank that will help people to go for other options also. But as Northeast is a very remote area, so this will come as a help to from even from remote area people can call and track their location. So this is what Hummingbird is all about.
So tell me, Priyanka, is there a personal story behind this? Like, what made you realize that this was a major gap when, starting?
I have lost my father because the ambulance did not arrive on time, and neither they could find our location, in spite of the fact that I'm in the middle of the city, and it's a posh area. In spite of that, they could not locate, they could not find, and if this is my case in city, then you can imagine what will happen to the rural places. At the same time, you can understand what will happen to the animals. They are beyond imagination. So this is something that this story inspired me. I went to IIM once. I was thinking of having a business model, and I wanted to find what is the gap there. Everything there is an alternative, but for health emergency there is no alternative other to have a system. So that is the reason this is planned.
Wow, that's phenomenal, Priyanka. And also tell us a little bit more about, the kind of regions you serve, and as well as, how long is the wait time? Typically, when you book an ambulance, right, it can vary from 1 hour to a couple of hours, right? Typically from a hospital
Yeah.
to a. So,
No.
be a part of Hummingbird, does it arrive faster? Can you pre-book if you have scheduled appointments, etc.?
No, actually, we have not started marketing yet, but the plan is to, integrate all the ambulances. So whoever is nearby who can reach on 5 to 10 minutes, or at least 5 minutes will be the prior time. So they should go. Like in the Rapido or any other taxi, whoever is near, they will go. No? So that is what the plan is about. And we also have a plan if they cannot reach on time, that those ambulance services will be removed.
Okay. And what about remote areas? Like, they usually have to rely on probably, pre-booking or tie up with hospitals. So will Hummingbird also address that?
Actually, the thing is that pre-booking is there, but at the same time, we have some future plans to add doctor's appointment also. But currently, there is no such plan because it requires a lot of fun to think all these things. Because there are websites who help in doctor booking, but at the same time, at least they can go to the emergency ward, because hospitals allow treatment in the emergency ward. At least they can reach to the hospital. After they reach to the emergency ward, certainly other things can be done by the hospital itself.
So
Yes,
are
there
you
are.
planning? Sorry, go on.
Sorry, sorry, ma'am.
No, no. Yeah, I just wanted to ask you, so on the supply side, how are you making sure that you have enough fleet? Are you tying up with hospitals? Are you tying up with ambulance providers themselves?
Yeah. We are planning to tie up with ambulance providers and ambulance provider, because there are many hospitals whom people can go by themselves also. But if they tie up with us, they can have a good visibility. Okay, and we are also tying up with private ambulances. Okay, so that they can, because there are many ambulances whom people don't even know, but they exist. Only when people do some Google search, they will know. But everybody may not know how to do Google search or how to find how to put the correct keyword and all this. So we have plans to tie up not only with human hospitals, veterinary hospitals, but also with private ambulances.
So,
So we are
yeah. In order to expand your services, sorry Priyanka for interrupting, but in order to expand your services, what are you looking at? Are you looking for funding, or is it also a little bit of proof of concept which you need from the market to go ahead?
Currently, I'm looking for funding. Proof of concept, like it is appreciated by many hospital people, but only thing is that they want to bargain for the time being. But my plan is to expand it and make it develop a goodwill. So that people come by themselves. So some people I have informed that they can join free for the time being. At the same time, they also need customers. But for me, bringing customer is not my job. At least, but we can do some marketing that these hospitals exist with us.
And what kind of, what amount of funding are you looking at as of now?
Currently, I'm looking about 1 lakh.
Got it. And how large is the team working in Hummingbird? Give us some idea.
I am only the team worker now. I have outsourced the work, and I have number of people who want to work as an intern. And I have August onwards, I will start keeping intern for marketing. And team is like I am there, and my family is there. And as a permanent member, I am available, and other people are temporary.
Got it. Thank you so much, Priyanka. I think our time is up here, but commendable initiative, and we wish you all the best. And thanks for spending time with us.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Okay.
You too. Thank you. Next up is Cloud Positive. So we will wait for Sanuj to join. Hello,
Hi, Pal.
Sanuj.
Hi, Pal. Good afternoon. How are you doing?
All well. How have you been?
Great, doing great. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Sanuj, would you like to walk us through the concept of what Cloud Positive does? And maybe then we can get into the deeper questions.
Sure thing. So, Pal, myself, I'll give you a little bit of background of myself and my co-founder. Both of us are coming from this cloud engineering background, wherein we have almost combined. We have 30 years of experience in all this domain. One thing that we have found working in multiple companies, from startups to enterprise, like we worked in Inmobi, in Intra, Intuit, multiple companies. Cloud cost is something which which always bothers many companies. As per the recent report from Forbes and financial experts, it is mentioned that almost 82% of the companies who is using cloud, and when I say cloud, this is AWS, Azure, GCP, the public cloud infrastructure, are actually overrunning their budget by a huge margin. So we dig deeper into that, and we found that almost 30% of the cloud cost is getting wasted as well. Similar experience. We also had a similar experience while we were working in our companies. So what we identified is like it's not just about the technical knowledge of the team. Moreover, there are so many other parameters also which is affecting the cloud cost wastage. Some of those were like the process, the accountability, ownership, etc. So once when we were working in a company when I was working in a company called Intuit, we found a similar issue. We built a tool for that, and later after making the tool, we saw a large change in the ecosystem after this tool has been deployed, and later this was open sourced as well. So we got a lot of feedback and motivation around this, and that is how we started with Cloud Positive. The idea of Cloud Positive is to help companies bring better return of investment on their cloud investments. So we are a very early stage startup. We started developing our MVP. We are currently working with 2 customers very closely. We help companies reduce their complete cloud cost by up to 70%. So that is where we are currently standing. We have good results so far. Yes.
Great. That's very impressive. How do you go about, how do you work out where the lag is, and then what are the, suggestions which you give out to the companies? Because the need of each enterprise can be very different from the other.
Yes, true. So we have three pillars. Basically, we have one cost optimization pillar, we have cost governance pillar, and we have cost management pillar. So optimization pillar is basically we have in AWS alone, we have 143 plus checks, which actually goes through the entire AWS system, and we'll give them the exact suggestion and the steps needs to be executed to reduce a particular amount of cost from their cloud. And second, we have this cloud governance. So recently, a new organization has come up under Linux Foundation that is called FinOps. The only agenda of this organization is to bring down cloud cost. So they have put up a framework after studying with a lot of Fortune 500 companies. They have put a framework on how cloud cost optimization has to be put in any organization for that matter. So what we did is we didn't build a cost optimization tool, rather we built a FinOps tool where cost optimization is a part of it. So our base tool is basically a FinOps tool. Any companies who want to start practicing FinOps, they can just plug into our platform and start practicing FinOps from day one. So that is our second pillar, that is called cloud governance. And third, we have cloud management. As of now, this is the very something that we are still working on. We have few automated cloud management solutions. Like if we identify some of those cost optimization opportunity, the tool itself will make some changes to the system, and without any zero effort from the customer, it will do some changes. We are actually automating it with the help of AI as well. We have almost covered 4 to 6 services as of now. We'll be going with more services, and once it is in a better tested format, we'll be launching that very soon.
Got it. So which are the public cloud providers which you can scan for optimization?
Yes, fine. So as of now, we are only focusing on AWS because that was where most of the customers were. We found most of customers having the problem. We are slowly going to Azure and GCP, but it is still in the pipeline.
Got it. And what scale of companies do you work with, or what scale of organizations is your product targeted for?
Sure. So we have 2 versions. One is a self-serve version where any SMBs or mid-market can actually, SMBs mostly, can log into a platform and start enrolling for our tool, and they can start using it. That is only the cost optimization pillar of that. Our primary target is of the enterprise customers, where we have this cost governance and cost management, which is actually required for a company of larger scale. So we are mostly targeting on the enterprise customers for cost governance part. Cost optimization is mostly for anyone. It's mostly a self-serve model where anyone can log in and start using our tool.
Right. And what is the payment like? Do you look at annual contracts, or do you have quarterly billing? How does it serve?
Yes, got it. So we have subscription model. So we have 2 models basically for enterprise. That totally depends upon the scale at which enterprise runs. For self-service, we are actually charging the 24% of what we have saved. So if we are able to save $100 for the customer, we'll charge $24 out of that.
Okay, so it's more of a pay-as-you-go kind of proposition.
Correct.
Got it. And also, startups themselves have this issue, right? And we have seen some of them moving from one cloud provider to another, and that's migration is a huge challenge. But if it helps in terms of cost saving significantly, then why not? So do you have any specific tool or offering for startups which can take care of their needs?
Yeah, if I to answer the first comment, migrating to one cloud to another is never a solution. We have seen it miserably failing in one of the biggest companies in e-commerce companies in India as well. So we generally don't recommend people to migrate because of cloud problem. The best solution is to find what are the optimization possibilities within their system and work around that. So basically, our optimization tool is the right tool for any startup who want to optimize anything on their cloud. That's the right tool for them to start with. As and when they grow, as and when the team grows, they need more accountability and other process needs to be incorporated in the system. That is when they need to opt for our cost governance part as well. Once they have the cost governance, it will be a continual process where they will not see any occurrence of such misconfiguration or unaccounted resources, etc., in the system anymore.
Interesting. And also, how much of data is required from the enterprise or the company side to be shared with you for you to come up with a working solution?
Got it, sir. Great question. So we only look for the metadata of what the cloud is providing. So metadata as in what is the size of the instance. Only the metadata of the cloud provider, and we don't need any data, and that to read permission to the metadata, and also their monthly billing. AWS and GCP, all those providers give a billing sheet where they have very minute details of each and every billing. We analyze through that, plus we only read access to the metadata of the cloud.
Got it. And going ahead for expansion, what are your plans and what do you expect to do over the next 1 year?
Sure. So we are a very early startup, as and now we have an MVP, and we are very closely working with 2 customers. We are planning to have our first 100 customers within 2 years. So that's a longer goal for 2 years. We need to find the customer love and identify how we fit in the market, and want to identify the product market fit with the retention as good as 70% is what we are thinking. So we are actually looking towards that goal. As of now, we are actually going behind SMBs and mid-market customers, because enterprise is little far away for us, for the current team. To both myself and my founder comes from the technical background, so we are actually trying to catch these customers. And in the terms of expansion, obviously we are planning to expand our AI part of the company, wherein we have a model which, as I mentioned earlier, we have configured 3 to 6 services completely driven by AI. It can optimize and it can give suggestions, and it can even manage those resources as well. So we are expanding that side. We are actually planning to expand a little more as well.
Got it. And are you looking for external funding, or do you already have investors on board?
No, we are currently completely bootstrapped. We are looking for funding. We have been reaching out to a couple of venture capitals in India. We are looking for almost 500K. That is the current split that we have. Almost 240 for the production and development, 120 for research and development, and the rest for the sales and marketing budget.
Right. Thank you so much, Anuj, and thank you for joining in, and we wish you all the very best. And
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thanks. Thank you. Next up, we have Yuvraj from Clever AI. Hello, Yuvraj.
Hi, Payal. How are you? A very good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How have you been?
I've been amazing. Thank you so much for having me on board. Really excited to talk about Clever AI.
Thank you.
How about
Where
you?
are you
How has
joining
your
from?
week been going on?
Oh,
So
great.
I am based in Jaipur, but I now live in Bangalore for the last 1 month. I just shifted to Bangalore last month. So I'm originally from Jaipur, but now I live in Bangalore.
Okay. And is your company also headquartered out of Bangalore?
Yes.
All right. And can you tell us a little bit more about what Clever AI does? And then I can follow up with questions.
Sure. So, Clever AI is a suite of B2B SaaS products specifically focusing on the non-technical sector. By non-technical sector, I mean sectors like finance, e-commerce, healthcare, logistics, etc. So, since it's a suite of products, we build multiple products. So, the first product that we're building right now is called Clever Sheets. So Clever Sheets is essentially spreadsheets on steroids. You can create custom dashboards from natural language English from your data in spreadsheets in under 30 seconds. So we help you create dashboards from spreadsheets in under 30 seconds without having to know anything about Excel formulas or Power BI queries or SQL queries or anything like that. These dashboards are fully interactive, shareable, and you can share it across your internal team for business decisions. You can share it across your external investors and stakeholders, teams, etc. We are primarily focusing on D2C and finance sector. So interesting story. I've recently been on a call with the D2C founder, and what she used to tell me is that her day starts off with looking at 21 different tabs every day, just so that she can figure out what to do for the rest of the day. And this is because they are omnipresent. They're present on multiple channels. So she has to look at dashboards from Flipkart, Amazon, Meesho, their own website, Shopify, etc. And only then she can take some business decisions, because the data is so cluttered and so so spread across. So what we do is we collate all of your data into one single spreadsheet, or even you have any sort of data in your spreadsheet, be it your revenues, your inventory, your employee performance, anything for that matter, your ad spends. If you have that in spreadsheets, we can create a fully interactive AI powered dashboard out of it, in under 30 seconds without having any knowledge of Excel or Power BI for that matter.
Right. And this has to be, does it have to be formatted in a certain way for it to convert into a dashboard? Also, thing with spreadsheets is you can control who has access to it and different kinds of access. So how do you manage that in case of, say, Clever AI's dashboard?
Yeah, so you do not need to have any format. So that's the thing, that's the beauty about generative AI, right? If you have one column named revenue and you have one column named sales, AI is intelligent enough to understand that your sales is your revenue. So there is no specific format. That's the edge we get over traditional BI powered tools, right? Since the AI is understanding your data yourself, right? So it has the understanding that if you're asking for, let's just say, quarter on quarter growth for the last 7 quarters, it can understand that the growth in terms of quarters would be there for revenue. So if you have a column named revenue or sales or anything like that, it will pick up automatically. You do not need to mention any type of chart. You do not need to mention any type of column to pick the data from. The AI is intelligent enough to understand all of that and pick it up on its own. So there's that.
How long did it take you to build this product? I'm just curious.
So it took me 10 days to build this product. The MVP of it, it was a very bare bones MVP. I just wanted to prove the concept. So it was, in legit terms, it was a proof of concept. I just wanted to prove that building dashboards from text is possible or not. So I built a POC sort of MVP in 10 days. I brought it in front of a few customers that I had at that time that were asking for such a solution. And the feedback that I got from them was that the UI is horrible. So even though that the product is actually solving their problem, it's practically unusable because the UI is so horrible. So that is when I actually got a freelance UI UX developer on board. They developed the whole branding of the product, the whole UI of the product. Now it is in a much more finished and finesse product. So now they are like a full screen that is there. And now a lot of times the feedback that I get from the same users is, hey, this is much more better now, because the problem was being solved earlier as well. But even though our problem was being solved, we were not able to use the product because of such a bad UI. But now it is more similar to, you would say, Looker or Looker Studio or stuff like that, where people actually go and build dashboards. So it's easier for them to navigate because the look and feel is similar to like Looker. So it comes in intuitively for them.
Right. And going beyond Excel sheets, are you looking at adding other suite of products, which can be used by a similar set of companies which you target?
Yeah, so Clever Sheets is one of our first product. So I'm very clear about not going into the market with a bunch of products but very little use case, so that I'll only spend time on developing those products, because that would be foolish. So what I'm planning right now is I want to take Clever Sheets to a point where at least 80% of the client acquisition is automated and through word of mouth, because we're positioning it in a micro SaaS format. So micro SaaS, like for example, have you heard of I Love PDF?
Yes, I have. Yeah.
Did I Love PDF team reach out to you personally? No, right? You figured out on its own, right? So it is a similar approach that we're taking. So it would be more SEO driven, more use case driven. It will be a smaller size of subscription, so that people don't pain their pockets into getting into our subscription. So there is less friction there as well. But all of that will come in as a suite of products. So Clever Sheets would be one of the products. Our next product is going to be around Clever emails, around Clever landing pages. So every product that we build is going to be prefixed by Clever, and there's no E in Clever. So I have this saying that I can only afford another E when I get to $1 million.
And how long to that, and what do you need to build up to $1 million revenue?
I mean, I hope 2025 is the year for that.
So,
but
currently,
yeah,
yeah.
please go on.
No, I wanted to understand what is your typical customer profile. If you can give us some idea about sectors. You did mention D2C, so are there other sectors where this has great application?
Yeah, so right now we're experimenting with D2C or e-commerce in general and finance sector. So I have a couple of clients from the D2C sector. There are some e-commerce brand who are selling to US. We're also experimenting with finance as a sector. So I am in talks with a couple of fund houses. So interesting story, when I reach out to fund houses, they think that I'm looking for funds, and with the conversation would go in sort of that I want funding, but I'm actually trying to convert those into clients. So it gets taken as a good thing that, hey, you're not looking for fund, like we'll use your product, if we like it then we'll fund you as well. So it's like that. So right now my typical ICP looks like e-commerce or finance sector, 50 to 500 employees doing more than 1 crores of business a year. The reason this ICP is there is because if I look for early stage startups, there is not enough data to be analyzed and taken decisions on top of. And if I look at enterprises and big corporations, a lot of compliance issues and data security and on-premise deployments comes into picture, which only increases the delivery time and the payment cycles. It doesn't add any value to the product, right? So our typical ICP is e-commerce and finance sectors, looking at 50 to 500 employees, and who are looking to scale up and automate their processes. And we're also looking for funds. So yeah.
So did any of them convert yet, as from clients to potential investors?
So I got connected with a fund house who used to fund only Series A and above, and they are sort of piloting with our product. But even though they are doing Series A and above, they cannot invest in us because we are at a pre-seed round. So we're raising around $100,000. So that's what.
We're running out of time, Yuvraj, but all the very best for your fundraise, and I hope to hear from you soon enough. And thank you for joining us today.
Thank you so much. It was lovely to talk to you as well, Payal. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you. Next up is Gagan from CI Metrics.
Hi, Payal.
Hello. Hi, Gagan. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. How are you?
All well, thank you. Where are you dialing in from?
I'm at the NASCOM Innovation Hub in Gurgaon right now, in between client meetings.
Yeah. Lovely. Yeah, I think that this is an eventful National Startup Day for you then.
Yeah, it is. Lots of engagements today, but it's all on the positive side. Yeah.
Lovely. Gagan, would you like to tell us a little bit about what CI Metrics does, and then we can follow up with questions?
Absolutely. So we are building climate forecast models today that are able to identify risk in sectors such as mobility or agriculture. So when I say risk, I mean how would a certain flood expose vehicles to get grounded up, or how do you measure harvest yield 1 month before the harvest, quantify that, and then you're able to tell the farmer, the production house, the insurance company, the lending agency on what was the risk, that kind of.
That's a lot of stakeholders. So how do you manage multiple stakeholders, and what is your model, if you could tell us? Is it more of a B2B, or like, who pays for what services?
Sorry, I didn't get you. If you could come again.
Could you tell us a little bit about your model? Who are the paying customers? Because you have multiple stakeholder model, right?
Yeah, we put out a press release recently last year with Allianz Partners. We are helping them out on the roadside assistance use case. We work with Ministry of Agriculture very closely in the government here in India. Multiple other clients coming up, which are a combination of banks and insurance companies who really want to build these risk metrics in their underwriting today. It is quite a large, what I would say, variety of clientele, but then the focus remains risk metrics there. Yeah.
Right. And these are mostly for the businesses themselves, right? Who come into the process of the agri chain rather than for focusing on farmers, if I'm correct.
Yeah, it's been traditionally very difficult, and even so for us, because the go-to-market doesn't allow for a economic model per se, because farmers' ability to pay has been rather much lower in India. So we intend to work with FPOs, these are farmer producing organizations who can gather 5,000, 10,000 farmers, and then we can actually relay these insights. But still early stages for us to build out that business model today.
Okay. And could you tell us a little bit more about your modeling as such? Like, how do you get to the risk prediction? Like, what are the models and what are the tools you use for?
Yeah, absolutely. The first step is ontology, which is we are trying to build physical relationships between data sets such as satellite data, weather data, terrestrial data, certain sets of private data that only these B2B companies have. And we stitch them over a period of 25 years of history or so. What that allows us to see is what impact a certain environmental parameter has had on a car breakdown or has had on agri. And this is extremely important for us to then map out into the future. Now, for mapping out into the future, you have to be very delicate with how you apply a certain machine learning algorithm or an AI algorithm. So even there, our experience with data itself, so me as well as Abhishek, who is the CTO, we're both from Indian Space Research Organization. We have done years there. So we utilize a lot of that sensor and data experience to then inform our forecast.
Right. And these are all long-term models, right? These are not, say, very micro-specific models for, say, smaller areas or smaller entities. Is that
No,
accurate?
today we are able to reach somewhere around 9 by 9 kilometers square on a fairly decent resolution basis. So I wouldn't say that macro either. But then it depends on use case to use case. For agriculture, we can go district, village, but also a 1 acre parcel, really.
Okay, that's interesting. And for this, do you deploy hardware on your side, or is it mostly analyzing data and prediction algorithm?
We try not to do anything on hardware ourselves. If required, we advise our clients to put in additional hardware where we might have a blind spot, where you might have a lot of cloud cover and you need additional data sets to ground truth, whatever we are seeing. But largely, we are able to do it with either free data or paid data, which is available to us via an API, and then build those insights. Building in India, we've always been very clear about the cost of building such solutions. So hardware tends to sort of not fit into the equation always.
Right. And also, what kind of actionable insights do you provide your clients with? And, depending on, say, the kind of stakeholder you're working with. And are these like
Absolutely.
project engagement? Sorry, I just wanted to club those two questions. Yeah.
Sorry, what is the second question again?
Are these more project-specific engagements, or are these long-term engagements over a period of time?
Right. No, we've until about 2023, we've only done project-based engagements. Starting last year, we started converting it into a, if you'd call it a subscription-based funnel or a SaaS-based funnel, we anticipate close to about $500,000, maybe $1 million revenue this year, owing to that. From your question on exactly the analytics bit, see, if I tell you about Allianz use case, we are telling them where is a particular heat wave, cold wave, precipitation, temperature, those likes. For agriculture, these parameters swell up to about 28 parameters that go into a model as well as the output. But what an Allianz sees is, okay, in which particular 9 by 9 square kilometer or 3 by 3 square kilometer area will I have a car breakdown increasing or decreasing?
Got it. Interesting. And also going ahead, what are your future plans for the company? And also interested to know if you already have investors on board, or are you looking for investments?
Yeah. So we're definitely going to scale on both of these sectors. Both are very, very promising today because fundamental forecasting hasn't happened in either of the industries. We've seen parametric insurance come up. We've seen regression-based forecast out of the historical data come up. But when you have to really, really forecast something that hasn't been the case yet, so we're trying to crack it. We have a bunch of investors ready. We are currently also expanding our senior leadership team. And I think within a couple of months, we should close things out very, very soon. Yeah.
Great. And how big is the team, especially the one involved in, say, data, prediction and algorithm writing? So if you could give us some idea of the kind of people who work with CI metrics. Yeah.
We're still bootstrapped, so it's a 5-member team. Honestly, it's a very small team, and everyone really pulls their weight in a way. Once we are funded, we should have about 25 people to pull together for multiple clients as we build.
Thank you. That's very interesting, Gagan, and all the very best for your future endeavors. And thank you for joining us today. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Pyle. Thank you for having us. Cheers.
Thank you. Bye. Have a good day.
You too.
Next up, is Satyen from VNG Labs. Hello, Satyen. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good afternoon. Nice to have you on. Nice to have on the live session.
Thank you. Thanks. Satyen, would you like to walk our audience through what VNG Labs does? And then maybe I can follow up with questions a little bit more to know about the company. Yeah.
VNG Labs, basically, we are Goa-based organization. So we are into environmental testing, monitoring, and compliance services, particularly as per the environment regulations that are applicable in the country right now. So we have our own set of laboratory in Goa. We monitor, right now we are doing it, there is a model of B2B normally when we look at environmental compliances or environmental testing or monitoring as such. Now we are entering into a B2C model where individual is the customer. Like you and me are also the customer for our this one, where your quality of water that you are consuming, I'm not talking of drinking water, I'm talking of the water consumption that you do. That quality of water is not known to us. We get a lot of gastral infections and all these things, hair loss, or there are a lot many issues going around, and the environmental load is something which we are not aware of, or we don't know the exact scale to the ground zero. So industries are doing their bit, but the well in the village can be contaminated by some sewage line or something like that, and where you are consuming it without the understanding. So at least we are targeting those B2C customers also. And along with that, we are given a software solution for compliances. The major constraint the industry has is the compliances are not in place, or if the person is there in the organization, if he leaves, then the compliance gets derailed. There has to be some automation method. So we are giving that automation method also to the customer. And the second part, this is the second part of it. The third part is when we give a report, we give a graphical interpretation. Like each parameter, what is the level of it is for the general public to understand. If I give you a report, it is very difficult. What is pH? What is TDS? What is chlorides? Is not aware of those things. So generally there are two sets of people who don't understand anything and who understand something. So we have given them, for those who understand something, we give a summary as well as the graphical interpretation. Those who don't understand anything, we give only the graphical interpretation. Like your acceptable limit is certain thing, your permissible limit is certain thing. So at least in the graph you will understand, and then what precautionary measures you have to take, or else what other things what for prevention and for the healthy water that what is required for your consumption is required. And once you are our regular customer, you will come to know what was last time, what was this time. So this is basically our operational requirement, operational what we are doing right now.
That's pretty interesting. And you did mention the B2B segment, right? So what kind of industries are your clients, or what kind of businesses typically avail of your services?
See, if I broadly, for the general public to understand, the broadly, if I give it, it is manufacturing, the service sector. These are the two sectors that are important, and hospitality. So we are in Goa. Hospitality is one of the major criteria. There are industries or operations that require consent from the state pollution control board. So it can be a restaurant. Okay, restaurants are required to do it. It can be a resort. It can be a manufacturing unit. It can be a service center. So all those who require consent under the state pollution control board. Let it be Goa State Pollution Control Board, Maharashtra State, Andhra Pradesh. Every state has its own state pollution control board, and they have that. That is your prerequisite. Like you should have your GST, or you should have your taxation thing. Your PF, ESI also has to be there. Similarly, pollution certificate has to be there. And once you have this pollution certificate, it requires certain set of monitorings to be done. Like it can be a monthly, it can be quarterly, it can be yearly. These are monitoring. There are compliances. Like ideally public understands your income tax returns. You remember your income tax returns. You understand the model that the government is doing it. Like now January we get the SMS alert. We get in the newspaper like it's due to start doing it. And in February again they will repeat. Then the tone changes. The tone is like little bit on a harsher side. If you don't do it, then this might happen. Then don't do that. Then as it approaches March, then it is like you will shut down. The language is a little bit on a harsher side. So if you observe it, you'll understand that. And same strategy for our B2B model. We are doing it for the customer. That they should be aware that the 10th is the 10th of this month is the deadline that you have to submit, or else it will be non-compliance. So the first it goes to the down below who is doing the data entry part of it. For them it will go. Then it will go to the manager. Then it will go to the senior manager. Then it will go to the ultimately the owner or the MD of the organization. Because whatever non-compliance is, your show cause notices are issued to the MD and not to the ground person. So the MD is always the the fear factor for him, that whatever your sales might go up and down, that's all understood. He can solve it, but he cannot solve these non-compliance issues, and he will never ever go into a position where he does not want to solve his non-compliance issue. So that as an environment, we are starting with environment. We have made a model that you can add other things also. Like it's made easy model for it can be switched over. Like your PF also can be added, your ESI also can be added, your other safety related issues are there. Then you have your taxation, in the sense your excise, this one also can be added. So these all things can be added. At least the owner, like 11 o'clock in the night, he feels that now I'm free, lets me understand what is my environment, my compliance situation. So you can open the portal and just log in, and he comes to know that this department compliances are done, these compliances are due, it is applicable. At least he can make a note, and his peace of mind is there at that point of time. Because at 11 o'clock he will not know whom to call. He will know, and it's quite 11 o'clock, and then the privacy issues and all these issues can come up.
So do they have a dashboard of sorts where they can see the different compliances required, or do you do this on a consulting basis where a one-off thing with the businesses happens?
They get a dashboard of it.
Okay. And the SaaS product which you were talking about, right? The software where you can record compliances historically, and then the handover becomes easier, even if the people dealing with it change. Is that something which you've built on your own, or do you use any open source kind of software?
So we have outsourced that activity to basically to a third party, because we are not tech people. We are into the environmental compliance issue. So we understand those things. We the environmental things we can understand. What are the compliances that are required? Tech part has been outsourced to the party. We as such we are not into the tech part.
Right. And do you send out consultants, and do you also consult on projects outside of the home state of Goa for you?
Yeah, we have been doing it. We have a few of our clients in Gujarat and Karnataka.
All right, great. Thank you, Satyen, for walking us through this, and it solves a really major problem. One last question would be, how are you looking to expand your business? If you could give us some idea of what it entails for the next 1 year.
Yeah, next this 2025, we are thinking of expanding our footprint in Goa to at least major of the customers. B2C model is something which we are targeting. Nobody has entered in that field, so that is where we are doing it.
Got it. And thank you so much for your time, Satyen.
Yeah.
It was lovely chatting up with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day. Thanks for that.
You too. Thanks. Next up is Amit Pandey from 21 Degree. Hello, Amit, and thank you for joining us today.
Hey, Bail. Thank you very much for having me on the show.
Thank you. So I wanted to ask you first, where are you dialing in from?
I'm dialing you in from Bangalore itself. I'm currently put up in Sarjapura.
Okay. And is that where your office is headquartered?
Yes, correct.
Right. So Amit, to start the conversation, could you give us some idea of what 21 Degree does, and then we can follow up with questions.
Sure. So basically, 21 Degree is a black specialty coffee where we have put up our niche in just black coffees, where we tend coming youth to follow this trend. So we are basically a black coffee company wherein we are promoting just a black coffee with the health benefit and how does it enhances your day and all sort of things put up together. So it's just a black coffee, and we are really vocal about not consuming coffee with milk.
Any
So
particular reason?
yeah, it does not help you. It's not a good healthy thing to consume also with milk. So the nature of the characteristics of the coffee contradict milk always. So
Right.
hence, we prefer not to have coffee with milk usually.
Right. What kind of product lineup do you have? Do you sell brews? Do you sell powder? Do you also sell additional supplements, which are probably extracted from coffee? If you could tell us a little bit more.
Sure. So we started from selling beans. Right now we are also selling roasted powders depending on the equipment you use to make your coffee. So basically, most popular equipment is a French press. So we use that grind to sell that. So mostly with beans and roasted powder, not with instant for sure.
Right. And any plans of getting into ready-to-consume brews, or SKUs for that?
Sure. So even though I get into the ready to consume segment, I won't be coming up with instant coffee. Again, that is a chemically processed coffee, so I am again not up for that. So even though I come with it, I'll come with a small bags which you can put up in the cup. You can brew your coffee, and then you can you throw that bag. So it's like a dip. What you use for green tea, or maybe you can for black tea also. So I'll be coming up on that segment for sure.
Okay, like a single brew kind of a pouch.
Yes, correct.
Okay, quite interesting. You seem to be a coffee puritan, so tell us a little bit more about why this particular business, because there are larger chains which have gotten into it, and there are venture-backed companies who are probably strong competitors. Yeah.
Sure. So basically, I this journey starts from me having a inclination towards coffee. And since India is a tea drinking nation, I also wanted to have this stereotype little bit more changed. And the coming youth does back this, like breaking the stereotype of it's a tea nation. So not entirely, but having a significantly market share in coffee. And having said that, all the competitors are definitely there, but still, if you count on fingers, there are limited number of competition where I see a space to enter and have my own share of the market.
Right, and many of these brands have taken the omni-channel route. So is that something you are also considering?
Yes, I am. So I'm not sure about the Omni channel as of now, but recently I did partner with Taj, and recently, like I am in talking terms with Cult Fit, where black coffees are usually required. So I'm using those channels, and so I'm also like exploring how to reach out the best to B2C.
You mean to say B2C? Currently, do you retail to businesses only through
Yes,
businesses?
correct,
Okay, so
correct,
you're not
correct.
available on any of the online platforms yet, I'm assuming.
Soon, so like this month, I'll be available on Amazon. I'll be available on my websites and all the places. So I'm already there. But having said that, like I have not yet marketed myself on that note. So yeah, this month I think I'll start from Feb. I'll definitely start marketing with Amazon and other platforms. So I'm just starting this year with B2C. Until now, I was with B2B.
Right. And how significant is the B2B business in going ahead? Which do you think would you like to focus on or grow bigger?
So I'll take it two way. First is to build a capital since I'm a bootstrap business. B2B gives me enough stability of capital inflow, which definitely helps me to stabilize my business and then focus on B2C model. So B2C is more capital intensive, and hence I think B2B will be more relevant in a longer run, and I will slowly and steadily I'll increase share with investing more in B2C going forward so that I'll have a more brand recognition and people consuming my coffee more often.
Right. And also, where do you source your coffee from? Because, like I said, right, most of the those who are very into their coffee
Mhm.
Puritans are would like to know what the source is, if it's a single estate. So, if you could give us some idea of the kind of SKUs you have lined
Sure,
up. Yeah.
sure, absolutely. So when I say black specialty coffee, I have all the different types of coffee, like sourced from different places. For an example, Arabica, I source it from Chikmagalur. Robusta, I source it from Kurg. Some Moroccan coffee, Turkish coffee, Vietnamese coffee, I source it from Vietnam. So there's special blend from which I source it from the respective country or the respective state. However, Indian coffee has been more demanded across nations, like in other countries as well. Indian origin coffee is like having a good demand. So I have also focused on increase my expenditure on marketing for Indian origins coffee as of now. So Arabica from Chikmagalur and Robusta from Kurk.
Just to, this for the sake of controversy, aren't Indian coffees strong enough to be consumed with milk when you market them as black only and no milk coffee?
Mhm.
So, what kind of reception do you receive from your either
I
your
see.
users or consumers?
So
Yeah.
I know that I face some backlash on this that consuming with milk filter coffee definitely it's good. Like I even drink filter coffee, but when you go with cappuccinos or latte or something like that, basically uh we are not doing good with the coffees. Okay, so it's an opposite nature when it comes to your health when you consume the coffee. So it's not good for your health first of all. So that's why my ideas comes little away from the mixing of milk and coffee.
Right.
And
And
having said that,
yeah.
filter coffee also holds chicory, okay, which creates a acidic nature in your stomach. Again, it's not very much good for your health. However, it's very popularly consumed in southern part of India. So definitely, I'm not there to break that for sure. But somebody who is consuming coffee with milk like cappuccino or latte or something like that, yeah, I'm there.
Right. And also, one last question would be quick commerce is a big channel, right, for most of
Mhm.
the up and coming D2C brands. So, any thoughts on that? Will you be looking to tie up for that?
Yes, absolutely. Once I am available on, so my first stage I'm covering with Amazon's and all e-commerce platform, and then I'll be definitely coming up with quick commerce because I know the order rate from there will be absolutely higher than any other e-commerce platform. But definitely, I have a plan for that.
Right. And now to expand your business going ahead, what kind
Mhm.
of growth impetus are you looking at? Are you looking at raising funds? Are you looking at expanding your presence? So if you could give us some outlook on that.
Yeah. So basically, to raise fund will be a second step for me. Right now, I have a sustainable amount of capital, which I'll be using to initially be get myself available on my on all the platforms. I think it will be a second stage because once I have the this capital exhausted and my B2B channel is like not giving me a lot, or I have a greater opportunity to grow across the metro cities first. So I think that point of time I'll definitely require capital. As of now, I think it's fine going. Like I have enough capital to sustain this business as of now.
Great. Thank you so much for your insight, Amit, and lovely chatting up with you. All the very best for
Also,
your.
I would like to add that recently, like in the tech spark, I met Miss Shraddha and Priyanka, and I made her taste the coffee, and she absolutely loved it. So I have that video also. So technically, I launched the black coffee specialty there on the stage of Tech Spark.
That's wonderful to know, and all of us at Your Story would love to give it a shot once you're available
Sure,
across channels.
sure,
Yeah.
sure, absolutely. Okay,
Thank you.
sure, bye.
Thanks so
Thank you very
much,
much.
Amit.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. And now handing over to Rishabh Mansoor, who's the head of community at Your Story. He will be taking on the next 1 hour of session for the Great Indian Startup Showcase. Welcome, Rishabh, and thank you for taking over. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Payal. Super excited to be here and meet all the startups. Been looking forward to this for a long time. So would be great if we can get the next startup to join us.
Hello,
Hi,
Rishabh. How are
Sandeep.
you?
Yes, doing good. How are you? Please tell us
I'm
what
doing
your
good.
startup is about.
So, Rishabh, we are building your engineer. Your engineer is a core concept where we are centralizing the engineering sector. If we say the centralizing the engineering sector, let's understand the engineering ecosystem first. In the engineering ecosystem, there's a lot of engineering branches from aerospace to textile to oil and gas industry. Each and every infrastructure things, software, hardware, everything is related to engineering. As an aerospace engineer myself, I have faced a lot of hurdles when I was in the college to get the resources, to get the opportunities, to get the, what are the modern technologies that are coming around. So these are the problems that we faced at when I was studying. And currently, also, if I see the whole landscape, how the India is prepping up for the engineering, since a lot of modern technologies are coming. Initially, blockchain came, now the AI came, and then they are talking about the AGI and everything. But in the case of aerospace, hardware industries also, there is a lot of things going on. But there is not has been a centralized ecosystem for engineering sector where each and every you can say each and every person related to engineering can get all the things that he needs for. So suppose a student is there, a professional is there, someone who is building a startup in the engineering sector. They all are basically conglomerated at one place. How they can benefit from each other's talent, benefit, they can get the opportunity, they can get the upskilling and everything related to engineering. These are the things that we are trying to build at your engineer. So in the nutshell, if I can say, it's all about after you do the your 12th exam, you basically join engineering, you learn about the core concepts, you try to do the network, try to connect with the peers, connect with the people who are seniors, connect with the industry people, learn about the industry ecosystem, and then find opportunity. That's it. That's the basic thing. And you continuously upskill. So the whole engineering part is only three things: learning, networking, and upskilling and finding the opportunity. So basically, we are building your engineer as a centralized ecosystem to get that things. So all the engineering students, professionals, engineering sector, whether they are trying to change the engineering industry, they are trying to upskill into any particular thing, or even the startups who wanted to hire the right engineers at right place, right point of time, they can also get the right talent.
Sounds very interesting, Sandeep. It sounds to me like a community play sort of network that you are building. I would be
Yeah.
very curious to understand how are you planning to monetize it?
So basically, we have a lot of monetization models. So currently, we have there are three portions of it. I told you that learning is there, networking is there, and opportunity finding is there. So currently, there are three business models. In the learning, you can say the edtech model is works, where we work with the person who wanted to teach something. If suppose any software is there, like in aerospace for design, we use the CATIA software. For simulation, we use the ANSYS. So if anyone wanted to teach the CATIA ANSYS, if anyone wanted to teach the machine learning, then they can teach via your engineer platform, and we get monetized from that. The second thing is the event thing. If anyone wanted to explore the industry ecosystem and industry wanted to convey to them, like these are the webinars going on, workshops going on, so from that also event model we have created, the revenue model. But the biggest model that we have created is the recruitment model. Why recruitment model is very important? Because there are a lot of platforms for hiring, and most of the platforms are basically general hiring platforms. Whether you can say any name, they are all general hiring platform. What we are trying to build is engineering exclusive hiring platform, but it's little different. You might be finding a lot of software hiring platform where you can find the developers. A lot of platforms are there where you can find the developers. Developers is a very core niche. But what we are doing is that you can find all the engineers. If a industry from oil and gas, if someone is starting something in robotics, someone is starting something in IoT or blockchain or any modern technology you can take, so they can hire the talent from the first year student, from the intern level to the senior executive level at your engineer. But the catch here is to find the right assessment, because you can post a job anywhere. You can give the job descriptions. Even AI can use to be write the good job descriptions. Many people will be applying to this thing that do those kind of things. But the important thing is that whether you are if you have shortlisted the candidates, how will you find out without taking interview, without preparing for the interview? How will you find out that this person is really interested in that particular sector, really wanted to work passionately towards this technology? So this is where the deep core assessments came upon. So we are building that deep core assessments where we test each and every individual on various levels, that what really they are and what really they can contribute to that particular company and uplift that. Because any industry without talent is nothing. So that's what we are trying to build. A competitive edge between the companies, between the industries, so that they can get ahead of each other. That's the thing that we are trying to build. So these are the three revenue models that we are working on.
Very interesting, Sandeep. I also want to know, just to continue, where you mentioned about the assessment model, right?
Yes.
Has this assessment model changed in the last couple of years with AI and everything coming in? Like, what are the new skills that the engineers should demonstrate, to be hired in the modern era?
So yes, that see what happens is whenever we talk about engineering, generally and technology, generally whenever you will see the tech storage, engineering storage, most people will only talk about the software part of it. Because software is India has been a lot of software exporters. We have created SaaS, and that the whole thing was there in the last decade. But what happens is that the same software implementation in the hardware is being happening right now, and the new industry, traditional industry, they are also growing as a part of that. So in the assessment model, what happened, there are two things out of it. First of all, it was not easy to assess the candidates. There was one particular exam where if you go for campus placement also, there will be and general aptitude test, there will be GD, there will be personal interview, there will be technical interview, and there will be 4 stages, and you will be hiring a one particular person. But what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get into the deep core of that particular skill. So suppose anyone is it's not about, there are two types of questions that we basically make. One is the questions that are generic questions, that are memory based questions that anyone can find on Google. If someone will be asking me that when was Abdul Kalam born, anyone can find on Google. If anyone will be asking me the basic syntax of C++, basic syntax of Python, anyone can find upon it. But if you will create a scenario based question, so we are creating a scenario based questions for the assessments, so that you can find out whether this person has really worked upon that or not, whether this person is really a problem solver or not, so that you can have the right candidate. Because real talent loss is basically a loss of revenue, a loss of opportunity and everything. So that's where we are trying to build upon in the whole engineering sector. And the second thing, the modern technology that has bring upon is basically the cheating. So the cheating has been started a lot in due to the ChatGPT and everything. So the memory-based questions very easily you can click the picture, you can find out the answer. So ChatGPT introduced this clicking picture and getting the chats and everything. So yes, it will be a super tough to find out the real talent because the cheating has been started from the AI. So this is the AI has made a good things for they have democratized the information very well and it is highly accessible. But also they have this introduced this thing of a super fast cheating. So the super fast cheating that they have introduced. So that's why we have to create the scenario based questions so that you can find the who is real, who is fake. So this is also a big challenge in the assessment thing since AI came.
Yeah. Sandeep, we are almost out of time. Just one last quick question before we move on. Where do you see your startup in the next 3 to 5 years? What are your plans going ahead?
So in next 3 to 5 years, basically, I want that each and every student, professional, or the proper people who's working in the engineering sector, they know about your engineering. They should understand what your engineer do. So suppose let's take a very good example of Zomato. Suppose you want to order the food, you just think of the Zomato. So if you are an engineer, you just think about your engineer. That's the plan that we are trying to build upon. In the 3 to 5 years, we are seeing ourselves as a industry leader in the case of the things related to engineering. It's not about only one particular thing. If you are getting admission into engineering, if you are getting passed out from engineering, if you are taking a job, you are doing whatever related to engineering, your engineer will be the only choice and it will be the first choice. That's what we are trying to build upon in the next 3 to 5 years. That brand awareness.
So if someone wants to know the story about someone, they should come to your story. If someone wants an engineer, then they should come to your engineer.
Yes, definitely.
Okay, Sandeep, it was great talking to you. Wish you all the best going forward. Thank you for joining.
Thanks, Rishabh. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, talking to you.
Hi, Rishabh.
Hello, James. Thank you so much for joining us today. Means a lot to have you here on Indian Startup Day. Please tell all of us what your startup does.
Sure, and thanks for having me here. So Codon is specializing in AI and analytics solutions for enterprises primarily. So we have, prior to starting the startup, I was working for another firm delivering solutions to companies like Pfizer, Merck, Aramco, and others. So there were a couple of complex challenges in the data space, in the AI space, and businesses trying to get the maximum outcome of their AI investments. So there were a couple of gaps that I identified, and I set out to solve these challenges with the generative AI and with the latest agentic AI. So we have built a couple of solutions. We're looking at speaking with executives across different industries and trying to identify the pain points that they have. And we have two solutions right now. We have Anode, which is for data quality. It detects issues in your data automatically. And we also have Tower, which is for building dashboards automatically using AI. Both these solutions save companies millions of dollars every year.
Sounds wonderful, James. Sounds like you are riding the AI wave at the right time. Can you paint a picture for us? Give us an example. If I'm a company, I'm running a business, I have so much data, so much internal data, so much external customer data. So how would it look if I were to come and use your solution?
Okay, so there are two facets to it. One is data quality and the other is data visualization. As an executive, you want to extract the most out of the data that you have. You want to look at the KPIs that actually add value to your business. So you can't just work with the data that you already have. There's a whole process, there's a whole data transformation step where you have to clean the data. You have to make it in the right format for use in the analytics dashboards. So here what happens is typically we see data engineers coming and building these pipelines for extracting the data, processing it, and making it available. And then we have data analysts, which speak with businesses. They try to understand what their pain points are, and they try to extract the KPIs that are most relevant to them. Now, here, data quality is a challenge. When you take in data from different vendors, it is possible that even if a pipeline is pretty good, there might be some issues with data. We have seen that in one of the previous projects that we worked with, one of the vendors supplied bad data, and then the pipeline started failing. You started seeing issues. Unfortunately, there were a bunch of engineers who were looking at these the pipeline, seeing what the outputs are. But imagine what if there weren't anyone there? Like you build the pipeline, and then a few months later, you see some issues cropping up, right? So you need something automated for that. And that's one of the solutions there. So when you put this solution in place, you're saving a whole lot of time. You're catching issues before they even pop up in the dashboard. So before they reach the executives. And the other solution, Tower. So what happens is executives are like short of on time, right? So they want to have dashboards immediately. Sometimes you want to get into a meeting with other executives and you don't have that one data point available. And then you have to scramble to get your BI developer and create the chart for you. So instead of doing that, what you can do is you can just go to Tower, put in your data and get the chart that you want. If the chart, it generates it automatically for you. And if the initial generation isn't correct, you can just chat with your charts. You can say you want something else and it delivers it for you. You can just take that and put it in your slide deck.
That sounds very cool, James. What kind of sectors are you targeting? Because I also understand that every company, every sector has different types of data. Every sector has different KPIs that work for them. So what are some of your focus areas for Codicon right now?
So like the team has expertise primarily into the life sciences space, but we are sector agnostic, you would say. We are currently speaking with a couple of other companies as well, people in other sectors that we haven't previously touched on. So we see some challenges in the, even before getting to the point of data quality, there are certain industries or certain companies, even in India, that haven't gotten to the point of having a solid data governance management in place. So when we speak to these companies, we figure out that companies in the associated sector, like pharmaceuticals is one, but then on the medical side of things, or somewhere on the lens manufacturing side of things. So we see that this is a challenge that everyone wants to get into this space. They want to make sense of the data. The operations are running fine, but then a lot of manual effort goes into it, wastes a lot of time. So I would say in general, it's agnostic. People are like slowly waking up to it. It's already a bit developed more in the US, but in Indian companies, we see that there is a push and people are actively coming forward to it. So we see more opportunities here in different sectors.
Makes sense, James. And does this work, if for all the viewers who are watching and want to check out your product, is this something that is a project by project basis that a company would work with? Or is it like a SaaS model where you can just plug and play?
So we have both. Right now, what the model that we have is we have made Anode and Tower available for free with limited features. So it's available for everyone to try for a limited time. You can check out our website and just sign up and try with your data. So what we do is we reach out to companies, and companies also reach out to us looking at our website. And typically enterprises have custom requirements. Rarely do you see that you have a turnkey solution where you just put in things and it works. You have different kind of databases, you have different security models, governance models in place that you would want each solution to work with. So we work with companies. We do some trials as well to find out if this is going to be the best fit for them, or if it's going to work in conjunction with other solutions, and if they have certain compliance models in place, because compliance is pretty important. We definitely don't want to take a backseat on that. So we have both models available. So it fits everyone's use case.
Very interesting, James. I'd also like to know, I think just before we wind up, a couple of questions that we can close on. The first, is something that I always wanted to ask you. How do you see the Indian landscape for Gen AI products like yourself, right? And how is Codicon sort of differentiating itself from everybody else who's building in a similar space?
That's a very interesting question. And as you said, it's an exciting time to be building. So what we've seen in like from when ChatGPT was released, we saw a lot of companies coming up, not just in the US, but surprisingly in India as well. And even the companies that were traditionally very hesitant to get on, like the pharma companies and some of the other companies which are a little old school, you would say. So there are startups that have come up that are addressing these challenges, these gaps for these companies as well. And the other companies actually being receptive to that. So, in the past 3 years, there's been a certain boom. And even within the data space itself, a lot of Indian startups are trying to solve challenges. Although we see marketing tech, and the sales tech taking the center stage in these generative AI pieces, there is a whole segment of data and enterprise challenges that are yet to be explored, and there are startups that are exploring that. So from Codicon, We bring our expertise working with almost a decade with a lot of companies working on data pipelines, data challenges. You can't just take an LLM and then just throw it at a problem. There's a whole set of refining, there's a whole set of data grounding that needs to be done. Your models need to deliver business outcomes. We have spent a lot of time experimenting with GPT-4. We have partnerships with Microsoft and Google as well. So we leverage both models, Gemini and GPT-4, and we have done extensive experiments on what works best. And that sets us apart, combined with our commitment to delivering the best for the customers. So I would say customers benefit from the combined expertise, the technical and the business side.
This great ideas, James. Just before I let you go very quickly, what can we expect from you in the next 1 or 2 years? What plans do you have?
We are definitely trying to get in customers. That is the number one goal. So we want to make sure that whatever the customer invests into GenAI, they get the maximum outcome of it. So you can expect to see us signing up with a lot more people and probably releasing more products as well. We do plan on expanding more into the AI and generative AI landscape and getting the maximum ROI for businesses.
James, thank you so much for joining us today. Wishing you all the best. I think it's a very exciting space for you to build and differentiate in. So from all of us, thank you so much and all the best.
Thank you, Rishabh. And thank you, YourStory, for having me here. Take care.
Hello, Anand. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. Thank you so much for being here today and taking the time to join us today. We'd all love to know what your startup does.
Okay, Rishabh, right? Hey, Rishabh. I'm Anand Gurumurthy. I'm CEO of Cosmicute. And okay, we are like now 10 years plus into this. And from the past 4 years, we have developed this product, Cosmicute Bridge. How do I share my screen? I'm sorry, I'm a little bit new to this thing. I think I use the present button and then share screen, and I'll do that. Just one moment. Yes. Okay.
Anand, I am not sure that all of us are able to see it. So maybe we can, just go ahead. Maybe you can just walk us through it and tell us about your startup, because I'm not sure, that all of us are able to see your screen. Oh, we can see it now. Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. Now?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, yeah, perfect. So basically, I'll just, first of all, we have a low-code, no-code product, which we have developed from our Bengaluru office in India. And we have multiple deployments now, one for Karnataka government, for silt management in about 10 districts we have deployed. And then we have a customer called as Subtrash who do trash management for apartments in Bengaluru. So they are our customers. And then these are some of the most things that we talk of. Okay, like Health Minds, they use it for their research work. Now, when I say diverse fields, I have told one is in the trash management industry, another one is a government sector where they're doing silt management in tanks, and then I talked about one more is a pre-screener or Health Minds, all these things. So everything is in a different sector. One is in a construction domain, one is in healthcare domain, another one is in HR domain, like this. So our product, you can generate any kind of a product using our product as the backend. So basically, without any code, you can generate the backend using our product. So basically, I'll start with the demo, and then I'll just show you how our product works, and then I'll go to the place wherein I will show you exactly what we have done and how this is, so that we can culminate into one proper way of understanding what this is. Okay, so we start with the demo. So let's say I have created a small forum and I'm showing you. Here there is a user admin. The next 2-3 minutes, I'll just show you things. Then we will understand what exactly these things are. Okay. So now there is an update mechanism, all this. Like if you have a product, if you make a product, you will have some kind of maintenance and other things. That is also taken care in our product. Then there's a bot technology. So why is this bot technology? See, 90 to 95% of the code that we do is mostly plumbing code. You know, for one program to talk to another program, we write a lot of plumbing code. We call it as functions in development. But instead of that, we can make a kind of a system setup wherein, we can reduce it to only 5% coding. Like whatever I want to, let's say I'm trying to make an app for Uber. Okay. So I will only write code which, connects from one point to another point. Like for example, in Uber, one of the use cases is the payment. Okay. So if I have to write the entire Uber stuff and then, add payment, then that will become thousands of lines of code. In Bridge, it will be just 4 lines of code because that is the kind of thing that we do. So most of the other things like connecting the user to the server, then making the booking, everything will be taken care by whatever we have written already. What the end part, talking to a external server like Razorpay and doing the payment, right? That part will be 4 lines of code. I'll show you how this works. First of all, so basically, whenever we have any kind of a mechanism, we call it as a template. The template is built like this, and it's a kind of a simple thing wherein you can have placeholders, and you can start, having any kind of placeholder here. Like we have done it for all the things that are supported in software. For example, image, video, text, audio, checkbox, radio button, all this, even including GPS. This is integrated with Google Cloud. Then a QR code scanner, barcode scanner. So basically, you can start developing software. Now, the most important part that I want to show you is last 2 years, we tried to market this in a big way. And one of the major things that we had issues were the learning curve, because anybody who comes to our product has to learn our product and understand. So then we came up with this. We are developing this, and this is the stage wherein we are, talking to VCs and other people. We have made ChatGPT. We have integrated it with ChatGPT, and here I'm trying to, put a software blood bank for animal logistics and network for delivery, and I'm trying to generate this. So what I'm doing here is ChatGPT gives back a kind of a framework. And we take that framework and then integrate with our product, making it a complete project for you. Like, for example, if I have to develop a blood bank software for animals, okay, it involves a lot of stuff. Okay, but by giving this one line prompt and saying generate, I'm able to, generate what exactly, ChatGPT thinks as a type. For example, there's an animal type, blood bank type, blood type, and other things, okay? This is a simple thing that is getting generated here. We can, make it more and more feasible for how we want it. Like once I save this template, okay, this gets saved. And after I save this template, I can create a forum out of it. Okay. So forum name, animal blood bank, if I tell, and then select a project name, again, Bridge demo project, select a template. We actually made this animal blank logistics management right now, whatever was generated for us. So we make it a public forum and give a small description, say no participants. This entire thing gets generated for us. So what I'm trying to show here is 0 now. Now we are still in the stage of development. What we are trying to do here is a small kind of, this thing, the animal blood bank forum got created. So we have some admin, this thing getting generated. See here, whatever we saw there, it got generated, and now it's a good to go software. So I can fill up things here and then, start using this software. So if I click on this, say this one, and storage location is already taken, I can start using this. So what we have built here is the entire software, the interaction started happening. Okay. So this way of, producing software is something, you can see in older products like UiPath and other places, but the entire thing will be their domain. Like once you start using UiPath, all the data, everything will sit on their servers, and you cannot go out of UiPath. But in our case, what we have done is all this is entirely within Bridge. Okay, whatever I showed you. But added to this, if you want to add anything, then you can start writing bots on it. Okay, bot code is nothing but a small piece of code which you can join with this product and start going ahead with adding the new functionalities. For example, I did animal blood bank. Instead of that, let us say I do a small thing wherein I can take videos from a user and upload to a server. Simple one mechanism. I take videos, whoever is it, he can upload videos for some reason. Okay. Now, when I take that video, if I have to develop the entire software of cleansing the video, saying whether the video is good or bad, that's a big thing. But now there are a lot of AI applications like Google and Microsoft. They offer it. You can call the API with the video, and it will tell whether the video is good to upload or not. Okay, so doing that is 10 minutes job using Bridge. The back end part, the front end part, yes, we have done a lot in this region. That part I will show you on our website. So if you go here, we have
Anand,
Google Cloud Marketplace.
Sorry to interrupt you right now. We've almost run out of time.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of the folks who are on the stream, they can visit your website and I think learn more in terms of how your product exactly works. And I'm pretty sure they can reach you as well in case they have any questions, right? So, with that,
yes.
I'd like to thank you so much for joining us. Maybe can you give me a quick,
yes.
Maybe just before I let you go, can you give us a quick,
where can we expect,
where can we see your startup going in the next 1 or 2 years? Some quick plans that you have, if you can just share with us before we wrap up.
Okay, with the ChatGPT integration, what we are seeing is we can grow very fast. Right now, we have about 8 customers, and all of them are deployed on our SaaS. But our business model is to sell the licenses. Using this ChatGPT, any small entrepreneur, if he starts using this and start developing their own thing, right? They don't need an IT team at all. 1 or 2 people can start a company with their business idea. They can prompt. They can get the software generated. Most of the people who claim that they can get the software generated have one problem. That is, software when you're developing, it has an infinite number of ways of talking to each other, internal modules, and that is the problem. That problem we have solved using Bridge. We have set up certain rules which makes it a wonderful tool in between ChatGPT and generation of programs. So many programs have failed, but ours, we are seeing success. We have just started from the last 2 weeks integration of ChatGPT, and already we are able to generate almost like 30% of the things. So we are going ahead, training that LLM more, and also we are going in that direction so that anybody who wants to integrate to running softwares or build a new software or start a new module on an existing software, they can use Bridge and start on their own. So our business model is going into the licensing model. Right now, we are doing more of services for them and building for them and deploying on our SaaS and charging them on a month-on-month basis. But we want to move into that licensing mode. Right now, we are doing a business of from 60 lakhs to 1 crore every year. We are doing a business. We are only 8-member team, and whole thing is like
sounds amazing. I think, sounds wonderful. I think all of us would really love to test out your products, especially some of the early stage startups that want to deploy fast, right? So, but yeah, this has been great. Thank you so much for joining us today, Anand. We expect to see and hear a lot more from you going forward. So all the best and keep building.
Thank you, Rishabh. Bye-bye.
Hello, Ashish.
Hi, Rishabh. Yes, loud and clear. Great, thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us today. It means a lot to have you here. All of us would love to know what your startup does.
Definitely. So after 2 pivots previously in the last 3 years, at the moment, I'm building an educational platform for early stage founders or entrepreneurs for Bharat, where we focus on their early stage journeys, primarily from idea to early paying customers. So this idea, got evolved through the experience of talking to, most of the founders or entrepreneurs, where I noticed that the couple of, repeated mistakes are there. For example, where is my customer? Or I have a deep belief that, hey, this is going to be the next business. which dies in 6 months, right? So what if we curate? I mean, that's how I came to conclusion and started building this thing. So what if I curate all the state of the art and best practices from all the successful startups across from the globe, and try avoiding those mistakes, which is done by failed startups who tried their best, but mostly they could not avoid reinventing the wheel. So focusing on that's what I'm building for mostly Bharat entrepreneurs.
Very interesting, Ashish. So is this, so do you see more people finding co-founders, within this community that you've built, or is it somewhere where people come and get inspiration and they want to become first-time founders?
Yeah, that's interesting. So this idea came. I started off as a co-founder, like finding your co-founder kind of a group. That was the earlier idea or my hypothesis. But I realized that all the talents are there. For example, both the sides have the great talent, great skills, techies or non-techies. But the problem lies a little bit deeper, where suppose I'm expecting too much irrational, data. For example, what is the equity? So I will say 10% randomly. So that homework was missing. That's the reason all the talents are not getting this, matchmaking thing. So then this idea evolved. So at the moment, both the things are being solved. People, we got around 660 plus solo or founder or entrepreneurs. And so they are talking to each other. They are increasing the probability of this co-founder matchmaking. At the same time, we are curating, like I personally are curating this program for, so both the things are being handled.
Very interesting, Ashish. One of the challenges or rather opportunities, with building a network or a community is figuring out how to monetize it, right? So
True.
how have you thought about, generating revenue
Yes.
out of this network that you've built?
Luckily, I've started, monetizing the early few set of customers. The thing which we are, because the very simple economics formula is you create a value of 100 rupees for somebody, then I take a small part of the value. So I try to, in the first call, I try to explain those to the founders or enthusiasts that, hey, the opportunity cost is high if you have left your job. If you're not leaving job, you're doing something, then definitely time is the essence. So why not compress the time and get out of it, get best out of it. And that's how, I'm getting the early revenue. Yes.
No, I think that's an interesting insight, Ashish. And I would also love to know how you manage everything, right? Because when you have so many people interacting, so
True.
many people talking to each other, and there would be communication from your end also that's going out. So as a product, how do you manage everything and how does it look?
True. So this is the learning after, in the last two, idea or hypothesis, I killed it badly because of the same, early stage founders' mistakes. For example, I invested heavily on my product, two marketplaces. One was on SaaS, one was on financial, like payment solutions, something like payment gateway, and they both died miserably. So at the moment, I'm not investing anything in the product. At the moment, I'm doing everything manually. For example, I'm helping Rishabh. So in the next 4 sessions, one session is going to be, we're going to discuss on the idea part, how to validate it, how to find the real idea which is required or loved by the people, where people are paying you, because monetary term is required. Otherwise, it's going to be charity, and charity doesn't sustain, right? Second thing, we are going to talk about the very critical question, where is my first paying customer? So we follow the same formulas, couple of, like how many customers we need to talk to get to know that, hey, this is the burning problem for one customer who's ready with the money to pay you. And that's how the thing starts. Third thing, we are going to talk about the product. Suppose it's validated. Now, which percentage or how much percentage of the product should be developed, so that your opportunity cost will be saved, and you will only be building those 10% crucial part of the product, maybe API, maybe a regular YouTube video, maybe a WhatsApp group. That's fine. Nobody cares about the high-end technology until it's solving the problem. So let the customers validate it. And the last session we have on in investment part, because I say that it's we come on the conclusion very quickly that hey, this person raised money, but what was the journey? We have no clue. I mean, interestingly, I'm a very fond of the Naukri.com Sanjeev Bikhchandani's story, right? So I mean, on the surface level, I'd never the idea that how much effort he had to put in, like for 3-4 years, 3 jobs, like 2 jobs plus his startup. So we thought, I mean, I had an impression that, hey, he was from IIM Ahmedabad, got the job, left the job, started, boom. But it never was the story. He had to pay a heavy price and he was focused on the sustainable business. Even early days of his, in the early days, he denied the money from ICICI Bank, a strategic partner. Later on, because of some reasons, he took it. So there's so much details into that. So we share the case studies also, that at what stage investment is required. If not, so all the,
Yeah, no, I think very important to learn from others, tap into that existing knowledge base, right?
True.
So just before we run out of time, just a quick last question, Ashish. A lot of early stage founders would benefit a lot from being part of your network and being part of Find Your Founder. What is the easiest way that they can join and be part of it?
WhatsApp link. People join us, and I'll start bombarding with the actionable insight, not mere media-based gyan. Like what to do next. Hey, where's my first customer? Where's my money? That's a question I help most of the them with.
Absolutely, sounds good, Ashish. We'll look forward to hearing more from you, and do reach out to all of us, reach out to folks in our network, and would love for all of them to benefit from your community. So yeah,
thank
you so much for building what you're building, for contributing to the ecosystem, and also for joining us today. So yes,
my pleasure, Rishabh. Thanks for your time too. Bye bye.
Hi.
Hi, Kunal. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. How are you?
Awesome. All well, Kunal. Awesome. Hope you're doing well, and thank you for joining us today. Would love to open up the conversation by hearing what your startup does. What are you guys all about?
Yes, we provide turnkey solutions for Industry 4.0, especially for end-to-end value chain traceability, right from start of raw material production to the end of the finished product. So we track and trace the whole value chain and make it available to the customer's ERP so that they can manage their production lines efficiently.
Interesting, Kunal. Can you help us understand what type of sectors you are targeting? Maybe give us some examples of some projects that have done well for you guys.
Yeah, for starters, we started with the automobile industry, and we did the whole track and trace solution for one of their plants, and right from the start of the line to the end of the assembly line. After doing our first project, we did it for 3 more automobile companies, and then we also entered the FMCG sector, where we provided this particular solution for a shampoo manufacturing company. So currently we are into automotive as well as FMCG, but we are targeting to expand our reach to all of the sectors of the manufacturing industry.
Very interesting, Kunal. As companies grow and scale up, they of course need solutions, turnkey solutions like what you are providing. Can you tell us how do you sort of reach out to them? How do you discover that here is a problem that needs to be solved, and we would be the perfect people to solve it? I think this could also be good advice for other founders who are watching this stream.
Yes, I just try to be very more into networking events. There are a lot of events happening here in Mumbai. So I try to be a part of many of them and talk to a lot of people. So from where I come to know where there is a problem and where there is a solution needed.
Yeah, I think that's pretty interesting advice, Kunal. Can you also tell us, there's a lot of emergent technologies that we have all been talking about. Latest has been AI. But before that,
Yes.
we were talking about IoT, blockchain, and all of that. Tell us about some applications of these, that possibly you guys have worked on, have helped enterprises with these kind of emerging technologies.
Yes, IoT is what we do on a daily basis. So we deploy our devices on customers' shop floors as well as their value chains, which are very interconnected using a communication protocol named as OPCUA. So that is the whole basis of IoT. Speaking further, we are also integrating AI into our solutions, but it will take some time because for industrial manufacturing industrial level, you need a lot of reliability in your solutions. So it will take a little bit of time. Uh, there is one particular technology which is emerging in this particular field. It is currently being widely used in Germany, which is the 5G communication technology. So they are making their machines work on the 5G technology when we are just using it on our phones. So that is what I look forward to integrating it in the industrial level also.
Very interesting, Kunal. Not just 5G, but can you tell us what plans you have for the next 1 or 2 years? What sort of projects do you want to get, and what can we expect from you as a company?
Yeah, we are planning to expand to our operations to all of the India in maybe in the next 2 years. And after we capture a major part of India, we are also planning to expand our operations to the US, where the manufacturing is very huge. And so that's our plan. And speaking of technicalities, we are looking to integrate, as I told you, AI into our solutions so that people can tell when their machines are going to fail and when they need to replace their machines
Right.
with high
And
precision.
Kunal, there would be a lot of founders, a lot of folks working in enterprises who would be watching this stream, or they might watch it later. Right. What is the
Mhm.
best way for them to get in touch with you guys? And if they want to work with you, right, how would that project or that implementation look like?
Correct. See, I am very much connected over LinkedIn, so they can surely ping me up on LinkedIn, and I'll respond to them surely. Apart from that, I have a website where the phone number is mine myself. So apart from this, I go to networking events. So if you also happen to be at a networking event, we may meet.
Sounds good, Kunal. Before we wrap up, just one last question before we move on to the next startup. Would love to know, the startup is doing great work helping companies add value, upskill their enterprise, their technologies and everything. What made you inspired to get into this sector specifically versus so many of the other options that you might have had, other problem areas that you might have seen? What made you choose this problem statement?
Correct. So, if you see the current working procedure of the manufacturing industry, uh, all of the goods are produced as per the demands posted by the sales department, right? And the lag between this demand posting and adjusting their manufacturing setup is huge. So, I want to reduce this lag, you see, so that there is no overproduction, neither underproduction, so that the supply is always in conjunction with the demand and the profitability of the company maximizes. That's what inspired me to do this.
Yeah, it makes sense because I think with more IoT, more analytics, AI coming in, I think you'll be able to understand all of that data better, do more predictive, analytics, and like you said,
Yeah.
help companies match that supply with the demand, right? I think people have
Yes.
been doing that, but I think with better solutions, it becomes more and more accurate. I also think, all of the products that we use right now, everything you get in 10 minutes or whatever, it's all a function of being able to predict demand and supply accurately.
Correct.
But
Correct.
but
Correct.
coming to that, any plans of getting into the B2C side? Because it sounds like what you guys are doing is a very B2B thing. Do you think there is an opportunity for similar kind of solutions for B2C products, which I would be using on a daily basis?
In my current business, if even if I had to provide a solution for a consumer product, it would be a B2B model for me because it would be a solution for a company that manufactures a B2C product. So if someone wants to integrate IoT in the product, I may give them a solution.
Okay,
So
so
as
can you
far
help? Can you help
as
us? No, can you just? So how would that look?
so see, let's take an example that you want to buy a car, right? So there is a car manufacturer, and they want to understand their customer data better than ever before, right? So how
Right.
would they? The most efficient way to understand this data would be to add some data collecting mechanism inside their vehicle, right? Of course, with the consent of the customer. So I would make this data collection thing, software and hardware, and sell it to the car manufacturer. And the car manufacturer in turn will sell that car to the customer.
Okay, so from the customer side, which is of course the demand side, your software is in place to help the company get data and learn from the data, but you're also working with
Correct.
the company to help them meet the supply from the other side. So for
Yeah,
both sides,
right from the start of the value to the whole end of the value, we are also developing something for disposal disposal stage. After the end of
okay.
life of a product, collection of data of this disposal things.
Okay, elaborate a little bit on that quickly just before we close. I mean, that sounds
That's
very
just in a thought process as of now. We are just vaguely brainstorming many ideas on a daily basis for that. So there is no what we can say a particular idea for that.
right.
So
Yeah,
it might be
but
difficult
coming
for
up
me
in
to
the
elaborate.
Yeah, no, sounds interesting, sounds very timely and very useful. And Kunal, thank you so much for giving us your time today and being part of this. It was wonderful to hear you talk about your startup and super excited
Thank
for
you.
everything you guys have got coming up. So, all the best and thank you. Codon, hi, thank you so much for joining us. I hope you can hear me loud and clearly.
Yes, loud and clear. Hi, Rashab. How are you doing?
Doing very well. Would love to hear what your startup is all about.
Absolutely. So, Toystack, Toystack, is a neo cloud. And what I mean by that is, at a very simplistic level, you've heard of AWS, Azure, GCP. We're a simpler, cheaper, and I'd say smarter version of the cloud. And what we've tried to do is to automate a lot of the DevOps tool chain, right? So when you think of a traditional app deployment, you need a DevOps team, right? 5 to 10 engineers, and they will spend, between days and weeks setting up that application on the cloud. So server configuration, CI/CD pipelines, Vault, auto scaling, load balancers, a whole bunch of things. What we've done is condense that entire thing to a couple of clicks. So we automate that entire DevOps tool chain. So it's much simpler to deploy an application, much cheaper, and we have a lot of monitoring and logging, so you can actually see how the application is performing on the cloud. Have we provisioned too much CPU? At peak times, right? You can see it automatically scale up and then scale down accordingly. So it's really, it's almost optimal computing and done much simpler. Does that make sense?
Interesting, but I would also like to know, is it a cloud by itself or is it more of a middleware, that startups can use while they're using cloud?
Yeah. So when we started the journey developing the product, it is effectively a cloud by itself, right? So you're paying Toystack as your cloud provider, like you would pay AWS or Azure. We're about a year and a half old. As we've progressed around the journey, we find a lot of companies say, "Hey, we'd like to, log into our own cloud account," right? So in certain cases, we've started, I wouldn't say a pivot, but a second offering where we allow companies to use it as a middleware and then deploy onto their own cloud. But one thing with that is the thesis behind our ability to provide such a cost-effective solution is we put every deployment on a Kubernetes cluster, which is usually done for enterprise-grade companies. Okay, and the second thing is to explain it simplistically, it's a bit like co-working, right? So we can provision either a couple of chairs or 10 chairs in a conference room or the entire building, depending on the use case, right? Whereas in certain of the hyperscalers, right, you typically provision a certain amount And during load times, you're not even using maybe 5 or 10% of that capacity. But hopefully I answered your question about the middleware versus the own cloud.
No,
So we
absolutely.
consider ourselves a cloud.
Yeah, makes sense. And there's so much happening in the cloud space right now. People are talking about multi-cloud, people are talking about AI and all of that. So if a startup or if an enterprise wants to start using your product, what would the initial or onboarding journey look like? What would they need to do to actually start using ToyStack?
Yeah. So when we started the journey, we followed the product-led growth, right? Which is everything is self-serve, your documentation is good. We got to about 9,000 users. We had 25,000 deployments, at least one user in 100 different countries. And so if you're a very simplistic startup, it's very easy to use. You literally log on to a dashboard, connect to your GitHub repository, and there's some 2 or 3 questions you follow, and your app is live, right? If it's a bit more complicated, and we're working with SMBs on that, right? Small, medium businesses, slowly touching base with some big enterprises, but we're a bit mindful. We're only a team of 10, right? With 7 or 8 engineers. So we don't want to get stuck with one big enterprise kind of accommodating that. So if you're a slightly bigger startup, get on either, we have a Discord community of about 800 people where there's active engagement, right? You get on Discord, put out a ticket, and one of our co-founders will get in touch with you and handhold you through that deployment journey. So it's pretty straightforward. And you touched a bit about AI. In the last 3 months, we've had a lot of AI companies come to us. In your traditional deployment, okay, you use CPUs, right? With AI, with large language, you use GPUs, right? Because there's a lot of processing happening. So what we've started doing is starting to actually help AI companies deploy their LLMs onto GPUs. And we're making that more seamless, less cumbersome, right? And also more cost effective in our ability to get the maximum out of a GPU.
Very interesting, Torun. The cost, I think, is one very important aspect that would be great if you can elaborate a little bit on, because from both sides, from the startups that we talk to, of course, they want a more cost-effective solution, and the existing hyperscalers are also trying to meet that demand, but of course, having some challenges. So how are you guys sort of looking at that, and how are you sort of being able to meet that price point? I think which is such a crucial thing for most customers.
Yeah. So Rishad, a couple of things I'll say over there is there's the hyperscalers and the private clouds. Okay. The reason the hyperscalers are so expensive is there's a lot of add-on software features, tooling. As I mentioned, there's CI/CD pipelines, there's secret vaults, there's auto scaling, there's load balancers, there's Kubernetes, right? We offer all of that for free. Now, if you go to a private cloud, which doesn't have any of this tooling, I don't want to take names, right? They literally give you a server, right? And then you have to configure all that, which is much harder. Okay? So I would say with the hyperscalers, AWS, their cost is higher because they built in all this tooling. Okay? And what we're trying to do is we build the tooling and we want to democratize it and kind of give it all the startups for free. So our costing across the board is significantly less than a lot of the hyperscalers. And in the last 3 months, we've gotten ISO compliance, our SOC 2 compliance, which has enabled us to work with some of the small and medium businesses, especially in healthcare and finance.
Very cool, Torun.
I just want to, I would say, in talking about AI, one of the other things that we're doing is with AI, there's a lot of automation or your automated bots, right, which run a lot of workflow. Now, that automation has to run on an operating system. So what we're doing is provisioning virtual operating systems, effectively a virtual laptop, right, where people can run this automation rather than running it on your laptop and slowing down your laptop. We're provisioning virtual operating systems where a lot of these AI companies can run this automation, right? So if you want to automate a lot of the social media, you want to automate a lot of the scraping, a lot of the, intel gathering at the end of the day, right, based on some data, Monte Carlo simulations, we're provisioning virtual operating systems to run that.
And within the same line of thought, a lot of people talk about edge computing as well, which is the up and coming thing. A lot of companies also want edge devices to be able to perform certain computations. They are looking at edge in the context of cloud. How do you guys look at edge? Is it something that you're also building? Is it something that we can expect, or do you have a different thesis about it?
If you're talking about edge as ensuring that that data center is very close to where the analytics or the compute is happening, right? Okay. What we try and do is set it up in such a way, right, where the response times. So in our virtual OS, in typical virtual OS, there's lag, there's delays, right? So we've made sure that the piping and the software is almost seamless, right? And we use a lot of AI to kind of track if there's a lag or if the compute is not fully being used to make sure the quickness and the speed, which takes care of a lot of that edge computing.
Okay, interesting. And Tarun, before we wind up, we would love to know what can we expect from your startup in the next 1 or 2 years. What are some of the plans that you have that we can look forward to?
Sure. So, I think with every startup, you have your ideation, your MVP, your POC, your first set of customers. I think the next goal is really getting to that, 100K to $500,000 in revenue. Okay. And so that's really our focus for the next 3 to 4 months. And that's why we're using a two-leg approach in our GTM, right? Which is one is a self-serve. People just come to our site, log on, use the application. And then we're working with enterprises kind of to help them with their cloud solutions, make it more seamless and efficient. And with that, we're seeing a lot of use cases. So we're trying to provide a very comprehensive cloud solution, not just for AI companies, but for enterprises, traditional companies that are digitizing. And our goal really is to get to that 1 million in ARR before the end of this year. And we're pre-seed funded. We're about $350,000 in pre-seed funding. We're looking to kind of maybe do I guess, Series A or seed funding in the next 3-4 months once we hit that 100K in ARR.
Yeah. No, wonderful. I think very exciting space to be building in at this time.
No doubt.
So we wish you all the best. And once again, thank you so much for taking the time to be here today. Thanks, Tarun. I would also like to introduce the next moderator to the next few startups, Ipshita from YourStory. Ipshita, would love to onboard you here and would hand over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rishabh. For those who are joining in, we at YourStory wish you a happy National Startup Day. And this is to just let you know that we are hosting a live session today since morning right up to midnight. This is our Grand Indian Startup Showcase initiative where we are bringing you close to 100 startups who are telling us their stories and showcasing the incredible innovation that they are driving with their startups. And at YourStory, we have proudly championed this ecosystem for the past 15 years, and this is our way of giving back to startups who have always believed in us and showered us with their support and love. So let's have the next startup, folks.
Hi, Ipshita. I represent Desi Suta. I am the co-founder at Desi Suta. Desi Suta is a Indian gone global apparel brand. We intend to be a house of brands, which basically credits Indian craftsmanship at the same time not losing on Western design concepts, and at the same time giving comfortable clothing for everyone. In line of same, we have launched the first brand under Desi Suta, which is called Popos by Desi Suta. It's a kids wear brand for kids aged 2 to 8 years, wherein we bring comfort cotton clothing for kids. Toxin-free dyes are used in the manufacture of clothing. Entire clothing set is manufactured in India. We manufacture it across various zones of India like Tirupur, Jaipur, etc. Right, and we intend to give the Western trendy designs and at the same time imbibe those into traditional wear like kurta pajamas or comfort Indian clothing for kids specifically.
Right. Sumit, where are you guys based out of in India?
So we are based out of Bangalore, right? So we sell majorly online right now. We are an online first company. We are selling across major marketplaces and our own website, desisuta.com.
Right. I want to talk about Popos. Now you're designing clothes for children between 2 to 8. I'm a mother myself, and parents are very finicky and picky, right? When they are picking clothes for their kids? Is it okay for their skin? Is it a good material? So tell me, how did you sort of decide to launch something like this? Because fashion and retail is a very competitive market. There are very big players in India today, international players who also make clothes for kids. How did you come up with this brand? And what is your differentiator that you're offering to parents?
Right, Ipsita. So what we noticed during our research with parents, during our own research, like all three co-founders, we are parents to young children, like children below 2 to 3 years, right? So what we noticed is that specifically in this age range, like 2 to 8, and maybe till 2 to 10 years also, we see either the comfort clothing, like if we go to a good cotton or good organic clothing, they are very expensive, like in the range of 2,500 plus,
Right.
or the clothing which is cheap, they might claim that they are cotton or they might claim they are toxin free, but they are rarely so, right? So we wanted to bridge this gap and come in between somewhere, wherein we, being in India, we have that advantage that India is one of the biggest textile markets of the world, right? We do some major exports in textile. So we thought that we will bring in a price range which is not very expensive, which is pocket friendly for the parents, and at the same time give the comfort and give the style, give the element, design element similar to what say Zara or Allen Solly or H&M is providing, right? So that's the whole differentiator which we are trying to play. So we are trying to play in the mass premium segment, at the same time giving the aspirations of the mass of the premium segment.
Right. So, but how long, has Desi Suta been around? Are you also you said you have three co-founders. Are you all first generation entrepreneurs? How did you guys come together? Because, of what I understand, when you launch a new startup, it's very essential that you find the right partners who believe in your vision, right? So how did sort of Desi Suta come together?
Yeah. So Desi Juta is not a old brand. Like we started just 6 months back. All three co-founders, we are e-commerce experts. So like we have worked around 8-9 years in e-commerce across Flipkart, Myntra, Amazon, Rotimatic, for Lenko, etc. Right. So we have cumulative around 30-35 years of experience. So we know e-commerce in and out. We know how e-commerce works, and we thought that okay, we will use the same knowledge, we will use the same skill set in our brand. And what we also noticed, why apparels, right? We noticed that apparel supply chain specifically, right, has not been is ripe for disruption. Has not been disrupted since long time, right? Same old traditional ways of doing stuff, same old uh, uh, SLA, same old timeline, TAT for design to product stage, right? So we thought that okay, we will crunch that, we will bring in something new, and we are also on the way of incorporating or integrating tech with supply chain, so that we are better at forecasting, we are better at backward integration of supply chain, etc. So that's how we plan to disrupt supply chain and give value to the customers at the same time.
Right. Down that you touch upon technology, I wanted to understand, now two things, right? In retail e-commerce, customer acquisition and customer experience, and the whole supply chain of it. Right now, we're all used to having things, at the click of a button. Tell us how technology has sort of helped you to scale and also fix this whole supply chain, at the back end.
Yeah. So technology has helped in multiple ways, right? Right from the basic MIS to forecasting methodologies, right? So just giving an example. So when we are producing new designs or we are bringing in new designs, we don't bring in large MOQs, right? Which is the apparent problem of apparel industry of dead stock, etc. Right? So we start a design with a very limited SKU of say 50 units per style, which has like per size only 10 or 8 SKU, 8 units, right? And then once the design works well, we know that a design is working well or picking up well, we start reordering them basis the demand which we forecast, right? So here there the demand forecasting comes into play, that how we are how properly are we forecasting demand, so that there is no sales on, at the same time we are not having many dead stock, right? Second way is through multiple suppliers, right? We also are planning and we are doing it very actively, that we are not putting all the eggs in one basket of one supplier, right? We are diversifying into multiple suppliers even in the same category, so that even if one supplier backs out or one supplier has some issues or something, we at the same time are able to procure it from someone else, and the sales are not suffered, right? Third aspect is from the customer service angle, right? we are active customer service and say returns, which is plaguing the apparel industry, right? So when we are selling from our own website, in order to curb RTO or returns, we are actively checking the addresses. We are using plugins from various third-party players, and we are checking the addresses. We are calling up the customers, right, in order to understand that whether the address is correct or not. So as to determine whether it's a fake order or not, and that way we are reducing the logistics cost. So these are the three aspects, and one major thing which we intend to do later is we also plan to incorporate DDP, which is digital passports for apparel, which has been made mandatory by European Union. Right? It basically carries the entire history of the apparel, that apparel has been manufactured where, when the fabric has been manufactured where, what kind of dyes has been used, etc. Right? So which gives a trust to the customer that whatever I am buying, whatever I have paid for, I'm actually getting that same thing and not something else.
That's a very interesting concept, digital passport. So is it a novel thing that you'd be introducing? Is it already existing? And how does that work?
So it has started coming into picture. We are not innovating it. In fact, European Union has made it mandatory for all textile players to have DDP incorporated in their apparels by 2030. For every single piece which they sell. Specifically, it is coming into picture because there are so many varieties of cotton, so many varieties of organic cotton, etc. Right? So when brands are selling them, we really don't know whether it's cotton, organic cotton, what material it is. Right? We don't know whether the dyes are toxin free or not. Like in other products, like beauty, food, FMCG, you have the ingredients listed, but in apparels, the ingredients are not listed. It's very minimal. Like you will only see cotton or only nylon listed there, nothing else, right? So digital passports basically aim to bring that into picture, bring the transparency into the game so that customers know what they are buying. And at the same time, it also gives the ownership and accountability on the brands to manufacture who are manufacturing those products.
So it's interesting. अभी हमारे कपड़ों को भी passport चाहिए to sort of go from one place to the other. Now Sumit, you guys are all e-commerce veterans. You all have different e-commerce experiences. Tell us what were some of the learnings that you brought in from your previous experiences to when you were building Desi Suta, and what were some challenges as entrepreneurs, and how did you sort of overcome them, be it funding, be it reaching out to the right product market fit. How did you sort of solve that, and what were the learnings from your previous experiences that you brought in?
So many learnings from previous experiences. In fact, the list of learnings will never end, right? So one first learning is customer experience, right? So customer experience has to be top notch. There has been many instances that whenever we are shipping, before shipping, we find a product has some mark or some string is loose or something. We discard those products and we don't ship it to customers, because customer experience is the first most important thing, right? If we lose customer once, we will spend 10x the amount to gain that customer back. So it's always worth to not send a bad quality product to a customer. Second is going above and beyond for customers, right? So I still remember a customer pinged us one day that he has a school function next day for his kid and he wants the clothes the next day itself, right? Typical delivery from Bangalore to Delhi is like around 3 or 4 days bare minimum, right? So we shipped it to Blue Dart at 3x the shipping price, and he received the clothes 7 a.m. in the morning the next day.
Wow.
And that's the kind of customer delight we try to give to the customers.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
So that is one great and most important learning which we carry from e-commerce domain. Across Amazon, Flipkart, the same principle is followed.
Right. So now you have a customer for life, actually.
Yes. And in terms of challenges, in terms of challenges, many challenges we face again, right? The most important challenge is again is balancing inventory across the platforms, right? So like we mentioned, we are working with very limited quantities per SKU. So balancing inventory across channels becomes little difficult. But at the same time, our learnings from e-commerce, how we are forecasting, etc., helps us in that domain, and we are up for it.
Great. Thank you so much for your time, Sumit, and we wish you all the best. And thank you for being part of Your Stories initiative.
Thank you, Ipsita. Thanks a lot.
Next up, we have Himana Suburaju. Hi.
Hi, Ipsita. How are you doing?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Good, good. It's Himna Subraj, actually.
Himna. Right. Sorry. Himna, wishing you a happy National Startup Day. And,
Wish you the same.
Thank you so much. And tell us what you're building, what problem you're solving for the market.
Right. So we are building an AI test engineer to help you build across on the reliability front. So when you're shipping multiple products as an engineering team, your reliability takes a hit and users end up churning because things fail, right? Like think about it. How many times in the start of UPI apps have you uninstalled buggy applications, right? So we know that users are less tolerant towards buggy applications. So we are building an AI test engineer for your engineering team to help solve this problem. So how you have Devin for software development, we are building DevZiri for software testing.
Okay. And how long have you, been building DevZiri, and where are you based out of in India?
Right. So I'm based out of Bangalore. The native is Chennai. We've registered the company in Chennai, but we've been building. Bangalore is the core of Indian startup ecosystem in itself. So that's the place to be at. And I've been. I started this company around 2 years ago as a service-based setup. First, it was more like I wanted to deep dive on this reliability problem statement because I've been a product manager, seeing all the issues come up for my own users, right? So it started there, the problem budded there, and I wanted to see how we can solve this problem across the industry in the engineering team. So we started as a service-based setup, spent a good amount of time understanding how early growth stage companies and enterprise companies also work with respect to solving for the reliability problem. Then we ended up to a point where we understood that okay, there are multiple things which has to be done. It's not a one problem which can be solved in a day. So our vision is to enable AI to help the entire team solve for the reliability issue.
Right. So I'm thinking when somebody is building a product and they have their own testing mechanisms in house. How do you go to the market and tell them that hey, rely on us because we are experts in this and we will give you a better experience? And also, how do you validate your idea before launching? Because I'm guessing any product company will have their internal testing stack.
Right. So there are two parts to it, right? People currently, like, depending on the company stage you are at, you would think of a way of solving the reliability issue, right? So if you're a big enough company, you think of putting in more people, think that automation is going to solve everything for you, and this is going to enable them to resolve this issue, right? But that's not the case, right? We are more focused on early growth stage companies at this point because that's where they are growing very fast and they have no understanding of how to solve on reliability itself. And as a team, they are more open to trying out new solutions to solve their problem, whereas compared to the experienced enterprise sectors, right, where they take time to adopt to new technology. So we focus on early growth stage companies where we say that, hey, you utilize this way of solving. So I actively, there are multiple ways of, testing out. People say that, okay, front end testing automation is going to solve their problem. And I've been actively explaining in the market that, that doesn't work because we've done that mistake when we ran the services company. Where we tried automating multiple things in the front end, and this comes back to us saying after 3 months, I'm not getting the ROI out of it. I thought this was going to solve all my problem, right? But that doesn't happen. So then we realized we need to find a way where the APIs, at an API level, the checks have to be made from a user perspective for them to go live faster and increase their reliability. And this way we've been able to reduce their testing cycle time by 50% and increase their reliability by 80%. So this was a huge number difference, right? Like we have one of the highest NPSs in the market because we were able to solve our problems and try and test it out in certain ways. So that's how we saw that, okay, this way, when the early growth stage companies come to the enterprise stage, we are already there for helping them out, and this is the way of life for them at that point. So that's how we pertain to grow.
Right. Himna, I now want to touch upon your own personal journey. You're a woman founder, running a technology startup. Tell us what were some of your personal challenges when you decided to do this, and what access really did you have to mentors, accelerators, or startup communities? And you're in Bangalore, like you said, the startup capital of India. How did that sort of help you in your journey?
Right. So I actually started my career in the way like any engineering folk would start, right? Joined Cognizant, Infosys of the world, but then I said, I want to do more. Like I want to get into the startup world. So then I transitioned into a product manager in a machine vision tech startup, then a logistics startup, scaled their marketplace. The logistics startup, I was the first women product manager there. So people were very open to women coming up in the startup world, especially in the tech industry. So but there is this thing that okay, you have to get married, you have to have kids, all these kind of biological clock kind of keeps it's there always in your back of the head. There's no running away from it. But my thought is I wanted to give quality, even at the risk of losing quality of my own life. That's something I keep talking about on LinkedIn as well. So I'm trying to build quality experience for all the companies working with us. So that vision has kept me going. And at the same time, I also try to enable women coming back from their career. So we have a program where we give internships for women who are restarting their career, and we enable them to build out their career and go ahead. So many people who have worked with us and done that internship have gone on to join bigger companies with a higher range of salaries as well. So they even during Teachers Day, when they message me, you've been a great mentor, thank you so much. It's a what more can you ask for, right?
Yeah, it must be very gratifying. But
Yes.
what foresight, 2-year-old company, you're already, you have a program for returning women. It's amazing that you have the foresight and you're sort of, helping other women come back to work. Tell us, what were some, couple of learnings that you've had as a woman founder, and what would you advise other women out there who would want to start up like yourself?
Right. So I understand that tech is something most women don't find it fulfilling, because we prefer talking more to humans, right? We are more engaged in understanding and building that connection as an individual. So that is something which I've seen women in tech face. So it's like a longer journey. Maybe the next generation of our kids would be more, because they are growing up more with tech, and that's going to be the case. They would find it far more fulfilling. So that's like a place where you would have to push yourself, but at the same time put yourself front as well, right? So it's like always in many cases we think that okay, you have to do 10 other things. We are great at multitasking, so we think I have to do this, I have to do that. But at some point of time you would have to multitask, but at the same time put in the quality and time of work for yourself as well. So that is one part of advice, and my learnings have been many, right? So these things, I've been in the industry in the startup world for quite some time, and I know that it's not easy. Now recently I've started I went to the US for the first time to understand how the network is there, and I don't know about the pay gaps compared to US and India, but I learned that there in the US, women are more in the front row, right? They are like growing, they are ready to be there, and they are okay putting their marriage life and kids life at a later stage, compared to saying that okay, this is my timeline, I need to keep up with that timeline. They're okay extending that timeline as well. So these are some of the learnings specifically as a women founder I've learned recently, to be specific.
Right. Thank you so much. It was great, talking to you. All the best for Desiree, and more power to women founders like yourself, who are sort of breaking the glass ceiling in the technology world.
Yeah, thank you so much. Nice talking to you. Have a great day.
Thank you. We next have Dr. Raja from Digi Clinics. Welcome, sir.
Hey, it's a good welcome. Thank you. This is Dr. Raja. Yeah.
A happy National Startup Day to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks. Yeah.
So
Hey,
tell us
actually,
about Digi Clinics and what is the problem that you're solving for the market?
okay. We Digi Clinics are primarily focusing on clinical imaging diagnostics, particularly on breast cancer screening and pathology grading. We started up sometime in AI driven. It started up sometime in 2019. We focus on ultrasound-based cancer screening and pathology grading, histology, biopsy slide grading. So what we are trying to do is improving the productivity of radiology and pathology and improving the efficiency of the clinicians. That's a core focus, and we are improving the reason is, especially in healthcare, there are a lot of issues. Lot of issues is a observable variation. The images, whatever you see, whether radiology sees or pathology sees, is a observable variation, is a human eye. So which doesn't really translate the real factor. So that's we are using AI. We are trying to reduce it down. Okay, and improving the treatment initiation part and right treatment initiation at right time. That's a core. Okay.
Right. So how did you sort of, think of building Digi Clinics? And, now health tech is not an easy segment. There's a lot of R&D that has to go before you launch a product because, you're dealing with human lives. So tell us the story behind why, is there a personal story why you wanted to start this? And what is the kind of, legwork or R&D that you put in before taking this product to the market?
Sure. Yeah. Yes, as you said, is a R&D. Quite a lot of R&D is involved. Is a high-end medtech. Is interdisciplinary rather than mere technology. It's a more of clinical learning is needed. Actually, I was in software industry for almost 25 years. Okay, working across both in India and US. I've been in research, clinical research, medical, chemical, cancer research since 2007. Along with me, Dr. Devika. She is also PhD in computer science and postdoctorate from imaging diagnostics from Emory University, Atlanta. I am also PhD in computer science and postdoctorate from Emory. And along with me, Dr. Rohit Tapadia. He is a postdoctorate from Tata Memorial on oncopathology. See, other thing is this one involves deep in research and also is validation, guidance by the non-technology guys like a clinician, pathology, like Rohit Tapadia, or radiology. Okay, they're not concerned or they're not understanding into the technology. But we are the technologists have been working on variety of things. Like I work in semiconductor, I work in multimedia and entertainment and various tech, but which is not taking to the the people. Okay, even though some of them indirectly taking the people, but directly reaching out. There's a technology is reaching out to the people through medtech. That's where we are involved in. So with this research we started up sometime in 2007. Okay, and cancer genomics. Then there's imaging diagnostics. We started in 2017 at Emory in Atlanta. After coming to India, we started focusing on breast cancer. The reason is in India, quite huge numbers are there, especially in breast cancer. And we have technology. We are the technology pioneer. Unfortunately, we are not really utilizing the technology to the core. Okay, that's the thing we are looking. And as a social initiative, I started thinking of doing it. So that's what we started this company.
Right. So where all, have you been able to deploy Digi Clinics?
Yeah.
And how did you acquire your first few customers? Because this is the problem that you identified, which probably people didn't know, right? That there is an error in sort of the whole imaging bit and the human eye cannot see and you're using AI. So tell us about that, how did you sort of get your first customers and where all have you been able to deploy this?
Okay. As you know, there is this initiative. We started with a local hospital, Indo-American Cancer Hospital in Hyderabad. Okay, they along with them only we initiated this initiative. Okay, as you know that is not a customer. He is parallelly they are working with us. They are guiding us. Clinical, the pathology is there, pathology radiology is there. They are guiding us in the entire workflow because we are technologists. Okay, we don't know the clinical how the diagnostics and scaling works around. So they started working, and Rohit Tapalia is obviously is a oncopathology. He himself involved, fascinated with the technology. That's why he is helping us in guiding this. Okay, and as you said, it's not mere human observation or anything. There are a lot of issues into it in this overall diagnostic workflow. There are a lot of administrative issues there, logistic issues there, especially before treatment, you need to get an insurance approval, all those things which are not related to the clinical actual treatment. Okay, especially if you wonder it, even in metros, Hyderabad, across the global, and not only Indian metros, either in San Francisco or Boston, anywhere, the treatment, especially on breast cancer screening, the screening to treatment takes almost 32 weeks, almost 6 months. Okay, that's a long time, especially if you are high-end stage of thing, which involves not only the clinical effort, the insurance, as I said, insurance and logistic transferring the biopsy to one place to other place, wherein the technology plays a major role to reducing the time frame. And not only reducing time frame, it improves accuracy. A human eye misses out a lot of things. Okay, is a human eye only sees the images, especially the biopsy is only 1.5 centimeter. Under the microscope, each biopsy they need to sit at least 3 to 4 hours for a single biopsy, then come up with a grading report. And if that grading report goes, unfortunately, goes some mistakes, that's it. Your treatment goes beyond the control. Okay, that's what we are working on it. So it is not mere. I won't say you cannot expect commercialization immediately. It's a AI, and AI helps in AI and Gen AI helps in improving upon. Especially in India, still we are a long way to go AI. So right now, only the US FDA, actually, in fact, US FDA has given a mandate of digitizing all the images, all the biopsy by 2027 December. So US is anyway always a forward. Even they themselves put a year of 3 years. Then imagine how India is there. Okay,
Right,
at least
right.
in the breast cancer screening, ultrasound breast cancer screening, we are trying to get into rural PHEs, especially because screening is the best first step and cheaper, and also WHO mandates all the women above 40 years need to do the screening annually. Okay, so that they won't get into a cancer issue. See, cancer is coming across the world every year. Is a numbers are abnormally improving. Okay, so that's a thing.
It's an epidemic, sir. Cancer is, becoming an epidemic, literally. So I
Correct.
wanted to ask you, how do you, see yourself taking Digi Clinics to everyone, to a larger market, especially, tier 2, tier 3 cities in the next 5 years? How do you see the market changing? How do you see the mindset changing?
Okay, so especially as I currently I am focusing more on US because that's where the 2027 the market they are pitching in. But in India, I am focusing on ultrasound screening, where we are setting up the hub and spoke model, set up a regional ultrasound screening centers in each region like Chennai, Delhi, and wherever the places. Integrate with the rural PHEs. All the PHEs they have basic minimum ultrasound machine. So our AI will be integrated with them through remotely. They can access and that's a specific ultrasound region, so that the mass training or mass understanding will be helpful to the people.
Right. And, to wrap this up, so can you tell us about the three, learnings you have had as an entrepreneur while building Digi Clinics?
Okay. Okay. First thing is in learning. Yeah. Okay. Is a passion. Okay. First thing you need to have the passion. That's what we had. See, I'm coming from out of IT technology. I learned it as I show with the technology and making it a social initiative. I'm jumping into it. That's a passion. And also, this medtech needs a lot of research. Research is a passion only. Okay, this is itself a passion. Okay, without that you cannot carry forward. And learning, especially in startup story, if you look at it, lot of things you need to do it. 10 different tasks you need to do in a thing. So research is big major issue there. But yes, we are doing it. If they're passion, we are carrying out.
Right. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for being part of Your Stories initiative. We wish you all the best, and thank you for taking the time out to speak to us.
Thank you. Thanks for your time. Have a day. Yeah.
Next up, we have Dilip Chaturvedi from Doctors App. Welcome, Dilip.
Hey, thank you. Thanks for having on this panel. Yeah.
Right. So tell us about Doctors App, what you're building, and what is the problem statement that you're addressing.
Doctors App is a AI-powered EMR platform for a doctors and hospital. What we are basically trying to do that, giving a cutting-edge technology to the doctors to generate a prescription less than 30 seconds. Now, what is the major problem in India, right? Still, doctors write a prescription on the letterhead, and that's where the government is also promoting it, going with the ABDM and Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, where they're trying to, and we are also part of that. We have been integrating the ABDM in our platform, where so that the data can be shared from one, hospital to another hospital. So we are a technology partner. We are a technology partner for a different hospitals and different clinic where they can use our platform to generate a prescription. So digital prescription is so crucial in terms of a treatment, having a patient record, maintaining a patient record. Think about a diabetes patient, and he don't have to carry the file. Everything doctor is there in the palm and in the tablet. But this is the challenge. What happening? This is the major challenge from the long time. But the small players comes, and there the technology is not good enough, where doctor is not able to adopt it, and where doctor don't use it. And this is a major challenge, because the prescription only the doctor can write it, staff cannot write it. Okay, so the people started writing on later, where ultimately data gets lost. So our technology helps to write a prescription less than 30. Patient can get a digital prescription on their WhatsApp messages directly, so that they don't have to store anything. They don't have to print anything actually. So that is the one thing that we are basically helping to them. And this is a very useful in terms of if you are doing a teleconsultation, your ruler, the patient, you can just generate a prescription, give it to them, and they have their WhatsApp, go to the medical store and purchase it. Now we are along with, we are also offering in the paperless IPD. So now the IPD is like, because of the compliance also, they maintain the file. Again, there's a huge files are keep on the hospitals at the one store. Now we are offering this tablet based, even the mobile based platform, where they can have an IPD on, they can access from the tablet, and they can, clinical notes, discharge summary, even the operation OT procedures, all these things, they can stand in front of the patient, and they can note down it instead of writing on the paper and pen. We have given both option. One option is a digital option. Another option we have given, they can use the stylus pen, they can use the normal handwriting approach it. So at least the data get integrated in the platforms, so that it is available whenever you want it, instead of having in a paper where you keep on finding out where is the patient, whenever any emergency comes, they keep on finding out where the paper is that. So that problem to solve it.
Right. I want to ask you now, see, in India, the whole medical system is very legacy led, right? Like, people are used to writing on paper and keeping files of patients. How are you driving adoption? Because it's a mindset change, right? Doctors, nurses, everybody's used to read. In fact, there's a joke, right? The prescription में क्या लिखा है समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, right? A lot of times you don't understand a doctor's handwriting. How are you driving adoption for Doctors App?
Yeah, this is a very good thing. This is a major challenge. I'll give you one example. Doctor is the most difficult customer to acquire it actually, because of this technology. Now the things slowly changing because of the COVID also, because of the doctor get exposed to the technology. Earlier the COVID was not that they never exposed to the technology. You have to force to them. Now they got exposed to them. They got an idea what benefit they can get it. How can they write a digital prescription? Or earlier, that is the another one point. Another thing is the government had already initiated a Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, where all the technology partner is there. And I'm sure that the government, the way government is following with them, each and every vendor, next couple of years, it will be mandatory for doctors to start writing, and at least on a hospital to have a digital prescription. That is the, and most of the hospital now started adopting it. And some of the reason now, the doctor, especially if you see the age of the doctor within a young generation, and or something, a doctor which is a age than 45 or less than 45 or 50, they are now technology, they are technology savvy, and if they got the right product, they will adopt it. And that's where the doctors app is there. And what we suggesting, once they get used to them, okay, the once we give it the free trial, sometimes we give it for 1 month, okay, go ahead and use it, and next month they will say, okay, this is a very good. The reason is they have to write a, see, if I want to write a prescription, I have to write for 50 patients again and again, same instruction, same information. They get tired of writing. And I'll tell you, I have a few of the doctors, within 3 hours, they are able to generate a 50 prescription. And if my software is not able to work for 5 minutes, I get immediately call that, hey, my patients are waiting it, because he will not able to write in the letterhead. Because he created what we have done it, we created a different templates, so they can create a template for a fever or different disease, what type of a medicine they can offer it, what type of treatment, what is the diagnosis is there. So it helps to actually just one click, all the information come, go and review it, modify it if something needed, and generate it. And this is the best part of it. I'll tell you, one doctor, they will practice into the 50 to 70 medicine, not more than that. That's the, if you talk about any specialization, 70 to 80, and that's how they play whole day. And this is where the doctors can give the template, give the AI powered tools, preemptive suggestions. Okay, if this is a treatment is there, how the suggestion can come to them. So that's how it is actually helping to them. So yeah, this is a, once they get used to that, they'll love it, then they'll not come to the paper. Yeah, that is what.
Right. Before India had the whole UPI system, now nobody carries cash because we are so used to digital payments, right? किसी के पास cash ही नहीं होता है अभी. So it's a mindset change that has to also be, driven. Dilip, tell us a little bit about yourself. How did the entrepreneur bug bite you? What were you doing before you launched Doctor's app?
Yeah, myself, I've been like in the 19 years in the software industry, like 2 years back now in the Doctor's app, and I've been techie guy. I've done my, BE from Mumbai. Then I worked for a major MNC company in India. Then I went to the US for 5 years, and I worked for 5 years for an Apple. There in their main head office. I was been part of the product design. Was there, in one of the contract project which I was been taking care of it. And from there, I love to design the product. And the best part is give me the problems, I'll try to find out the solution, some of it. And this is how, and during a COVID, I came to India. And during COVID, huge pressure from the whole family that, okay, in India, everybody is dying, you have to come here. Okay, I am coming. And you remember the first flight which Air India have launched it from San Francisco? I was also part of that.
Wow, so you were on the first flight back to India during the pandemic?
Yeah, exactly.
That's a story to tell for generations.
Yeah, I was been in the Bangalore for a couple of months, they quarantine, all those things. So then I realized 1 month, 2 month over a period of time, I started analyzing it. And then at the point I realized, okay, this is a platform, this is right time to enter, give it to the technology, to the doctors, because doctors get exposed to the little bit technology, and now they can write a prescription. The best part, when I noticed, I went to the one of the doctors nearby, and he just started writing on the prescription on letterhead. And in the US, when I stay for 5 years, I never carry the prescription. Prescription never came in my hand actually. The doctor directly give it to the pharmacy, and pharmacy give the medicine, and done. And this is how it happened. I said, that's a great experience. Why not we have in India? So this is, then I started exploring it. So there is a few startup, they try to change the behavior, but now things are changing, it is evolving, and things are going good actually. So this is what I see. But yeah, it will take some time to get actually exponentially going to grow. I'll tell you, just in maybe 1 year or 2 years, it will just become a UPI where everyone, like every doctor is searching it, where is the software, how to use it, that actually.
Interesting analogy. You're an engineer at heart, you're a technologist at heart. I wanted to ask you about How are you using technology to sort of scale, and where do you see yourself in the next 5 years?
Yes, so the technology wise, we since all the customer, let me tell you, we have a near about 1,200 doctors who have been registered on the platform. We have a near about 15 hospitals who have been started using our platforms. And if I trying to think about it, technology is something as a core, something will going to give it the doctor best experience. Okay, hey, you need these things, and that's how every time I'm developing my product. If sometime when I was talking to the few people, they say, when the development will going to you stop it, right? You have to. I said, this is a product evolving because the customer needs some this feature. If I don't deliver it, he will not use the product at all.
Right.
And
It has to be iterative at every point.
It's iterative at every point. It cannot be the at one, now I'm done, now I have to go into the market, and if this customer is not purchased, I will pitch it to the other. No, let me solve his problem. And by looking the basic requirements, since I'm the technology, I'm not a medical background, so I don't have an exactly once you go to the product and then you'll understand. So over a couple of maybe I said month, maybe we are able to develop the product, and then we reach to, now the product has reached to the point where doctors started paying it. I'll tell you, before this call, there's one doctor's call, and then he said, hey, I was using one of them, he offered me free, now he started charging it. I don't want to use it because I don't trust them. I said, boss, I am there, let's give you the demo for you. And then so for tomorrow the demo is scheduled. So now the doctor is coming in front of us, say, hey, this is a product. And we are very good in the digital marketing, so we know how to do the digital marketing. If you search on a click, somewhere you will find a doctor's app, and that's how we have been actually growing it.
Right. Dilip, kudos to you. You don't come from a medical background, but you're in this field, and we applaud your courage to have such a great foresight for building something like this. All the best with Doctors app, and thank you for giving us your time and being a part of the Great Indian Startup Showcase at YourStory.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
We next have Rahul from Recircle.
Yes, hi, Ipsita. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me.
Happy National Startup Day, Rahul. Welcome, and let's hear what you're building. What's the problem statement you're addressing?
Sure. So we are a circular economy waste management company based out of India, looking at tackling the waste management sector itself. Within that, plastics is the main area that we are looking at working towards. So what we're building at Recircle is essentially a traceable reverse supply chain for waste, where we track plastic waste right from the source of collection to the final processing of material. Now, how we've done this is that we created a partner-based inclusive business model where we work with informal waste aggregators, scrap dealers, waste management companies. So like you would know that India has a large informal waste economy that actually works in the background to collect all the waste from the ecosystem itself. Now, while these people are informal, but without them, what we believe is that none of the waste management in our country would actually technically happen without this informal sector. So what we've done is that we partner with these informal waste collectors ecosystem. We make sure that there's no child labor, proper working condition, work on capacity building on their end to ensure that they are connected with government schemes, have digital modes of payment. Once they are onboarded into our system, they help us collect plastic waste from across the country. We then channelize this to the closest recycler or waste processor, which is located to them itself. So while we are located in Mumbai, but if the material gets collected from, let's say, Guwahati and Assam, it will be sent for a recycling closest to Assam itself. Now, we built our own technology platform called Clima One, which actually tracks and traces this material from the source to the collection to the recycling. Now, the material that flows through our supply chain is then converted into plastic credits, which we then sell to brands like Unilever, Coca-Cola, Nestle, Mondelez, essentially FMCG companies that are going plastic neutral with us, taking the responsibility of offsetting their entire footprint with us itself. We've till date recovered over 161,000 tons of material. Now, while this number might feel arbitrary, but just to give some context, this is almost the weight of more than 26,000 full-grown elephants that we've recovered from reaching our landfills and oceans from more than 300 locations across India, while empowering 400 collection partners, 45 waste processors, and more than 3,000 informal workers that are part of our supply chain. So that's a small drop in the ocean in terms of the last picture, but that's what we're doing at Recircle.
Right. So I want to understand, what led you to sort of build Recircle, and again, you're working with the informal sector to integrate them and sort of build a cohesive ecosystem. How were you able to do that?
So our journey began, I mean, my background's been primarily in finance. I've done my graduation in accounting and finance and then gone ahead to do CFA. But just out of college, while I was doing my CFA, we went for a Google Startup Weekend where we pitched a very preliminary version of the idea. So we've been in the space for almost 9 years now. So it's been a long journey for us. And where we pitched a preliminary idea, the initial thought was when we got into the sector was with regards to that when we did our initial research, we found out that India was actually importing trash from rest of the world. So we're importing paper waste, plastic waste, glass waste, metal waste from across the world, from US, Europe, Middle East. And that as a problem statement felt very odd, right? Because one thing that we can be sure about is that one thing that we don't have a shortage in our country is the amount of waste that we produce. So to the initial years, we of course pivoted to see where we could eventually add value and then move to a B2B first business. We started from a B2C business and then pivoted to a B2B business itself. Coming to the second question in terms of how we incorporated the informal sector, we also realized that we are not experts in collection and sorting of waste. There's already people that are doing this, which are actually being underlooked and they get no access to any kind of schemes or recognition or dignity of work for that matter of fact. So our ethos at Recircle is also to build an inclusive ecosystem where we empower these guys. Initially, of course, it was very hard to get them on board because as soon as you come in with a tech platform or you come in as a company working with the informal sector, there's kind of an apprehension in terms of people coming in on board. But we soon started realizing, the second generation or the third generation people that are younger and have seen technology being implemented, maybe a Kirana store or an Uber app or delivery apps itself. They've seen that there's a scalability that comes with technology. We were able to create case studies with the initial few people on board. And today, as we speak, we are almost in 300 locations where we're actively collecting plastic waste and also now looking at expanding from plastics to also textile waste as we speak.
Wow. Wow. So, two questions again. What are the sectors that you're sort of servicing? And what are you doing with this plastic waste? I mean, how are you sort of make it purposeful?
Okay. So there's been a lot of tailwind in the sector. Now our primary target audience is FMCG companies. And then secondary is essentially anybody that uses plastic as packaging in the ecosystem. So as a part of the plastic waste management rules, which were introduced in 2016, there's something called extended producer responsibility or EPR that's come into existence. Now, essentially what EPR says is that if you're a producer of plastic packaging, you need to take responsibility of collecting and making sure it gets recycled, and then also ensuring that you're now from April onwards, you're also to reuse recycled plastic in your supply chain as well. So majorly the plastic that is being produced is with the FMCG companies as the packaging is the maximum amount of waste that they generate. And then secondly, absolutely anyone that basically uses plastic packaging is our main target audience in terms of who we're targeting itself. So that's the first part. Sorry, I missed your second part of the question, Sudha. Sorry.
No, so I was asking you that how is this waste repurposed? Like, you're
Correct.
collecting, you're making it an organized sector. How is this
Yes.
whole packaging material being repurposed?
So plastics is while plastics is one head, but there are so many multiple subcategories with it, maybe HDPE, LDPE, PET, PVC. So there are 7 subgrades of plastics, and then within which there are multiple subgrades as well. Now, what we've done is that we've worked with different processors and specialize in these different grades of plastics. Largely, our aim is to ensure that this gets recycled into new raw material, which is then being used to make new products out of the plastic granules that get collected. And then there's a certain component which is essentially end of life, which is cannot be recycled or is non-recyclable in nature, where we ensure that it goes to a government-approved co-processing or waste-to-energy factory, where it is being used as alternative fuel to ensure that it can be used as in a proper way, can be disposed of. And then apart from this, we'll work on a lot of smaller pilot projects on plastics to road, plastics to sheets, plastics to oil, depending on where we are able to collect this material and partner with different processors across the ecosystem.
Right. What are some of the challenges in the sector, Rahul, that you guys have faced? And how have you sort of overcome those? what are some learnings? And you've been around for 9 years now. From the time you started to now, what have been some learnings that you have sort of implemented in how you've grown from there on?
Absolutely. So, the space or the sector that we are in terms of sustainability and clean tech, when we launched in 2016, clean tech circular economy was not even a sector that was in existence. This is more so in the last 2 to 3 years or 4 years where this has come into the picture itself. So through the initial days, it was very hard to get not just business, one is to get business from people as well as to find the right kind of investors to come in on board. But through that learning, when we were not able to raise money through the initial days, we basically worked on building a sustainable. While we are building a sustainable business, we also wanted to be financially sustainable, and we
Right.
pivoted to the B2B side and ensured that we are able to actually build a bottom line positive business while we are growing as well. So the challenge was that there was no tailwind in the sector. The sector did not exist. But over the last 3, 4 years, so the first 4, 5 years, when we were able to sustain that period of time, we've seen that the shift has come in along. And now this has become a stress sector where people are interested in knowing about. Brands have taken their global sustainable commitments, where there's more traction coming in the space. So the challenge was to basically sustain during that initial phase when we were not getting the amount of business. And now, so that we've been able to scale up, we're proud to say that we've got investors like Flipkart Ventures, Acumen, Mumbai Angels, Venture Capitalists coming on board to support our journey as they now see a proof of concept as well as scale up that's happening. And there's lots more for us to do in the future. So they're seeing the vision in terms of where we're heading towards.
Right, it's great that you didn't give up when it was a lean period, and you stuck to your goals. What would you tell an entrepreneur who wants to sort of get into the green sector? What would you advise them?
So the green sector is, it's not as a traditional sexy business. If you're a consumer tech startup and you see that, that's most entrepreneurs want to build that sexy tech business itself. So get into it only if you're really, really passionate in the space. If you have a long-term horizon in terms of where you see that the impact will come in along, because green businesses are not the ones that will show you the impact in 2 months or 3 months or 6 months. You will take time to build this businesses itself. So only get into it if you're here in for the long game. And then finally, just be persistent. I think this space is a sunrise sector. There's a lot that is being done. There's a lot of growth opportunities available. And now more and more consumers as well as investors and businesses are taking action in this space. So you're in here at the right time at the right place, but just be persistent and stick to your goals.
Sure. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for such great insights, and all the best to Recircle and the team, Rahul.
Thank you, Shradha, for having me. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. We next have Rohit Srivastava. Hi, Rohit.
Yeah, hi, Ms. Basu. Afternoon.
Good afternoon. Tell us about Deepart Tech Advisory. Am I pronouncing it correctly?
So it's a tricky name, I can say. So D stand for digital and Path is true friend. What Arjuna is being addressed by Lord Krishna. So that's how we thought Deepart, because I hope since morning you are interacting with so many tech startups, largely falling into tech space. The tech become sometime to make easy life as well as to create complexity. So we are playing in between as a knowledge partner, especially in the domain of rural India. So we are working in advisory, consulting, and the audit service. So let's say I was hearing previous rounds where some of them are doing on app side for doctors, maybe for other initiative, green initiative. And when we say the large scale implementation of these technologies, so from mission mode projects which impact the large last mile community of the country, it is not going to be that easy. So somewhere we have to play a bridge to start with the concept of the project, then the securing the implementation and fulfilling the audit part of it, so that what is being asked should be delivered by the tech companies with the government. So working closely with a number of ministries, some of the large leading tech companies in India, as well as global partner to open the gateway for rural India.
Right. Rohit, building bridges or being an advisory firm is not easy, right? Because you have so many different stakeholders and you have to get them all on the same page and see your vision and why what you're saying is right. How do you work around this? And why do you think this was a problem statement that needed to be solved?
Worked with similar companies in past. So before 2018, when I started this company, worked with global consulting firms like EY, PwC. Co-founder is my wife. Served KPMG for more than almost 9 years. So we realized that lots of things we are doing, but there is a difference between job and work. So maybe we are doing good jobs, but the satisfaction of work, what we have delivered, maybe not coming in that way. So we realized let's try some hands and deliver it end to end. Working very closely on large government initiative during my consulting engagements, and which are touching life, especially related to rural livelihood mission. So when you start your journey from boardroom and you go back to the last mile of society, we see the difference what we have conceptualized there and what is being delivered to the last mile. So we found it's a very big gap in terms of concept to delivery. So we thought, okay, lots of discussion at boardroom. Let's enter into the real world. So we are creating a large pool of digital entrepreneurs across the country. I'm part of an initiative called Society of Digital Entrepreneurs, where we have created more than 10,000 plus youths coming from the last mile, from the Gram Panchayat level itself, and delivering the e-government services to the community. So when we say tech is different at urban, but tech is very different at rural. So
Absolutely.
the tech which will touch life of rural is going to be successful. You name any tech which is being very easy to adopt, has make the changes in the country. So we are just identifying and trying the company which are really good and focused can get the right path to settle at the right market. And rural is we can't ignore in any domain. So through SODS, we do lots of medicine, e-telemedicine, e-law, digital blood bank, digital libraries. So I think rural is still need more focus in our country, and that's what we are doing right now.
I'm very amazed by this whole digital entrepreneurs that you are sort of helping to come into the mainstream. Tell us about that. How are you taking this to the rural youth? What are some impact programs that you've undertaken? Tell us more about the digital entrepreneurs bit.
See, any let's say any government scheme, now all schemes are getting converted into digital platform, correct? Let's say you want a gas connection. Initially, you have to go collect the hard copy, submit your document. That's all happening at digital side. But is that community is ready to take those adoptions, correct? So which means you still need some educated or digitally trained individual at the last mile of community who can deliver these services and give the education. So they can tell us that, okay, if you need this, so at least he is the one who is trained enough to pass on the actual initiatives of maybe government of India or state governments, or maybe by the private enterprise. So we want to skill those individuals who are digitally trained, literated more, and can help that industry and the government to enter into the space at very last, maybe the actual last mile of our country. So,
Right.
for example, let's say any scheme you think if you want to deliver, you need someone as in your individual spoke over there. Maybe it's a bank. You cannot open bank everywhere. That's how what they do at rural side. They create bank correspondents, BCs. We called it BC Sakhi, and they are the person who goes to the door to door, collect the cash, give the cash, do the digital transactions, and that's how banks works. But in urban, we have ATM, we have branches, and we can do transformation. We can use mobile banking very easily, but it is not happening at rural side. And with the increase of this digital fraud, it is even more complicated when it comes to the large adoption of these kind of stuff.
So, how are, now this whole change to this whole digitization, right? It's a mindset change, especially again in the rural sectors. How are you sort of addressing these challenges? What were some hurdles that you guys have overcome?
First thing is the adoption itself is not that easy. So let's say if we think about any rural livelihood mission, now that livelihood mission should have clear mandate and the skill program should not get limited to the limited offices only. So the problem is when we go and train someone, the consistency and the sustainability is something which is the actual problem over there, because there are certain schemes which run for some time. Maybe some company is doing some initiatives for a period, and rural is not easy cashback. So the sustainability of schemes and the consistent approach for industry to hit the market, where the confidence building is even more required. But there is immense potential, and especially if you see all VGF funding, value funding, what Government of India does, maybe in the sector of telecom, road, or any other infrastructure. So enterprise goes later. So rural part first, government need to break the ice, and then industry join. You see the telecom, you see 5G is coming in rural, urban area, but still rural is running on 3G or 4G, where Government of India is investing for setting up the infrastructure, towers and all. Then only private player goes and put their equipment over there. So it's an interesting market to analyze. And this digital transformation journey, what we see at urban and rural, I think few year gap are still there. So we are running behind behind some years to maintain this digital divide should get addressed on fast track.
It's a very trust-based market, and that's why you're the Parthasarthi, right? You're the friends that are trying to sort of help them adopt. Tell us, what were some of your learnings? You worked in boardrooms, now you're working at grassroots levels. What were some of your learnings, and what would you advise to entrepreneurs who want to work in a sector like this?
Yeah, I have learned one thing very straight, which is the more you go deeper, the more power of women will help you to build anything. So if you see any government large scheme or enterprise, the large contribution is coming from women. So be it BC Sakis, be it SHGs, be it FPOs, it is not possible until you are not getting the confidence of the women at the sector or in the society. So this is something which is very different than what we see in urban, in corporates. But the upper hand at the last mile is always women. And that's why I think Honorable PM always focus and says women empowerment is going to change the country. So even in a startup, if you see 50% plus startups are now having at least one woman director, which shows, and they're coming from tier 2 and tier 3 cities. If you go to rural, their contribution is no doubt higher. So I think that's what is very amazing to work at those side of the country.
What a fantastic insight. Like they say, when you educate a woman, you educate a household. So, and this is exactly what you're saying right now.
Their commitment for family, society, and any assignment is very different. If we see, and that's why our company itself was selected as last year on the same day we were one of the finalists of National Startup Award in women-led startup category. So we are firm believer of this, and this is what we are learning from society, back to society. These startups are simply a reflection of society.
Right.
And every startup, they share their journey on the part of the reflection where they're working, all startups. So the sector where are we working, we are reflecting that to you and to the rest of community.
Right. Thank you so much, for your time. Thank you for such fantastic insights, and more power to you being friends and Parthasarthis for digital adoption in rural India. Thank you for giving us your time, Rohit.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting. Have a good day.
Thank you. Next up, I'm passing this relay torch to my colleague and ace storyteller, Debolina Biswas, who has been covering inspiring journeys of innovative startups for 6 years at YourStory across sectors like healthcare, edtech, e-commerce, fintech, agri-tech, among others. Over to you, Debolina.
Thank you so much, Ipshita. That was a very insightful session. Hello, everyone. Like Ipshita mentioned, I'm Debolina Biswas, lead at YS Life, and your host for the next 1 hour. As some of you who are already watching are aware that we are conducting a day-long live storytelling marathon featuring over 100 early-stage startups to celebrate India's entrepreneurial spirit on National Startup Day. Today, the next entrepreneur that we have with us is Charles. He's the founder of EV Joints. Hello, Charles, and welcome to Your Story. I think you're on mute, Charles.
Hi, Devalina.
Hello, how are
Hope you're
you?
doing fine. I'm good. I'm good. How about you?
I'm good. Thanks, Charles. Thanks for joining in. Can you please, tell us in a gist, what do you do? What does your startup do?
So, should I present something, or you want me to narrate the story?
No, it would be great if you could just, talk us through what is the problem that you're trying to solve.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Charles, and thank you so much for your story team for giving me an opportunity to present it to esteemed group of investors. And I will just directly dive into the problem statement that we are working on. As you all know, that EV is going to be the future, no matter what. Although we have just started picking up, but it's going to be the future. So currently, if you look at last year, the EV penetration was 6.5%, but we're picking up. Like majorly, we were for the 3-wheelers and 2-wheeler, but the 4-wheeler passenger and the cargo wheeler have started picking up. There is a huge charging station infrastructure, but the problem here is it is not interconnected to each other. It is so fragmented. Just imagine that if you have to book a ticket for your movie, you have to just say download INX apps or Cinepolis apps, even to locate. So it is a very fragmented infrastructure. So what we are trying to do is we are interconnecting different network of charging stations into one app. So it's called a EV Joints Unified EV Charging app, through which you can check where the stations are across different network of stations and check the availability, whether it is functional or not functional, which is very critical for you to before you visit the station. And once you understand, okay, this is available, you can go there, initiate using our app, make the charging station and make the payment and check out. Currently, what customers are doing, they have to rely on Google, which is not giving you information which you can rely before visiting the station. Otherwise, you have to install multiple apps to go through which station is available and which is not available. And also, to worsen the convenience, you also have to maintain wallet across different apps, because every charging station you have to use wallet to make the payment. Due to which EV users are not taking their EV for longer trips, and when they are not taking EV for longer trips, the public charging stations usage going for a toss. And when the charging stations are not profitable, they will not expand. And if they don't expand, obviously the EV sales won't pick up. So it's a vicious cycle. So this is where we come in and we address this the bigger issue by interconnecting EV charging ecosystem. So you as an EV user don't have to install multiple apps. So that's the thing that we are actually working on.
Okay. And Charles, while EV has been the talk of the town in the last 1 to 2 years, the sector itself is pretty niche and new in India. So could you just tell us what inspired you to become an entrepreneur, and how exactly did you come up with this idea? Was there a personal problem statement that you kind of tried addressing?
So I have about, I'll just give you my background. I have about 17 years of work experience, of which 5.5 years I worked with Reliance Mutual Funds. Now it's called Nippon Mutual Fund. And about 11 years with Motilal Oswal Financial Services as a head of marketing. When I quit in the month of June 2023, I was the senior vice president head of marketing. In fact, I had worked with YourStory. We collaborated also with your team for a couple of promotions. So I always wanted to do something on my own. Like for instance, immediate after college, I started a screen printing business with a couple of my friends. Then we invested 20,000 at that point in time. It's very difficult for us to get money. So we invested 20,000 and we ran it for about a year. But obviously, we couldn't scale it up or we couldn't expand. So we sold it to one of the partners. Then I took up a job at Big Bazaar. At those times, it's a huge thing for us. After completing graduation, I didn't go for any studies after graduation. And then I started evolving from an executive to be a senior vice president at Motilal Oswal Financial Services. And even while working at Motilal Oswal Financial Services around towards end of 2014, I started an online grocery business, keeping Metro as a backup in my area in Mumbai. We ran it for 6 months. In fact, we clocked about average 1.5 lakh of gross with a margin of 15 to 20%, majorly coming from groceries and the fruits and vegetables. We ran it for 6 months. In fact, I bumped into one of the VCs of Big Bazaar. I was supposed to present, and that time I think Big Bazaar, Big Basket was there, and a couple of local guys were doing this. And because I used to come back from office after 6, so we used to give the same day delivery. So after one, if you order anything before by 3, we will make sure that we deliver, because anyway it's a serviceable area, it's a small area. So I used to come and pick up the groceries, and I used to deliver, and that's when I picked up my spondylitis, and it was unfortunate. I was bedridden for about 20-25 days and was admitted, so I couldn't take it further. But I was very clear. I don't know. It's my passion or something. I always wanted to do something on my own. And during COVID time is when I was just trying to explore solar as an option, because in my hometown from Tamil Nadu, I have so many relatives. They have bungalows and they have open terrace. So I was thinking of giving them the shadow, and yet you pass the electricity back to the government. And that point in time, the net meter concept was not there in TN. But still, I worked out everything, and there was a break even at 7th year. But after 7th year, it's a golden period, because hardly you have to spend any more time, money in terms of maintenance. And while doing that, I stumbled upon a video that was a guy who was charging his car in a solar-powered charging station. And that's when he was trying to explain that ऐसा कुछ apps होता है, there is some app that you have to install. Then it intrigued me. I'm like, why I have to install an app for every charging station? Then I started studying. I mean, like, it's early 2020, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. That point in time in India, it was not that established, so I had to study the abroad. That's when I figured out that it's going to be this scenario in future in India, because by then also it was about 30, 40 small apps with 150, 20 stations. So as an user, you can't, and you won't be end up in installing multiple apps. That will lead to inconvenience. So then I studied, then I researched. Then someday I decided that, okay, I have to take up this. And I found it very interesting. The reason being, I was the head of marketing. So I was handling the user journey, app, B2C marketing, P&L, everything. So everything was in align with my passion, like doing a lot of creative stuff. I've done a lot of creative ads and all those stuff. So this is the cutest brand that I can build, because in finance, you have so many restrictions. The moment you say stock mutual fund investments are subject to market risk, and you have to go to the compliance officer, you have to go to the SEBI, anything you do. So I really want to do a lot of memes. If you look at my channels and Instagram, I would have done a lot of stuff. So yeah, in fact, I spent about 10K and I hired students from NMIMs to direct one of my TVC. I wrote the script and they directed it. So I don't know. I'm very passionate about building brand rather than business. Somewhere I feel that even my competition is busy in building business while I'm building both together. I would say that I've started building community even before I launched the app in the month of June 2024. But I launched the website in the month of June, in the year June 2023. And we started publishing a lot of blogs, and we got about currently we have about 9,000 unique users coming to our website, reading our blogs, FAQs organically. We don't do any promotion. Yeah.
So I'm sorry for cutting you off. We only have 1 minute time left, and I really want to understand: have you onboarded any clients yet?
Yes. 2,000 customers are already there using our app. So with the DAU of about 191. So there are 3 phases. 1 minute, I'll quickly wrap it up. See, we launched the app as a locator where the stations are, and enough information we will give against those stations so that you as a user can decide before going to the station. Because you can't just bump into the station unlike petrol pump. Even if there are 2-3 cars, you will be checked out in 5-10 minutes. But in EVs, you have to wait for 40 to 50 minutes. So we launched as a locator, and we are gathering about 2,000 customers. And in second phase also, where we have started showing real-time status of 3-4 networks also. And we are in the last leg where we are integrating with those 3-4 CPUs to charge your EV also, not just locate, but to check the availability, but also you can charge your using your EV. So that's the phase we are in. So by March, we intend to start generating revenue with those 4 CPUs. And couple of big CPUs have agreed to come on board after that, because I have a very lean team. So we are going step by step and not pumping
Got
it.
it.
And also one startup that is helping me building the startup has invested 7% equity, acquired 7% equity against the free tech services. So I'm not paying them. So whatever I'm doing is all for promotions.
Thank you so much, Charles. Your enthusiasm and passion kind of comes off the way you talk about your company. Thank you so much for joining us today. And if somebody wants to get in touch with you, they will through LinkedIn or through this. We will be happy to share the contacts. Thank you so much for joining in today, Charles.
Thanks, Evelina. Thanks everyone for hearing more. Thank you so much. Bye.
Let's see who we have next with us. Yes. Hello, Mukul.
Hi, Debolina. Good afternoon.
Hi. Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Thank you so much for joining in, Mukul.
I'm joining in from Chennai.
Sorry.
I'm joining in from Chennai.
Okay.
And where are you based?
We are based out of Bangalore. Our head office is in Bangalore, and I'm joining in from the Bangalore office. And we have 10 minutes to kind of understand your startup, what you do, and what's unique about you. So why don't you just hit it? You tell us what you do and what's so unique about what you're doing.
So my name is Mukul Manjari, and I'm the co-founder of Topmarks Creative Labs Private Limited. I have a PhD in biotechnology, and my co-founder is Indrajit Mukhopadhyay, who is an MTech from IIT. And Topmarks, let me tell you a little about our company. Topmarks is an e-learning platform, and we create and sell online pre-recorded courses through our portal. So the courses that we sell come under 2 distinct categories. One section is the academic section, which targets or is primarily focused on the traditional subjects like physics, maths, chemistry, biology, coding, computer science, data science. The list is endless. And we have a section, this is dedicated primarily for art and craft.
Okay.
So the section that we are targeting is the students, school-going children, and young art and craft hobbyists. So primarily the K-12 category.
Got it. So, Mukul, why don't you tell me, EdTech has been there for some time, and there have been a lot of players who have been trying to crack this particular sector. What exactly differentiates your product from what is already available in the market?
Yeah. So let me make you go through it once. So Topmarks is actually an open managed platform. So because it is open and managed, and the courses are pre-recorded and primarily comprehensive. So what we do is we invite talented instructors from all over the world, across boundaries, to come and share their knowledge repository and create very good digital content for students. And we do this at a predetermined or revenue sharing model. So this gives the students, because it is it's pre-recorded and not live. So the students get an opportunity to go through the content over and over again before exams. Anytime, if they don't understand, they can go over it again, over and over again. So that's the edge that we have, and that's how we are different. We don't. That is one, and also.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Please continue.
And also because we are, getting, experienced and good instructors to come on board and teach. So that's a win-win for both the sections. So
and when did you launch this platform? When did the platform go live?
That was in 2021.
Okay.
And we have been creating, wonderful courses. You can take a look. It's there in the site, the website. And these instructors are very experienced because they come from premier institutes. We pick and choose them. It's not that, though it's a marketplace. And they are from, premier institutes of India like IIT, And for the art and craft section, we have roped in, professionals from NIFT and NID to create and come up with beautiful courses. So I would, request you to go and take a look at the courses to get an idea.
Absolutely. And if you, the art and craft bit sounds really interesting to me, and it's also something which is not very common. But if you could tell me what is the kind of traction that you're getting just from the art and craft section? How many?
Oh, wonderful! The students, hobbyists, professionals, because art and craft and DIY, that is something that is beyond ages. We try to touch all categories across all ages. So people who are professionals or people who've just started out, who've got time, they can all. We've done courses which are macrame, for example, origami. They are the top favorites, and then we have the traditional ones, where embroidery comes in and things like that. So because in the Indian scenario, there are very few players who've worked on this and created courses which primarily cater to the Indian audience, because our as you know, we have the art forms in India are huge and diverse. So there are hardly any players who have pinpointed creating courses primarily using Indian products available for the Indian market by Indian instructors. That's not available. If you go and check, it's very hard to find. So that's one of our uniqueness. And traditional subjects, of course. So we have plans because we have plans to integrate AI. So that will be our next step. And because we believe that we started out because we have a very we both come from a academic background, so we believe that education should be affordable to all, accessible to all, for all ages, all categories. So how India is diverse, and with the internet penetration and with faster internet availability now, I think we can reach out to smaller towns and areas where geographical locations would be a barrier.
So right now, are you only operational in Chennai or across?
No, because we are based out of Chennai, but this is an e-learning portal because it is online. So the courses are available to anyone and everyone, and it is very accessible and very affordable. That's what we've tried to. That's another uniqueness that we've brought. It's not expensive.
Right.
You will find which other players have done in the past. Ours is absolutely. We believe that it should be accessible and affordable. And
my next question would be, being in the edtech sector today is not as easy. Your product has to be really unique for you to stand out. So any advice for other entrepreneurs who are watching today, or aspiring entrepreneurs who want to break into the edtech segment, what would your advice be for them?
Our focus, I can only talk about myself. Our focus, because we all understand how the education system works. So our focus will always be for a comprehensive end-to-end learning with the integration of AI that will give us the power, to capture adaptive learning, doubt clearing, fast, and we can be with AI, we'll be able to incorporate animations, graphs. The content has to be the digital content. If the educational content is good, I think that will really help solve students' problems, and that will be everybody will accept it.
And where do you see yourself and your company in the next 3 to 5 years?
Oh, wonderful question. We would like to grow immensely, and cutting all barriers, and to do that, that's the reason we're looking for pre-seed funding at the moment, and we're looking for your input as well.
Mukul, if you have to, if you got 1 minute to pitch to investors who are currently viewing our live, please go ahead and pitch.
Yeah, so we would like Topmarks to be very popular, share our vision so that it is accessible and affordable. Comprehensive courses are available to all students across all countries, including India. Our art and craft section is very unique, and we have plans to integrate DIY kits that will also help students, to learn and nurture their dreams. And please help us, translate this vision into reality. And on that note, thank you so much, Debolina. It was wonderful talking to you and everybody
Thank
who's
you so
listening
much.
in.
Thank you so much for joining in. And I'm look forward to kind of visiting your website and checking the art and craft segment.
Please do. And we're open to feedback. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mukul.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Let's see who we have next with us today. Yes, we have with us Madhumita. Madhumita, where are you logging in from?
I'm from currently in Guwahati, Assam. So we are like diversing overall in India with our business plan.
So yeah, please tell us about like walk us to what you're doing. What is the challenge that you're trying to address with your products and services?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Debolina, for having me here. So myself, Madhumita, I'm the CEO and co-founder of Find My Business. We have started our business this year only, like 2024, just last year. So Find My Business is actually a platform for local businesses, MSME startups, so that they can have an online presence and customers can directly contact them with their details what they are getting. They will get a business profile where all details will be provided, like phone number, WhatsApp number, email IDs, then social media handles can also be attached there. It's a complete profile, or you can say a mini web page. So they will be getting it, that is also for free. And we have onboarded 5,000 plus businesses and only from Guwahati, Assam, and that is for within 6 days.
Wow.
So currently we are a bootstrapped company.
Sorry for cutting you off, but can you tell me, is it more like an online directory of businesses?
A little bit of online directory, but not exactly. We are also planning upward, like if local business can adapt this first, like what is business profile, why it should important for them to come online. So like next half, we are coming up with the corporate solutions, enterprise solutions they'll be having. So like it's like teaching little bit for them. We have to teach them what is it, why it is important nowadays. They have to come online, because if we see our like news channels and all, like they are showing us like how businesses are closing down because of a lot of e-commerce and quick commerce. They are like struggling to come up because people are adapting online thing many much more. So that is our plan. So yeah.
And Madhumita, who do you see, like, how do you see yourself competing with other players in the market who are kind of, providing a similar solution? What's your USP?
So currently we are competing with big giants. Like Google business are there, Just Dial is there, a lot of businesses are there. So we are competing, like we are giving a complete profile, which many businesses are not giving it. So like photos and videos will be also there. Like they can, we are coming up with like within 2 hours of 2 years of plan. We are coming up with like they can sell and purchase from here also only. Then yes, then like a lot of difference, like verification process. People have to like people can trust these businesses genuinely there in the market. So trusting is also a issue, like many businesses are not showing. So we are coming up with a verification process also. And like we are also collaborating with the government of India. So we are planning it. That will be a much more efficient, like people can adapt it more.
And Madhumita, if you can, go back and tell me what was exactly your eureka moment? Why did you want to start a business like this?
Actually, I was in Infosys. I worked there for 2 years, and then in that COVID times, I had seen many businesses, and even my father is a retail businessman, so I have seen the struggle of like customers and how much it's declining nowadays, and like even we are also like focused on like everything should be in online. We want everything in our doorsteps. So that the businesses, local businesses, startups, then small businesses which are in the tier 3 cities or tier 2 cities are there. So we are focusing on that local products also get that visibility. So for that we had planned, me and my co-founder Amal Bhattacharya has planned So we have come up this much, and we are planning for the next version within like 2 months or 3 months. We are coming up.
Wonderful. And do you also plan to, expand geographically to other locations?
Currently, it's focusing on India, but we're coming 5 years of plan. We'll be planning to go out other countries also.
And also in India, are you currently available in the other cities and states?
Yes, we are available, but currently we have just done our MVP model, and that is only in Guwahati, Assam. But
Okay.
like
And
we are planning
how
for pan
do you
India.
plan to reach out to the other states?
Yes.
How do you plan to, expand to the other Indian states?
We are planning for like social media handles, or have some marketing, different type of marketing ideas. We have campaign and other thing. So yeah, we have that is secret. Will be
Okay.
coming up.
Okay. And can you just walk us through your initial days? What have been the most challenging things to solve before you could, establish your company and launch it?
Challenging thing is that we have to like make a local business understand why it is important. That is the main challenging factors, because they are not like we have customers. We don't need this. Many type of questions they arise, but we are making it like you need to understand this. It's important. Within 2 to 3 years of frame, this business will automatically closes down. So we need this. So that is the challenge factor to make them understand.
And do you have a team, or is it just you and your founder as of
Yes,
now?
yes. No, we have a team. We have 6 to 7 people in our team currently.
Okay. And do you like physically visit these stores and local shops to kind of, enlighten them or, you know, tell them the importance of having such a platform?
Uh, Actually, I have some network issue, I guess. Can you just repeat the question, please?
I said, so do you and your team, do you personally reach out to these retail stores and
Yes.
convince them to come on board on your platform?
Yes. We have reached out. We are totally on grounded, so that we can get a feedback from them. We can get like what they actually need. We have researched a lot, and after that we came up. And people actually need this. So where we have spoke to them, they actually need this. They said they required it. They want to sell in online, but they don't have that resources. They don't know how to do it. They are not that much educated to do that. So we are making it so user friendly, and search results, AI search results we are giving, so that customers also get user friendly by that. Yeah, we can search and get that from local businesses, local stores. And not only the businesses, we are also focusing on the professionals, education sectors, everything.
And
So
Madhumita, you have quite a few numbers of clients onboarded, stores and retailers who have onboarded into your platform. But how many people are actually using your platform to, reach out to or to understand better about the stores and retailers in and around their neighborhood?
People are searching, like because of that our SEO keywords are so strong. Like it's in Google, it's in our app. We have an app in Play Store, so people are searching it and it's coming on the top page, like in the first and second rank we are having. So user are using it, and as I said that it's an MVP stage, and we are coming up with the 2 to 3 months next plan, which we are doing a marketing. Currently we haven't done any marketing, and without many marketing we have got this. So as soon as we do the social media marketing, it will be a huge, as you say.
And how are you currently managing your finances? Have you raised any external funding, or are you looking to raise funding?
Currently, we are a bootstrapped. We have done from our end, and investment we require a minimum of 10, like if possible, or else we are focusing on the bootstrap only. So we just need some like mentorship. We are getting it from Assam startup, and we are also collaborated with Startup India.
Okay.
So have got much mentorship and guidance. So we are focusing on like bootstrapped only, or if any opportunities we got, we will be going to for the investment.
That's wonderful, Madhumita. All the very best for your startup. And I'm sure that, we'll soon see Find My Business in the other states as well. And yeah, keep at it. Thank you so much for joining in.
Thank you, Debolina.
Thank you. Next, we have with us, we have Shubhayu. Just a couple of minutes before they join in.
Hello.
Hello. Hi, how are you?
Good afternoon, Debolina. I'm
Good.
really good. Thank you so much.
Where are you logging in from?
So I'm logging in from Bangalore. I mean, it's the same place where we are right now currently sitting.
Okay, wonderful. Can you just walk us through and tell us a little bit about your company? What do you do, and what is the problem that your startup is trying to solve?
For sure. Thank you so much, firstly, to the entire team of YourStory and yourself to give me and my team the opportunity to speak here. So I'm Shubhayu. I'm one of the co-founders and the chief operating officer of Ethereal Exploration Guild. In short, we call it Ethereal X. So we at Ethereal X are building the world's first fully reusable medium lift launch vehicle, or rocket as yet. So how Ethereal X was started? Ethereal X was born in a way to advance the civilizational progress through making space more accessible and utilize the most of it. So what does it mean? Like, what is the problem statement here? We have over 10,000 space tech startups and 150 plus startups, especially in the launch vehicle segment, which launches the payload. So since the day when we started launching rockets into the sky. But the major point here is to be noted is, since then till now, the average global pricing for any payload or anything per se to take it to the space stands at around $15,000 to $20,000 per kg. That means it is very costly. And why this costly affair has come? Because space is not easily accessible. I think in simpler terms, we can tell it, for example, if we have a Maggie costs around $40 here everywhere in the country. But if we go to certain places such as Leh Ladakh, the 40 rupees Maggie will definitely not be a 40 rupees. So eventually it's a logistic problem and we need to solve it. So the same thing happens with a Uber and a bus or a train travel. So here we see that there are 2 points. One is economy of scale, which is the bigger the better. So that's the reason why a medium lift launch vehicle. And I'll come to the second part, reusability. Currently, if we see, around 99% of the rockets, they are non-reusable. That means every time when we churn up a rocket, it requires the manufacturing elements, the raw materials, the testing, and all other stuffs. But that entire material, entire manpower and workmanship just goes and gets dumped into the sea. If you see SpaceX with its innovative business plan and the technology, they brought up semi-reusable launch vehicles from the Falcon 9. Now, in that Falcon 9 launch vehicle, the first stage used to return back onto the Earth, and the second stage is dumped into the space. What at Ethereal X we are building is the next generation reusable launch vehicles, in which the entire stages, the booster stage or the first stage and the upper stage, which has the satellite or the spacecraft, is entirely brought back into the Earth. You might be thinking, why exactly SpaceX didn't do that? And eventually the trial said that we had reusable launch vehicle technology, such as the space shuttle, such as the crewed modules. The major problem sending anything onto the space and retrieving it back is the entire Earth's atmosphere. The Earth atmosphere acts as a shield. As you know, it is a shield against all the radioactive elements or the radiation per se, to protect. So similar thing is offered whenever a spacecraft which is traveling into the space and comes back into and hits the Earth's atmosphere. It produces a lot of structural unintegrity, and it produces a lot of heat. So the entire structure doesn't stay integrated. So as history speaks, the entire launch vehicle market, we have always been scared about the heat or this particular type of temperature which comes into play when the Earth sphere of influence or the Earth's atmosphere starts. What at Ethereal X we are doing is, we are building a technology, we have devised a technology in which the heat, instead of getting scared or running away from it, we are utilizing it to run our engine cycle, which is basically something which you see under a Honda car or a Maruti car, like a CRDI or a Ivtech. So these type of technologies, these are the cycles which depict the type of an engine or the propulsion system. So the propulsion system that is being built at the Ethereal Exploration Guild is entirely new and in situ production, wherein we can entirely land the upper stage. So the entire rocket is retrieved. Now, what basically makes impact into the business? Now, as I said, that the global average price is somewhere around $15,000 to $20,000 per kg. With this particular technology, we can bring it as low as 1/30th of the global average, somewhere around $500 to $2,000 per kg. So this was the main motive of why we wanted to start Ethereal X and what makes it different.
Got it. Shubhayu, if you, I'm really interested in knowing what's the story behind the name of the startup?
Ethereal X. Ethereal is basically something which is above and beyond, and there's nothing to it. So X stands for exploration, and as we say, space has always been a poor man's laboratory. So we send launch vehicles, we send spacecrafts, and we retrieve them back and we send it to different galaxies. That's the reason why we wanted to come up with a name which resonates with that type of a feeling. That's how the Ethereal X name was born out of it.
And you mentioned that your company is headquartered in Bangalore itself?
Yes. So we are currently working in Bangalore. We also have a 7 lakh square feet area where we call it as the engine test facility for our stage engines, which is also known as base 001. So there we are setting up a world-class testing facility of testing this rocket hardware, because these things had to be ruggedly tested before they are called airworthy.
And how did you manage the finances? Are you backed by some investor?
Yes, of course. We have had a seed of around 5 mil and looking forward for our Series A. We have really good names into our cap table, and most of our achievement is very properly underlined and it's milestone basis. So based on the development, based on the hardware qualification, we are planning for our next round of fundings.
And Shubhayu, if you could just tell me, what role have mentors, accelerators, or even startup communities have played in your journey so far?
Yes, of course. I think initially, because this is a very niche field, right from the beginning, explaining this type of innovative technology, because this drastically changes the cost per kg or the unit price of the element which is getting into the space. It was a bit tough to explain it, but eventually now that space has been privatized and globalized within this country, it became easier for us. So yes, the collective VCs or the people who have backed us have played a very pivotal role. Apart from that, we are 35 strong people with one of the best mentors available throughout the country. They have had ample experience of 35 to 40 years in the Indian space sector and have headed big centers of ISRO, such as the Propulsion Center, which is located in Mahendragiri, the Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, the pinnacle of R&D for the space sector in India, and also Sriharikota, which serves as the launch or the spaceport within the country.
Wow, that's very impressive. And Shubhayu, I think, people who are watching this live, and if they aspire to start up in the space tech segment, they would really love to know, how did you manage to do it? What are the few things that they probably should keep in mind before they take the plunge?
Well, space sector is what we think it's a very concentrated or dedicated sector. No, there is a lot going on when we talk about a rocket science or a rocket technology. There is the propulsion system, which requires chemical engineering. There is the navigation guidance system, which requires avionics or electrical engineering. Then there is entire system engineering, which also comprises of mechanisms and mechanical engineering. And then there is the entire rocketry or the aerodynamics part of it, which requires aerospace engineering. So a person who wants to take a plunge into this sector can have any particular plethora of expertise, let's say in whatever I have mentioned. But initially, when you see the launch vehicle market, it's a high capital intensive. So if somebody wants to have certain assertions into this particular sector, he has to plan or she has to plan it accordingly with respect to the milestones. And for me as an experience, I'm an aerospace engineer and have been working with ISRO for more than 10 years. So I joined the Spaceport of India in 2012, and I was handling the entire fleet of Indian PSLV and the GSLV rocket and the Fat Boy GSLV Mark III. Also in 2018-19, I was selected as one among 23 to kickstart the human space flight program. So eventually I have spent 3.5 good years in developing astronaut life support systems as well as making an astronaut training center post starting my company Ethereal X in 2022. So dedication and of course testing. So because aerospace hardware is something which we need to ruggedly test. So I would say test, fail, and then get the success is something which people should keep in mind before starting anything into the space sector.
Now we all know the mantra for your success, and all the very best for with your startup. And I am sure that you'll be flying high very soon. Thank you so much for joining,
Thank
Shubhayu.
you so much, Debolina, and thank you once again to the entire YourStory team. Have a nice day.
Next, we have with us Manoj. He's the founder of EDDD. Hello, Manoj. Can you hear us? I think you're on mute. I'm afraid we cannot hear you. Can you try talking now? No, we are unable to hear you, Manoj.
Is it audible?
Yes, now you are audible. Hello, hi.
Hi. Morning.
Hi.
Thank you so much for having me here. Happy Entrepreneurs Day, Startup Day.
Happy Startup Day to you too. And please tell us, where are you logging in from?
I'm logging in from Bangalore.
Okay. Your startup's called EDDD, right?
EDDD. It's called
EDDD. Okay.
It's a play
I'm
with
so
the
sorry.
word.
Okay. So tell us what does EDDD does?
Okay. So we are a marketplace for schools and after-school programs in simple terms. We help parents search for the right schools, activity centers, tuition centers for their children. That's what we do. We evolved from a community of 80,000 plus parents on Facebook. It's a very interesting journey that we had. We were searching for the schools for our own kids, and we found the small little group that our founder Shweta had founded. And then we joined that group, and then we became admins. We grew that group into a 79,000, 80,000 plus member group at this point of time on Facebook. And we realized that just being on Facebook was not going to solve the problems that we want to solve. And that's how we started EDDD as a platform which will help parents make the right educational decisions for their children. So that's what we do on EDDD.
Oh, wonderful. And when exactly did you start this Facebook group again?
Facebook group was started in 2012. So we were very happy being a Facebook group. We did very well. We did 5 educational expos through that group. So all of that stuff was running pretty fine. But we also realized that there is a much larger problem out there than just can be solved through a small little group. We want to touch millions of lives out there, and then EDDD was formed through that.
And EDDD was founded in which year?
We soft launched EDDD in December of 22. So it's just a couple of years that we are in existence at this point of time.
Amazing. And, if you could tell us, how are you differentiating yourself from the rest of the players working in the same segment? What's your USP?
So our biggest USP is that we are building a community. And I think education needs a community. It needs a village to raise a child. That's our core belief. And that's how we have fitted ourselves there. We are trying to connect the 5 stakeholders of education together. We believe that there are 5 pillars of education. We have the parents, we have the schools, we have the educators, we have the service providers, and we have the children. These are the 5 stakeholders of education. These are the 5 pillars under which education is built. We need an ecosystem that will cater to all of them, support each of them, and an opportunity for all of them to collaborate together. That is what EDDD is building. Unlike many other players, we have actually built a community over the last 12 years. We know how it works, how we have been able to support each other in our educational journey. We have helped thousands of parents through that Facebook group make right educational choices. We have helped thousands of educators make right career choices for themselves. So with that experience is what we've built EDDD in, and it's going to be a community-driven platform. There is something for everyone out there, and we want that community to spread across the world. That's the whole idea here.
And how exactly are you monetizing this?
So we are a subscription plus revenue share model. We are a pre-revenue startup to a large extent even now. We've built the traction, we've built the platform at this point of time. So we will go into a revenue mode very soon. And that's going to be largely driven through subscription of both schools and the service providers out there. When I mean service providers, I'm talking about all your after-school service providers, which could be your tuition teachers, which could be your activity centers, workshops, camps, career counselors. All of them would come in there. There will be a listing fee, which will be an affordable listing fee, because I think there is a big social commitment also that we are taking to help these smaller tuition teachers and others to have a revenue model there. So we are not an aggregator. We are more of an education and enablement platform that we are running. So the subscription and the revenue share model is what we're going to drive.
Okay. And do you have an app yet?
We have a website. It's called, we have a web platform which is called eddeed.com. It's up and running. It's live. And we already have close to 1,450 schools from Bangalore listed on that platform. We have more than 700 service providers listed on that platform, and we have more than 250 active jobs from these schools listed on this platform. So the traction is pretty well built. We have more than 1 lakh of hits on a monthly basis at this point of time. So the traction is pretty good. The parents are coming in, the searches are happening, the conversions are happening at this point of time.
And if you could also, tell us what have been the initial challenges when you started this journey?
Honestly, the biggest challenge that we're facing is the stigma around education. So we always have to say this first, that we are not an edtech platform. We are an education enablement platform. We are not an edtech platform because we are not into learning. We don't provide online learning. We are not a learning platform at all. We are a listing platform. We are a marketplace wherein we want the parent to be the decision maker. We want to give the power of the search back to the parent. So we've got experience of almost 12 years running that community, and we know what a parent searches for when they're looking at a school or an after-school program. We've built it into the platform as various parameterized searches, AI-enabled searches, which enables the parents to search for the right school and after-school program. And that's been our biggest strength, which is not there anywhere else. The second thing is that we are addressing the whole ecosystem. We are not a fragmented search organization. We are addressing the whole ecosystem. And when we are addressing the whole ecosystem, everything comes into that. That's how we are different on that. And thirdly, our own experience. I come with around 28 years of experience. So we are not typically the college pass out startup founder. We spend a lot of time in the market. I've got 28 years of experience in sales and marketing in multiple industries. I've been an entrepreneur for the last 17 years. My partner, Sandhya Vishwan, is an educator. She's a homeschooling, unschooling expert. She's a parent counselor, and she's a curriculum developer. So she spent 25 years plus in education. So she understands that piece well. We are supported by Vikshak Prakash, who's a IIT Madras 2015 grad, and he's handling the product for us. So we understand that space inside out, and then we have come out and created this platform. Those are the differentiators that we have at this point of time.
Got it. And are you only operational in Bangalore as of now?
No, not really. But our strength, our core competence has been Bangalore, because we've been here for the last many years as a platform. So the last set of parents and schools who have onboarded at this point of time are from Bangalore, but we do have schools from Bahrain, Chennai, Delhi, Hyderabad, Cochin. All of them have onboarded the platform organically. We've really not spent much on marketing or anything. It has all been organic growth so far. We are a funded platform. We have raised around 65 lakhs last year through a CCPS round. We are looking at a fresh fundraise at this point of time of $500,000 to stabilize the platform and also to go aggressively in terms of the parent acquisition part.
Okay, got it. And if you could, end with advising startup founders who kind of want to start up in the space that you're operating, what would your, top three advice for them be?
So one is definitely the passion that you need to carry to be doing something like this. This requires a lot of patience to build it up, try, fail, restart, and do it. So there is a lot of passion. There is a lot of patience that you're requiring on that. Second is that what I've seen a lot of cases is that many times you come out with a solution and then try to find a problem for it. We've always looked at having that problem. We've always had this problem. How do you search for a school today? You ask your cousin, you ask your neighbor, you ask somebody, and then you just send your child to the same school. It won't work because every child deserves a different attention. Education is an individualistic decision. One size won't fit all. What works for one will not fit the other person. So understanding that as the problem and trying to have a solution in hand has really helped us. And the third thing is that you can't just have one approach. You can't just have the inside out approach or the outside in approach. You need to have a mix of both of this. That's what has made EDDD special for us. And the last thing is to have a very, very strong team who are equally passionate and running it together with you. I think those are the things that we are proud to have.
Got it. And I think that should be it. Our time's up here. I'm so sorry, Manoj. I wish we could talk more, but we'll catch up with you very soon. And all the very best with what you're doing. And like I said, we hope to see you.
Thank you so much, Debolina. Thank you, YourStory, for bringing this up and giving us entrepreneurs a chance to come online. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have with us Hitesh, who is from Drivomate.
Yeah, hi Debolina. How are you?
Hello, Hitesh. I am good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good.
Can you please tell us where are you logging in from?
So I'm from Jaipur.
Oh, amazing. How is it in Jaipur
Yeah.
right now?
So a little bit cold.
I'm sure. So, Hitesh, if you could just tell us a little bit about your startup. What do you do? What's the problem that you're trying to solve?
Yeah. So as the name suggests in the driver mate, like we want to become the mate of every single driver on the road. And like how we are building this. So we are building AI powered cost effective advanced driving assistance systems for all the lower segments vehicles. So when we talk about the lower segments, it can like take care about all the two wheelers as well as the four wheelers who comes in the like cheaper cost. So we want to make this very safer technology to all the global audience and to the larger audience to make them safer throughout the journey.
Got it. And what exactly inspired you to solve this particular problem? Is there a story
So
behind it?
yeah, so this is a like good question. This is one of my personal story, and I would like to tell in the detail. So like few years back, when I was driving a small car, a heavy and fast-moving truck crossed me from a very close distance, and I felt the strong wind impact. Because of that, I lost the control on the steering, but somehow I was able to manage it and save myself from a bad accident. So that incident stuck in my mind for a longer period of time and inspired me to do something for the Indian road conditions and do something for the small vehicles. How the problem that I am facing today may be faced by the many of the peoples on the road, and maybe some of the people lost their life. So how I can do something in the affordable way to make every journey much smarter, safer, and secure, and to do this technology accessible for everyone. So I started DriverMate and on a part to solve this problem.
Are you a first-time entrepreneur, or have you had other companies before this?
Yes, before this, I had a company where I working in the edtech sector.
Okay, so what exactly inspired you to become an entrepreneur?
So from the like day one when I was in the college, I loved like because I'm an engineer, so I love to solve the problems because I heard once if you are an engineer, definitely once in a life you should solve a challenge, solve a problem, or build a product that can solve the other people's problem and make them a easy life. So throughout this, like from the starting, I want to become a person where I can solve the problems and make the people's life very easy by my product and solutions.
Very, very inspiring. And Desh, if you could tell me, not in terms of your current startup, but when you were starting up as or when you were taking the plunge into entrepreneurship, what were some of the biggest challenges that you kind of had to overcome?
Okay, so definitely this happens with every entrepreneur. Like there are some good day, there are some bad day, and I think is the journey when we are developing any product or building our services with the customers. Definitely, the thing is sometimes we are not getting the right feedback, and we are working the countless days, night, day and night, and we are not getting the good feedbacks, not appreciation. But at the end, we get the appreciation about the product. We got some good feedback that inspire our complete hard work throughout the day and night. And the when you are saying about the bad days, definitely whenever we are doing the some trial for our product, sometimes product is not up to our expectation. Definitely whenever we are launching in the public, sometimes it's not up to that kind of the accuracy that we are expecting with our customer. So these are the things that definitely make sad in an entrepreneur in the beginning.
And how did you validate this particular idea before you launched?
So yeah, actually the thing is in the beginning when I started the R&D, I got the patent on this. We already have the granted Indian patent. I discussed with some of the top leaders of the like OEMs, and they are already my mentors with some from the good company. I don't want to recall the name as of now, but I worked with them around 6 months. I did their like I try to understand the problem, what are the they are facing as of now, and how I can solve their problem. And after 6 months working, we came to the conclusion like how Drivemet can solve their problem and come we can come on a one single platform to build something for the Indian ecosystem by solving the some major challenges. Like in the India, we cannot see the lane marking everywhere. So we designed the virtual lane marking solution in the affordable way, where by we can integrate the product in the car very like plug and play mode, and that will be helpful for the many of the users. So if there is no lane marking, still our solution will be able to help the drivers by drawing the virtual lanes. In the India, we can see many of the places dense traffic is there, the crowded area is there. So somewhere radar solution does not work properly. So our vision-based advanced driving assistance is able to help the drivers and able to somewhere help the autonomous vehicles in the upcoming future.
Got it. And have you deployed your technology anywhere, or have you onboarded any clients so far?
Yeah, like we tested with some of the our early customers, and in the upcoming months, we are completely ready to commercialize the product in the aftermarket, and we are already in the discussion with some of the top level OEMs how we can come on a platform and do some long term project with them.
And are you only targeting Jaipur right now, or are you looking elsewhere in the
No,
country?
we are targeting India and Southeast Asia also.
Okay, wonderful.
Yeah.
And if you could also tell us what kind of differentiates yourself from, say, competitors who are operating in the same space?
Okay, so when we talk about the advanced driving assistance, definitely to build this technology, this is a deep tech product. So to build this technology, definitely we need different kind of sensors, the radar, lidar, and the camera and all. So when we talk about the radar, lidar sensor, definitely many of the companies are building with these kind of sensors. But the thing is, when we talk about the Indian ecosystem where traffic is very regular, we can find the rash drivers everywhere, and no one is following the like the rules properly. So in that condition, if the dense traffic is there, radar is not working properly because somewhere in the dense traffic, the accuracy goes down. So that's why we need the vision-based solution. Vision-based solution, we also expect the pricing to bit lower. So if we go with the lower pricing, definitely we can access this technology to the many global audience, and like India and the other countries where this kind of the innovation is not happening. So my vision is like by 2030 we should be the one single player in the India where we reduce the accident rate by 50%. This is the vision shared by our cabinet minister, Mr. Nitin Gadkari sir also.
Right. And have you raised any external funding yet?
So right now we are in the process to raise around half a million, and
Oh,
we are
wow.
already in the discussion with some of the very good investors.
And how did you approach these investors? If you could, give some guidance to other aspiring entrepreneurs who have tuned in today.
Like there is one single guidance: try to find the good people who already like who want to be part of your mission, your journey, who want to share the vision that is your like said and good days and like tough story. They understand your pain point and somewhere they can help them in the longer run.
And before we wrap this up, if you can tell us where do you see your startup in the next 3 to 5 years?
So in the next 5 year, we want to build the first ADAS company in the India who is working with the affordable solutions to make this technology accessible, where every vehicle will come with a much safer and smarter solution to make the driver's journey much easy. Because at DriveMate, we are not only building the technology, we are building the future where every journey will be much safer and secure. Because we believe lives matter while driving, and we want to make it possible. And by the next 5 year, we want to target the 5 lakh vehicles that will be deployed with our product and services, not only in India but in the Southeast Asia and the global market.
Got it. Thank you so much for joining in, Hitesh. We had a wonderful conversation, and all the very best for your fundraise. I really hope we get to connect later.
Yeah, definitely. And thank you, Deborina, and the Your Story, who came to us and like sharing our story to the globally and all the investor and the panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for joining in. Let's see who we have next joining in. We have Adarsh with us.
Hi,
Hello.
Deblina.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good.
Where are you logging in from?
I am logging from Kannur, Kerala.
Oh, amazing. And what is your startup called?
Yeah, our company name is Digi Labs. So currently at Digi Labs, we are building our first product, Linkage Q. So
And when did
the
you,
product,
Adarsh, if you could just, tell us about your journey first. Like, when did you start this company, and what was your initial eureka moment? Why did you want to start up?
yeah. So I was on a career break for the past 1 year, and I
Okay.
was exploring some ideas to start with. And we all consume social media content. So I noticed that most of the global creators, like most of the YouTube creators globally, like Mark Rober, and even small scale creators, they have their own set of products for making additional revenue streams apart from the social media ad revenues. So when I compared that with our regional creators, like Indian or our Kerala-based creators, most of them have yet to monetize their followers. They have built a strong brand. They have their own loyal followers and fans, but they do not have any additional revenue stream apart from the social media ad revenue. So I talked with a few of my friends who are in the creator economy space, and we started to work on this idea. So currently we are building Linkage Q, a super app for creators.
Oh, amazing. And how do you plan to compete with the existing players in the market?
Yeah. So our aim is to be the only tool a creator need. So we are aiming to provide tools like a shop builder where creators can sell digital and physical products. Then they can set up online courses. They can take appointment booking. They can set up their LinkedIn bio pages. So our aim is to be an all-in-one tool, and we'll be providing everything with a success-based pricing. So we earn only when our creators earn something using our platform.
And do you think the Indian market is ready for a super app?
Yeah, I think the creator economy is currently in a booming stage. So I read an article recently. Our information and broadcasting minister said that in the current stage, the creator economy is contributing 2.5 percentage to our GDP, and we have like above 40 percentage CAGR in the creator economy space. So we believe that yeah, in the coming years, the creator economy will even rise further. And the projections are so great that within 3 to 5 years, even if we capture just 1% of the market, our revenues will be in the range of hundreds of crores.
Wow. And Adarsh, you've been telling us about like you're building this amazing product. But if you could tell us, what have been the few challenges in the early days when you had just ventured into the entrepreneurial world? What were the few things that you had to kind of overcome to reach where you are today?
Yeah, so we are running a very lean team. So currently we are bootstrapped. So
Mm-hmm.
we have to, as a founder, we have to wear many hats. So maybe we need to get involved in the financial sides, our GST or filings or something like that. And we should look for promotions, reaching out to new creators. And we should also go into the product development side. And I think there will be problems everywhere, like maybe there is a bug in the code. There can be some issues with the payment gateway. So as a founder, yeah, managing this and being in peace with all these things running around, yeah, that was the one of the difficult part.
And others, you mentioned that as a founder, you have to wear multiple hats at the same time. If you could tell us what is that one hat that you love owning? What's your favorite thing about entrepreneurship?
uh, yeah, so my core expertise is in the development side, backend development side, and I love like shipping products also. So this is like a combination of both of them. So we did a soft launch last month. We launched on December 31st, and right now we are working with around 10 creators. And in the last 3 weeks, we have been able to generate over 2 lakhs revenue for this creator. So that's a nice experience.
And you also mentioned that you have a really lean team. But if you can tell me, how did you exactly build the founding team? I mean, that's one of the most crucial tasks as a founder, to find the right kind of people with the right kind of mindset to, be in this journey. So how did you find your kind of people?
Yeah, so all the team members, we are working together for over 9 years.
Oh,
So this is the
okay.
same team we had while in college. So we all met while we did our college education, BTech in Computer Science from TKM College, Kerala.
So are you saying that having friends as co-founders or teammates kind of works for you?
Yeah, it works for us. Like we are very close, and so far it's great. And I believe it will work great. Yeah.
Amazing, amazing. And have you raised any external funding yet?
No, we haven't raised any funding. So currently, for the next 1 more month, we are focusing on the building our core product, and after that, the next 2-3 months, we are going to raise a seed round.
How do you plan to go ahead and kind of market your first product that you are planning to launch soon? How do you plan to reach out to the target audience?
Yeah, so we have like a one component of our Supra, which is the store builder. That is currently ready, and we have given access to a few creators already. So since this is our very early stage, we founders are individually reaching out. We are scouting creators who might be in need of us, and we are individually reaching out to them via social media, and we are personally onboarding them to the platform right now.
Amazing, amazing. And if you could also tell us, do you have any kind of mentors, or are you associated with any kind of accelerators in the Indian startup ecosystem, or if these bodies have been helpful to you in your journey?
Yeah, so we have a great community in Kerala. It's called KPH. It started out as a product hunt community. Now
Mm-hmm.
it's an independent community. So we have like a couple of YC funded companies there. We have the founder of Buy Me a Coffee, Socot, Tooljet, and many other like business owners and entrepreneurs from Kerala. So there is like good interactions and mentorship we get from the community.
And Adarsh, what would be your word of advice for aspiring entrepreneurs?
Uh, I think one thing that worked for us was like finding our ICP idea customer and then working with them. So we had a creator working with us in our pre-beta stage, and we took advice from her in building the product, and we got a lot of early feedback, and that worked out great for us. So we could shape the product, and we should really build in an ideal way for our customer.
And do you think the Indian startup ecosystem right now is, open to early stage startups?
uh, I think, yeah, there are also a lot of new opportunities coming up. I think there are a lot of opportunity, right?
and has government support in terms of initiatives like Startup India kind of influenced your approach or decision so far?
Yeah. So we are partnered with some Kerala Startup Mission as well as Startup India program. So
Right.
one thing which has been really helpful was regarding the technology side. We got access to many of the technology credits, and we can just focus on building the product. And for the first few years, all our technology related expense will be covered. So
Amazing.
that was one good. Yeah.
I think that's it from our end. Adarsh, thank you so much for joining in. It was lovely having this conversation with you, and we soon hope to connect offline and see how you plan to grow your company from here on. Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Dapina, and the entire YourStory team. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, with that, we come to an end to my time interacting with entrepreneurs who are building some of the most exciting products and services across sectors. And right now, while we take a short break, why don't you check out the comment section and join the next link? And we will be back at conducting a day long live storytelling marathon. See you soon. Thank you.